When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Jag lever safe. Jag lever safe from wherever you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, keep the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, julep, julep.
Oh, e-sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Another day here for Pinnacle Cup 5. Me and Harry on the early bird action here as we still delve into our Swiss system. Harry, we had some pretty fun matchups yesterday, pretty quick ones, and some surprising results. I get the feeling that today could be quite a similar day for all the different reasons, as we've got 4 new teams to have a look at and 2 more teams to push closer and closer to that playoff stage.
Yeah, exactly that, right? The games that we're going into today are the 1-0 matches, so we are right on the precipice of promoting some teams up to still remaining in that unbeaten form, whereas others will be dropping back into the 1-1. And I think there was quite a big difference between teams that you would consider to be towards the top end of the table in that regard yesterday. Aurora Espionage, that one actually the opposite way round. Espionage walking away 2-0 victors, big turnaround for them in map number 1, and it set the tone for the rest of that series. Today, of course, Sampi and Arcred as well. You know, another similar game. Arcred just not really showing up on the day whatsoever. Sampi proving exactly why they're such a feared force at this level. Some of the other games later on that we didn't end up covering, but the ones that we've got today, 9 Pandas, Ecstatic, and we're also going to be going through Spirit, Los Cogitos. The other games will be broadcast later on. There's 4 matches today, of course, and we're covering the first best of 3s.
Yes, exciting. Very, very exciting stuff. And as you see on screen, right, this is basically what we're going to try and fill out. Pencil in what happens at the top half. And as you say, for qualification's sake, you kind of want to be putting a win in the books today as well. That's a step closer to home. Here you have it, right? We've got action from 9 in the morning our time, 10 in the morning for the Europeans, all the way up until 11:30 in the evening here. So, you know, if you really wanted to watch some Counter-Strike today, and you know you're in and out, maybe you're in the office or you're at home and you're playing a game, and you know you have some downtime here and there. There's going to be plenty of CS to watch here on Pinnacle, and there are some pretty big names joining us here today, focusing maybe in the middle 2 games, but of course. You can't forget those on the outs as well, the bread to our sandwich of our Pinnacle BO3s. I want to kick things off by talking about 9 Pandas Ecstatic. It's our first game of the day, Harry. But actually, this one I think will come as a surprise to most in how well 9 Pandas have been getting up. A little bit of a dark horse, I feel like, in terms of the sleeper build that they've had on the way to Tier 2, as well as that, of course, Ecstatic having made some more changes sort of over the player break and before that, introducing Patty just this month. Norios coming in 4 months ago. A new look Ecstatic with the same core, hoping for a little bit more success than maybe what we've seen previously.
Yeah, 9 Pandas for me, I think, definitely an underrated team, as you put it, a sort of staple at this level, I think is fair to say, against an Ecstatic team which have also started off well. I mean, it's the 1-0 game. This is, like I said, a match which is going to determine the difference between, you know, a good or a great team getting off to the expected start and maybe a team that is, you know, punching above their weight a little bit, or, you know, in a decent spot for now, but not necessarily one that will be continuing at a similar pace. I think when you look at this, the win that 9 Pandas picked up, they you know got some pretty decent win behind them early doors. They are ranked second best currently in the group stages, behind Espionage, of course, having won 2 games, so being at a record of 2-0. They are at a 1-0 record with a 15-round differential, almost twice as good as what we see on the Ecstatic side, or should I say actually 15 rounds better. Ecstatic just about breaking even. The roster for them: Seized, Daldas, Klax, Glowing, and it's just cut off before I read the final name, but I think you get the picture, right? And then on the Ecstatic side, Patty, Nodio, Salazar, Kragan, and Queenix.
Yeah, as obviously maybe Patty's profile picture not penciled in, probably because he's not in the Ecstatic apparel. Patty came from Astralis Talent, right? He was doing quite well over there. I think Ecstatic realised they probably want a bit of a change, and bringing in Patty brings a lot of consistency, I feel like, to the team. He's not exactly the most vocal player in this roster, and I don't expect him to be, but I know that a cool head added to this team could definitely suffice. Of course, this core came all the way back from Masonic, sort of middle of last year, early last year. Very excited to see what these guys have been going. Kragan and Queenix, they're years. They've reached a year, I should say, in this team. 370 days they've been in this roster. So yeah, fair enough, fair play to them. And it's nice to see that these boys still believing in the project. Of course, at the helm by my friend Mr. Zippel. Do enjoy having a chat with him. Hopefully he's in the Twitch chat supporting the boys today. But Harry, of course, we've got to talk about the map veto. Very important, of course. Something to note: Vertigo, Mirage, both gone. We'll wave goodbye to those. The perm ban for both sides. Respectively, there you have it, 9 Pandas. This is where it gets problematic, Harry, because as you can see, they pick a bit of overpass, but you sort of run down the order of the maps that they have a good win rate at, and it feels like Ecstatic have them beat on everything. So they are just going to go for the quantity of maps played as well, sort of in the equation of what they want to pick. Ancient selected by Ecstatic, Nuke the ban of 9 Pandas, and bringing up the last 2 maps, Inferno gone, Anubis our decider. So overpass, Ancient, Anubis, if you're listening or not watching. Harry, if I'm honest, this screams 3 maps. I think 9 Pandas, as long as they get off to a good start on Overpass, they should take their pick. We know that their Ancient's quite weak historically. They haven't really been all too successful on it. Some of the names that they've been losing to the likes of YNT and Victory Zigzag, you know, they're not exactly household names as much as you'd like to see. And maybe, sure, there are some individuals that are more well-known. I just feel like, for me, 9 Pandas, Ancient feels like a bit of a throwaway for them. They've got to focus on Overpass, our opening map, and come out with a spring in their step if they want to see themselves through to Anubis.
Yeah, it's always a fun one at this level, I think. You know, we've got our felt tip pens out trying to cross-reference as many different matchups as we possibly can to paint that bigger picture.
Yes.
And a good start on Overpass here is always going to help, like you said. So looking at the decider map of Anubis, I think that's, you know, later into this veto where it begins to favour Ecstatic that little bit more. Unbeaten in their previous 4 outings there. You look at the maps which these teams feel comfortable on as well. I think Ancient is probably a little bit more open ground, actually, if we're being candid here. 9 Pandas haven't played it too much, but the win rate isn't terrible. I think, you know, there's always a chance that this one could go both ways, right? I feel as if early on, 9 Pandas, you take Overpass, you bring that momentum into Ancient, they give themselves half a chance. Ecstatic need to make sure they're not dropping the ball super early here, that they can keep themselves running on a high, and Queenix is just sliding across the floor there, surfboard out to get us started on this one and riding the wave of the game. He's still going.
I love that that's a bug in CS, man. Oh, no shot from Salazar, but yeah. I hope that stays for a little while. I want to see like the X-ray, you know, pick him up.
I can still see it.
Sliding through. Nice for Flax to find one back. We won't see him slide. We'll see him hold mouse 1. Queenix emerges from connector. Patty with a flashbang. Kragan with a tag. And the Julies collect a double. It's seized and glowing 2 against 4. And that is a brilliant start here for Ecstatic on the CT side. Just got to make sure they don't throw away what is a pretty unlosable situation.
Yeah, very strong start from them. Not exactly walking on water just yet, but we have to see how this one's going to pan out. Queenix and Nordios both low. Always a chance that this one could get ugly for them. You'll believe it when I see it. Salazar, one of the healthy ones, and quite easily able to inject Z's with a dousing of pain. Glowing now 1v4. This is very much how we started off one of the maps the other day, a nice little 1v4 out of Bino, but you're asking a lot, and especially taking a helping of damage there with support coming through. It's not going to happen. Salazar takes their second on the round, and that will be Ecstatic winning the pistol.
Very nicely done. Very nice. Good communication and teamwork there for the boys over Ecstatic. So, if I'm not mistaken, the flashbang's thrown in front of Con over short. That allows the Julies of Queenix to swing out, and from there, 9 Pandas trying to retreat through the short pipe. Don't quite know what hit them, and so for 9 Pandas, they will suffer. Take an eco here and a buy in the next. Ecstatic off to an early start, and a good one at that. Obviously, it's confidence with numbers. You've got to lay down the law early doors. Just show what you're made of. Give them no way in. Clax, unfortunately, removing Norios very early on. Queenix makes up at least for the numbers game, but not the fact that the Deagle has just turned one of the investments to mesh.
Yeah, unarmored opponent, simple enough refrag to be coming through, but like you say, the Deagle coming with a bit of bite sometimes, and could be a nice way to open up the round. Glowing, gonna sift that back through the pockets. And 9 Pandas a little more reserved on their approach to this round. It's a flash of their own to take the water control this time. Nobody going to get caught out on the CT side, but it is the MP9 from the fallen player before, and well, Kragan has one of their own. Now starting to pinch in from both angles. Players drop, and the colour of that water a little more murky red than it used to be. 2-0, simple enough double up, anti-eco converted.
Yes, very, very nice. The opening kill from Clax. It was only an SMG, to be fair. Very nice shot from him. Yeah, just making sure that these SMGs put to good use, right? You can see Kragan, as you say, picking up a couple of kills, Patty catching some slack here, and, you know, it's fed quite nicely into Ecstatic's second. A lot of money can get built up here, of course, for Ecstatic. big investments have been made. So you can't really call this much of a bonus just because 9 Pandas, they bring forward a decent investment, and this alone would kind of break that momentum for Ecstatic. I like the idea of the boost, and I like the idea that we can see some feet under the doorway. Queenix, Seas doesn't even see him, and they're going to try and reverse engineer the wall bang back through, but nothing to come from it. It's a very early kill, an easy one, and Seas a bit frustrated because he's just been cheap shotted by the double stack.
Yeah, liking some nice early setups that we're seeing here. A bit creative from both teams, actually. Up the top of the slide in the playground, looking for anyone peeking, aggressive towards the toilet side of the map, the A side, but no, not really happening. Ecstatic looking for an opening elsewhere and getting it. Kragan even finding Dillidis now as well. And yeah, it must be said, you know, it was a nice boost, but there was utility to support it as well. You had the tube smoke early on.
Yes.
Making sure that nobody was going to just walk out there, creating pressure in the right areas, and even a nade to just blow the door off immediately. So everything accounted for thus far. But still rifles on the board and, you know, a way back in for 9 Pandas if they can find the right kills.
Yeah, just going to try and scoop up as much as they can from the 5v3. It should be a pretty unwinnable situation for 9 Pandas. MP9 with immediate effect, terminating the life of Glowing. Plax at least activates a clause where he'll get one back. But again, it feels just like the pistol 2v4. This time it's rifles on both sides of the coin. And unfortunately for 9 Pandas, you just know in this position, they're not really going to have themselves a chance back into this game. 8 seconds left on the clock. No bomb, no space, no knowledge as to what Ecstatic are getting up to. Most sensible decision is the one they're making right now, and that is to cease fire and allow Ecstatic to take it to a third. But this does put the economy of the T side in jeopardy immediately, because the other 3 players are either going to have to invest with pistols or eco, meaning Clax and Idis Balance just basically put on the drying rack a little bit, hung out in that sense. Ecstatic. What a good start from them though, right? The turnaround from the pistol into the gun buy has felt flawless. It doesn't really feel like 9 Pandas have had much opportunity to test.
Definitely not. Seized scout in hand. No crazy boosts this time around to get us underway. Early incendiaries on the Ecstatic side though, doubling up both towards playground and ramp, so difficult to get out on the 9 Pandas side. They simply must respect it. Found a kill on the Deagle before, but this one bites a little harder. Nordios the first to drop, and it's a nice flash in from Glowing to set them up as well. Queenix on the angle, just having to tuck, waiting for a player to come out of Monster, but nothing just yet. And 9 Pandas will just sit on this advantage for now. Oh, okay. Little run boost around the long corner. Scout in play. Sees now looking back around party, seeing if they can spot that peak, but the headshot goes traded, and it drops them low on HP. Oh, just about finding Kragan actually through the smoke. Very nice read, and a double up as they now look to hit towards A.
Peek on in. Orp. It's along. Could be good for a few. Salazar finds the first. Needs more and finds a second. Any more to the tally. The Orp trying, but eventually the flashbang from Seas will overrun. And although I said it was a good start here for Ecstatic, could all be unwoven from the 3v2. 18 seconds. And Patty takes power into his own hands. Finds one, but only one. 14 seconds here. Smoke going back in. I think Queenix knows he's going to have to push through, and well, finds the first. The bomb, it's not even being planted. Queenix runs away. 4 points of health. 4 seconds. Will go for the stick. Glowing gets it down. Queenix knows, though, this position is such a good one. Kit's in front of him. He can go and scoop that up. And the post-plant scenario, it doesn't look great right now, but my, oh my, is he in a good position to win. Glowing just needs to hit a headshot. This is the problem. Queenix needs to win out this fight.
Making his way through, Glowing on the angle, low HP, went for the gamble first, smoke in, player peeks and takes it. Doesn't even need the headshot, just a decent timing, and that is something that he will be able to achieve. 9 Pandas just about getting that first round on the board. It came under threat, that's for certain. Salazar causing a lot of issues with this AWP. Would perhaps like to have seen a little bit more diligent utility usage to, ensure that a player in sight wasn't going to get value from a similar position. AWP not yet noted that far into the round, but skin of their teeth, 9 Pandas finding a first.
They're going to find themselves on short. Flats. I don't know what this short molly is. Clearly we don't know our lineups too well ecstatic, but it does take a bit of a tick to it. So either way, they know that short pressure is something that 9 Pandas are going to try and employ. Nade well placed as well, so the Galil tick down even further, back at the half-point mark. Don't quite know what the end goal here is for 9 Pandas though, right? You can see the bombs outside B. There's only one player there. You can see Seized is kind of here to lock down the control of Monster. You've got Clax deep on short. We are pushing towards Banana and through Toilet. So for 9 Pandas, I guess it's not the worst. The boost will force Patty's hand, and Clax a pretty sick read to find the opening kill. So now for 9 Pandas, it doesn't really matter what the end goal is. It's just about sticking together. And as long as they play trades, this one will go their way.
Yeah, I think that must have been the game plan coming in as well. You could hear the boots clamping around on the other side of the short wall. And, I mean, this is not something which should be surprising us too much. Ecstatic have tried to set the tempo in the last couple of rounds to varying amounts of success. So 9 Pandas, conditioned in that sense, prepared for it, have managed to find themselves a nice opening kill. Finally, now scaling towards the B side of the map. Players perhaps expectant of this. Nodios going for a bit of an inquisition towards short, finding 2 kills. Trying to come up with the goods even further. So it's only Queenix left remaining. And once the short player finally veers their ugly head, they're able to get it done. Dilladez one more. And now Salazar 1 versus 2. And both players flush to the crosshair. Knows about seizing the sandbags. Peeks round and finds it. Wow. I was not expecting the round to finish in such a sense. But Ecstatic have just about managed to dig themselves out of trouble.
Bro, I look like the biggest idiot right now. I literally go, look at this play, right, on the short push. We'll cycle through the replays. I want to show you this double kill that we see here from Nodios. Look, I literally hear the bang. I'm like, oh, what a flashbang. Both players blind. Look who it is in the feed. Seized has blinded both of his teammates. The whole short push dismantled by a $200 piece of utility. And Salazar in the 1v2, as you say, he finds the first, but the information on the second just as valuable. And all he does is Cyclopses round the corner. He knows exactly what's going on. And push comes to shove. Knew he had to take the fight, and second best 9 Pandas. They don't get them the round, but Ecstatic, only just by the skin of their teeth, find themselves a 4th. And that's enough for them to hit the big red buzzer. 30 seconds going to be used up here. I think it makes sense as to why as well, Harry, right? You've got to understand that is a very close round. We shouldn't be relying on a Salazar 1v2 to win, especially when such a key mistake with the Seized flashbang was made. This has got to be picked up upon. Someone's got to be a bit vocal. Guys, we're making mistakes. Let's pick it back up. Let's get on the ball again, because our CT side has shown strength, but 9 Pandas are creeping in opportunities, and we can't allow these opportunities to become too serious.
Yeah. Not going to go for the Arc Red special yesterday of 2 whole minutes of tac pause, which was a fun one to say the least. But look, whatever has been said on the Ecstatic side, I mean, 9 Pandas have had equal time to try and readjust their aims, finding the first kill at the very least, but not all too much more. Glowing taking a few more down with him, but it's a 1v2. The HP is low, and the M4A1S will condemn quite nicely. 5-1. A few repurchases needing to be made, but the AWP back in the mix for Salazar, coming into that round on a 133 ADR. I mean, of course, it's always going to be a lot more if you're playing the AWP anyway, but this guy seems to have had impact on a number of the previous rounds that we've already seen, and definitely the big green suiting them well at this point in time.
So these 9 Pandas get back on the rifles. This boost, I don't know what it is.
It's just for a peek,
I guess
right?
the elevated angle, right?
Yeah.
The one-way smoke. Have a look over the top. Interesting that that's the setup they go for. Okay. You know what? Welcome to Counter-Strike, man. It happens. The spam is just insane. Nice shots from Patty. He knows he's done good damage. Having said that, though, Mr. Nodios, 17 points of health of his own. So he also gets tagged up in the early engagement. 9 Pandas maybe a little less aware of how much damage has been done, but quite an even start at least for both sides.
Yeah. Patty on the spam, given another rifle to make sure he can do even more. Guy says, I got one more in me. Let me have another go. No more damage dealt, of course. Kragan now anticipating the long play. He's going to hear this utility out the hands. Sees the first fight. Second follow-up headshot onto Dillides. A little bit more work than really they should be getting done from that position, if we're being candid. So a 4 versus 3 and an advantage for Ecstatic. Not one that they've enjoyed at this point in the round in the last few. Or at least a sense of comfortability before the execute comes in proper. So we're seeing a regrouping on the 9 Pandas side. 3 players trying to make their way towards long. Cross the sign to the default spot, but Salazar will be the one to greet them. And it's the pearly gates that they'll be entering the threshold of first.
Clax getting caught out by Norios as well. 17 points of health. All he had to do was hit a body shot. Didn't happen. And well, time expires. Idis balance, sees an AWP in his hands and sees an opportunity to get out with it. Makes the most sense. But again, Harry, you know, I get that you're on T side. You've got to understand this is your map pick. And so playing with this level of timidity or playing with this little success rate kind of, I don't want to say scares me because there's still plenty more Counter-Strike to be played, but I'm just going to take the first 7 rounds as a sample size, and the fact that Ecstatic have won 6, and yeah, sure, it hasn't been the smoothest of rides for them, but it's one that they now sit quite comfortably on. 9 Panda's going to call for a 30-second attack pause because I think they quite quickly realise how much this could spiral out of their hands, right? One more gun buy here if they want to invest around the AWP. Either way, if they don't, 7-1 feels quite likely just because the lack of weaponry there will be. And then, you know, Ecstatic, we're talking 8 rounds, 7 wins. What's not to say that these guys collect double digits in the first half? And that makes 9 Pandas, you know, especially on your map pick with an incredibly hard task ahead of you, very, very skeptical whether they can even pick up a map here. And I know it's very early on to say that, but I think Ecstatic are playing some really good Counter-Strike. You were talking about the effectiveness of Salazar in his AWP. Kragan's also meeting the mark in terms of 8 kills. Patty's carrying his weight. Nodios, he's 4 and 4, but I feel like he's had great impact as well. So, yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this Ecstatic side so far.
Yeah, me too. And Queenix will only continue that forward. Spam onto Clax, player who's been wreaking quite a bit of havoc towards Monster in the early round at least, but nothing for him this time. Salazar deeper angle, really nice readjustment. Dillides taken down, and yeah, poised for a 7th, like you put it. I think the big thing here for Ecstatic is making sure the advantage is notable coming out the half. I mean, we've seen teams before hit 8 and then forget their lines, you know what I mean? Like, slow down the pace quite a lot and come away with nothing. Then all it takes is a pistol, has you up and running. I mean, 9 Pandas coming into this would have been the favourites anyway. All 5 players for this event, you know, playing above their 3-month average. As I said before, the 2nd best round differential in the tournament with 1 less game played than Espionage, who currently take the top spot. Nade should be doing a bit of damage. The spam is fantastic from Kragan. And we're in the 5 versus 2. AWP of Idis balance, maybe already looking at this early save call.
Now what? Sees. Probably doesn't want to save their Tech 9. Idis balance certainly should be thinking that though. Wait patiently to see the curtain drawn on this round. See swings up. Let's go down, as I said, for Idis balance. Probably doesn't want to run his AWP into the enemy lines.
Yeah. Ecstatic will know all about this as well. All it takes is a quick press of the tab button, and you're going to know exactly who it is that is left remaining, right, of course. So 7-1 now. We come into the gun round. A lot more significance on how this one pans out. But Ecstatic still seem to be doing all the right things.
Yeah, just, again, it feels like some pretty decent reads for Ecstatic. No one goes down. It's a complete moneymaker of a round. Bit of a shakedown here for 9 Pandas as well, as they're forced to cough up all their dollars into rifles. 8 rounds in. 7-1 the scoreline. Single AWP setup of Salazar working brilliantly. Boost towards short. Patty was looking for the opener. Well, smoke on the molly would insinuate the idea that 9 Pandas want the control, but they cease operations completely towards the middle of the map. Instead, Connector more of a focus, leaving out on short. 3 players outside Monster. Queenix a nice little re-smoke for Monster. Anyone out there that wants to learn the lineups? There's one of them, and a pretty decent nade. It's a shame the other two not as successful. Patty given plenty of time to react. I don't quite know. We're not counting down to throw them together, and that's just cost 9 Pandas what would have been a very free opening frag.
Yeah, I mean, Patty's position well noted at this point in time, guys. Probably spent half of the round spamming from the exact same spot. So the nade towards CT does a decent amount of damage. But like you say, no opening kill just yet. Into the last minute or so. And as I was saying before, 9 Pandas statistically coming into this one favourites, but you have to remember the only game they've played so far against a struggling Eyeballers team. And I mean, when we consider the 1-0 game as well to be teams that have got off to a decent start, whether it's expected or not, the gaps begin to build once the Swiss play irons itself out a little bit more, and so will the execute. 9 Pandas getting ready to go. 2 players up close. Queenix surfing on the walls yet again and coming up with only 1 kill. A few more back in, actually. And as a matter of fact, 9 Pandas do have the advantage. Some utility here would be fantastic. None on the CT side to crack the nut just yet. But a 2v2, and I disbalance holding the cross. Klax is low. There are kits all around to get picked up off of the fallen teammates. The head still not spotted, just outside the valence of the scope. Work to be done, and just not going to happen. I disbalance the safety net, and 9 Pandas finding their second.
Very nicely done. Can't believe that Queenix only finds 1 there. Feels a bit robbed that he doesn't get Klax, and unfortunately the domino effect, the numbers game, works in their favour. Nice shot from him. Salazar gone, and from there, the AWP on the opposing side able to close things out. So 7-2 is where we stand. 9 Pandas prove they can do it. Shame for them, though. They lost 4 players. So 3 rebuys of Galils. In the meantime, Ecstatic with enough money to rebuy all the M4s in the world. AWP back out on Salazar. It's never an easy one to look at. Queenix throws the preemptive monster push flashbang. No one on the other side of his smoke, though. So, yet again, 9 Pandas thinking elsewhere rather than me.
Yeah. I'm definitely enjoying this utility that we're getting out of Ecstatic in the early round. Holding 9 Pandas back, stopping any kind of a fast push like you said. But they have been dictating the tempo, and it's a slow one at that. There we go. Our best mate Patty making sure that no magazine left in his hands is full. At least for the time being. Finally drops away and gets ready to defend an A site, which will be coming under fire pretty heavily early on. I'm liking the Ecstatic on this round at the very least. You have Kragan up towards long. They've taken a little bit more extra space more than anything else. Not necessarily getting aggressive, but having a foothold on the map. Norios back through connector. Picks up 2. Now the information is there. The players on site can get to work. And still, Kragan hasn't been rooted from this long position.
Massive opportunity. No one checks towards long. Kragan exploits the lack of care for 9 Pandas, costing them another 2 souls. Kragan reached the rewards, and yet again, it's not I disbalance, but it's the AWP of Klax this time, chasing towards spawn to try and save. He sits in the toilets. He knows this round's done. 8 on the board for Ecstatic. Another standalone, round for 9 Pandas. Yet again, just means Ecstatic can run further and further away with this first half.
Yeah, and think about the win conditions for them on the last couple. How many rounds have 9 Pandas come out with more than 1 player? The answer, of course, is 0. So, yeah, really nothing repeatable that they can try and set up for themselves here. On the Ecstatic side, I mean, they're just improving what this defense looks like round on round. As I highlighted, I really like Kragan taking that early space on long. And found good value even last time around when he was posted up in the long toilets. So just giving them some kind of foundation to work off here has been suiting really well. You know, whether that is towards long, whether it's con, whether it's some early play towards short. I think the boost is read into a little too heavily by this point in the game. But, you know, definitely making it difficult for 9 Pandas to get anything done. You know, not quite engaging in the clearing work that they necessarily should be. You either fast hit or you know where your weak spots are and you cover them accordingly. But it's a weird mixture right now, which isn't quite hitting the mark.
Minute left. Clack starting to slowly progress on short. 4 pistols around him. He's going to have to be the space creator in this round. It's quite difficult to do with the AWP, but he does find a first. 45 seconds left. Salazar getting ready to throw the preemptive flashbang to stop this monster push from happening. 4 players, though, going to be coughing up their crosshairs towards the site. There is a player in control from the towards position. Kragan needs to find more than 2, gets 3, and now Clack's 1v2 for Salazar does get dropped by the AWPer. Idis Balance coming from short. Now he knows where the Deagle is. Problem is he can get the hands on the AWP, but it's about getting the bomb. And so while Idis Balance picks up the big green, doesn't know that the man's crossed. 17 seconds, going to try and plant the bomb. Can't plant too deep, going to go for it again. Salazar now switching out to an M4. Should know that there's an AWP on site, and there you have it. Deletes him anyways, goes back for his big green before committing into the waters. And Ecstatic up to 9. A little bit scary considering there was 4 pistols surrounding the AWP. But I think both teams get what they want. 9 Pandas with damage, but ultimately it's Ecstatic with the round.
Yeah, some nice shots coming out on the 9 Pandas side, but like I say, that does not win you rounds. I mentioned before as well, not really walking out of these with too many healthy players left in their ranks. And even there, Salazar 1v2. I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen a clutch play have to be made on the Ecstatic side. So, I mean, this is a game which could very much shift in the opposite direction. It's just about consistency more than anything else. 9 Pandas doing themselves a decent job at netting some early control, at least this time around. Imposing a threat on the Ecstatic setup. Just making their way through Con, trying to get to work on toilets. It's a smoke of their own, of course, that will be disrespected here by Dilides to try and take some of that long space early. And I like this aggressive angle from Salazar, though, just cutting up all of the angles, and has put Nordios in the corner early on as well. So any kind of a B reclear, late play, if their plans are foiled on A, is gonna be nasty.
Over the top of the smoke. Finds nothing. Kragan got to be careful because the jump spot could be penalised. Seems to have a rough idea that there's going to be some players on short, and I'm loving this for Ecstatic. Look, usually 9 Pandas show some presence towards B up until the very last second. The fact that Salazar's deep on short, Condor's open and he sees nothing. Everyone's going to gamble towards the A site right now for Ecstatic. This is just going to be a bloodbath.
Only Salazar remains on B. Rotation coming in from Queenix, but maybe surplus to requirements. Patty, the first. And Queenix, already hot on the scene and making their impact felt. Absolute whitewash from Ecstatic. And as we were hinting to a little bit earlier on as well, 9 Pandas just not quite having the right mix in terms of setup. Defaulting slow, letting all of the space get taken by Ecstatic essentially, right? As I said before, giving themselves some kind of foothold to work off. It was a pretty creative one this time to get Nordios posted up in that corner next to what the boost spot would have been. And have Salazar on that deep angle. Finally they go for a rush play, but it is only the pistols to try and ignite this one. Already halted in their tracks. Taking a little moment longer, and there's a rotation that's come through. It's 3 players on the site, and they will just mow them down.
Gorgeous stuff. Queenix has to reload, but doesn't stop him finding the tap to Idis Balance seized. The late lurk out of short finds nothing. 11-2. And it is just a clinic of a performance right now from Ecstatic. Look, I knew these guys had hands, and I think a lot of people at home will understand, like, these guys are a pretty good team, but I didn't expect them to deliver a scoreline this potent against 9 Pandas. Remember, this is even their map pick. You'll quite quickly realise when you look at the top left-hand side of your screen and piece the story together. Ecstatic pick Ancient in this BO3. 4-man boost assembled, and missed. Idis Balance doesn't get the shot. That is a big fumble, and I think for Nodios' sake, very, very lucky to be walking right now.
Man, I don't know. I feel like I'm expecting that one to hit just purely based on some of the games we saw yesterday and the rinse and repeat usage of the 4-man boost. Still, opener picked up and Salazar offline. Currently leading the way in the server in terms of ADR, at least you'd assume. One behind on kills as Queenix made their presence felt at the end of the A round. Another AWPer trying to get to work. Just about spots the arm of Kragan, but can't tear it off. Less for Clax finding themselves involved, however. And again, another stalemate. More than anything else, I mean, you can see 9Pandas walking away with this one, but it's in what fashion that pans out. Seized gives them an advantage. Static will be coming in rotation. I don't think they're really too prepared for this. It is just Patty.
Molly lobbed in towards short. Patty, as you say, the man that's going to have to find a little bit more than just the one.
Know.
That's a good start. Glax comes off the plant, but a second shot connects. And Glowing taking so much damage right now to the rifle of his fallen teammate. Patty puts him down to just 6 points of health, but Glowing still nails the shot, the maneuver in his favour, and that is a third on the board for the T side. 4-man boost, watch this again. Very lucky it was Queenix actually. Nearly gets caught off by it, but no, not going to happen. And I mean, looking over the map right now, 4v3 from this spot. I'd have had this one as in statics all over, but a big blunder has just cost them a 12th round.
I mean, did I or did I not say that we would find ourselves in a situation like that if 9Pandas were to win the round? They have done. It is 3 rounds now that they've picked up, and in every single one, only a sole survivor left to tell the tale. So, again, not an air of comfortability about this one. Sees nice early opener. Finding Nordios through Monster. Good spam, but Kragan is there. Every single push on the 9Pandas side has an equal pull, it seems. But Disbalance will make sure that they can keep their nose in front, at least in terms of man count for the time being.
Yeah, again, ecstatic. Lower count in terms of numbers. Still a minute left on the clock to turn things back around. Disbalance holding down Monster, so no man can peek. But look at this setup between Patty and Queenix. The M4 holding from afar. The flashbang is good, and that means Patty can swing, and there he delivers. A double, drops the bomb as well. Someone's going to have to go play fetch. Clax coming in from short. Patty has the read. 3 kills already. On for his 4th as well. Reloads with his M4. Trying to bait Disbalance into a fight. 30 seconds left. The bomb still yet to be retrieved here. A jiggle, so now he knows what's going on. And yeah, flashbang effective. Disbalance turns away. An opportunity for Patty to get out. But both players crossfire set towards Monster. And as the AWP goes pushing in, this will be the end. 12-3 the scoreline. Disbalance, another easy miss. And ecstatic, after the first 15 rounds, Harry, find themselves 4 away from taking a 9Pandas pick.
Yeah, not what we were expecting. I think it's fair to say. And with the 1v1s that 9Pandas were able to convert, I shouldn't see a reason why this couldn't be 15-0. Worst case scenario. Of course, best case for the Russian team, it could in fact be, you know, like, to be fair, like a 9-6 perhaps. There are a few clutches in there on the for ecstatic, but I mean, really, as I mentioned before, it's unnerving more than anything else. It really doesn't inspire confidence, that is for certain. And it's something which we did want to see coming out from them heading into map 2. You know, not only just the fact that they convert their own pick, but to give them any chance of making this look like it's going to be a result in their favour, and that the pseudo-dominance they had created shall continue. But again, it's the fragility of a 1-0 match. Really, you have to be looking at what the opponents are, what the setup's been like coming into this, and yeah, not too good to say the least. Ecstatic's win, of course, coming over Ents Academy. perhaps a little bit more notable in that regard. But here we go, pistol rounds where it starts for them. CT side now, more favourable you would imagine, but what can they do with it?
It has to start with a pistol round. That is the harsh reality, doesn't it? Screams. Help. Need this desperately. This T side of Ecstatic though, 5 kills away from basically digging the grave for 9 Pandas here on map 1. We'll see if that's going to happen.
Worst part about it
Calculated
is as
risks.
well is, you know, not only, okay, there's pros and cons. You're on the CT side, so you're expected to do a little better. But if you lose this round, the force is going to be ugly.
Pushing. Oh, Salazar Sicker just been in the smoke, gets a second. 3 for 1 is exactly how Ecstatic planned. And even with a missed garbage smoke, they wander out onto the site and take trumps towards 9 Pandas. 4 against 2. Kragan positioned in a place that Dilladesh should be a dead man, but not exactly. There's 2 quick kills fired back off the USP. Queenix and Salazar need to step up between them.
And that they will. What a shot. Catch that
Another?
one. Yeah, I was going to say, he felt it might happen. Clacks on the Berettas, just spraying away, crossing his fingers that something can land. Tap after tap onto the bomb, but there's no kit to be found. The 10-second timer creeping ever closer. Spots the shoulders of Queenix, takes the head from it, but will not be walking away with the round, most importantly. That's a 13th for Ecstatic. Call it what you want, superstitious you may be, but it's unlucky for 9 Pandas.
Really 6 shots out of these pistols. Shame, of course, that Ecstatic don't do it by elimination. Does feel like maybe it should have been, but either way, a pistol round win puts them 3 rounds away. Forced by for 9 Pandas, as you say, it's going to be pretty ugly. It's not going to be a great position whatsoever. Scout blind, I disbalance fires anyways. 4 kills in this map so far. You know, it's a pretty ugly one. I mean, you look to the flip side of things, and I was saying Salazar's AWP's been brilliant. Kragan, 20 and 10.
Oh my god. You got to be kidding me, bro. That is horrendous. Dilladesh on the boost. Only 1 player beneath him, so needs to pretend that there's a second one there for the extra verticality. And you know what? The MP9, while moving, is going to be doing a better job than some other guns. Little pixel angle from Midas Balance on the jump. In terms of your weaponry here, the Premier comes in the form of the FAMAS. That's now posted up towards water. Some decent tags here out of him could be enough to snowball something, but still, you are asking for a lot. Not too much time left to play with. Static just preparing themselves for this hit. Need to worry about Con actually, and Clacks in behind if they take too much time to get this one underway. Oh wow, okay. Shot out glowing onto Kragan to start things off. Long now compromised. Here is the flank that I spoke about, causing a lot of issues. Clacks finding a couple kills, and it's all up to Patty. Has an AK, but no real time or positioning, and will be forced to save.
Yeah, it's a pretty ugly loss for Ecstatic. Don't think they wanted it to go exactly that route and direction, but they do get owned for it. No bomb plant, no post plant, no nothing. It is a swift dismissal of these rifles. At least 9 Pandas can make some upgrades. This here from Dilladesh is disgusting. You were saying, like, it's criminal. MP9, I mean, it's not the most accurate gun while jumping. It really isn't. Yet somehow, yeah, I don't know, man. He makes it look easy. FAMAS with some kills behind, and, well, Ecstatic forced to use their second timeout, thinking maybe that one shouldn't have been. And I can agree with them in that sense as well.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, all of the necessary components coming together for 9 Pandas. Something they'll be happy with. And to be honest, at this length in the game, not going to say they deserve it, but could definitely use a round or two like that to make things look a bit better. At least save face. As I said before, Round differential between the two teams stands at 15. That gap will likely close before this series ends. At least if things carry on the way that they have done. Coming into this one, Kragan leading the way in the server, 20 and 11. Star performing so far. He's going to need to find a little bit more here to drag them over the line. AK in the hands of Patty this time around, but already early damage out from the HE. Decent utility. Glowing, just roaming the halls of toilets, now posting up on long. Fairly passive setup, all things considered, from 9 Pandas. Respecting this eco and the threat of that rifle.
Three to go. Got to remember that. The numbers. Most important thing in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, buy could easily be broken. Only takes one round.
Exactly. One cheap shot and enough is enough. Could be just game, set, and match right there and then.
Glowing getting spotted on long, drops the smoke. Ecstatic all the while, making their advance on B. And even, we're seeing the rotation come through from C's to join up on A. The smoke, while it will help defend the site, you're up against the invisible man. There is nobody there. The clearing is good, and Patty is going to be finding both kills. A laboured effort in the end, put out by the Flames. But this should be sight under wraps as long as C's can't create something nasty. But it seems like he might be in position to do so and have his teammates to help in that effort.
Salazar against 2. This is looking pretty unlikely. There you go. Nidus balance closes things out. Very nicely done. But again, comes at some cost, right? A bit of damage done to this CT side, and nice to see. But they do deliver. And yeah, it's comfy stuff for 9 Pandas. Problem is it happens so late in the game that I don't think either of us can be too happy with the rounds being put up right now, because the situation doesn't improve for them. You know, they are still so far in the gutter that Ecstatic need one good round to change this one right back around and, you know, basically close things out. So for 9 Pandas, it needs to be a faultless CT side from here on out, and the close nature of that round doesn't exactly fill me with confidence.
Nidus balance now on an AWP. And interesting round from Ecstatic here. A boardroom meeting currently taking place in lower. So players just discussing over what it is exactly that they want to do here. Slow start, that's for certain. I'm seeing C's sat in the understairs cupboard. Yeah, I'm not too sure if those whispers will echo the halls enough for him to have any pre-warning. I'm joking, of course. No audible sound cues given away just yet. Players contacting through first fight, taken 2 kills. But a decent enough trade. Only a single player disadvantage, but some serious numbers shown. And 9 Pandas already thinking about this rotation. Gotta hold on to positioning. It is a 2v3 on either side of the map. Should Ecstatic choose to execute in its current position. Glowing looking towards long and could have the positioning, which is the killing blow. Takes his mark up early, and that will be all 3 dropping.
6 on the board for 9 Pandas. Yeah, again, as I said, some serious convincing to be done. At least their steps being taken in somewhat of a right direction. It's not all bad for them. But, of course, there's a lot more bad than good going on right now for them in this game. Need to see a lot more success come from them in the next coming moments. This one's against a 4-buy, so the impact and the stakes in this round are a lot higher than most. So Ecstatic will try and put 9 Pandas to the test and probably to bed in Overpass.
Patty's already crossed the angle again, wading through the fire and flames, trade coming through. 4 versus 4, nade cushioned by the door. anticipating perhaps a player the opposite way, as Patty should. They were the one going for the spams before, but they become the victim as a result. Decent flash through, Salazar setting up a frag on the site, but Klax remains staunch in positioning, knows all about Krag, and the pre-fire is quite frankly disgusting. Salazar 1v3, trying to claw this one back in the realms of reality. Picks up the first, knows about the second. Balance scoping in, HE deep player looking to get rooted out, but the sweep around the backside from Glowing might just be enough to take Salazar off their feet. Only accounting for short, not quite thinking this one through entirely just yet. Balance up the stairs and on a new angle, as will be Glowing as they make their reprisal through short. Salazar perhaps expectant, but on that kind of HP, not quite happening for them. An AK upgrade and a 7th now for 9 Pandas.
Very nicely done. Some of these kills as well, the impact that 9 Pandas are fighting. CT side feels a little bit more well-oiled than that of the T side. I say a little bit, a lot more well-oiled than the T side. Again, nice attempt from Salazar. 1v3 down to the 1v2. Adjustment just not quite there though. And yeah, that's that. 13-7. Ecstatic, yeah, okay. The lead right now looks pretty cushy, but you got to think, Harry, in the near future, how many of these rounds that they have in front of them are going to be ecos. And so, really, 9 Pandas have only got 3 impactful and important rounds between them and catching up.
It's exactly that. Right, you're on and you're off. Speaking of machinery, it feels like Ecstatic, as well as they had been doing before, now begin to cough up dust and show imperfections. Walking up, making their way towards a Glowing cut to the corner. Not on a fight immediately, but first couple shots ring out. The smoke is dropped preemptively yet again, so opportunity for scaling up behind it. Players already sat right in the mouth of toilets. Stack of CT players here, but still, you don't feel as if any round is a given between these two at this point in time.
Flash goes in. Tech9 quickly dismantled. Dilladez makes it 3. Really nice spray control is M4A4, good for you. Glowing collects the last couple, and the defense good for all 5. Very nicely done. A lot of people will think that's an easy lineup, but the transition in elevation, although not a lot, enough for him to be tested. Very, very nicely done. That's me there when I walk into a steakhouse, Harry.
Yeah, you said that one yesterday, but you know, after I made that joke, I realised that steakhouse probably isn't the best joke to make. I just didn't want to say burger twice.
Yeah, me when I walk into a McDonald's or like a burger.
Yeah, something like that, right? I mean, look, if any fast food chains do want to sponsor Pinnacle, I'm sure the email is somewhere in the lower third, so feel free to go for it. And look, if there's any form of affiliate percentage, sign up, you know, royalties that can head my way as a result, then look, I will not be turning an eye up at that one. Anyway, looking at the royalties that Ecstatic have to work with, I mean, look, they're eating good right now. Maybe feeling a little famished after the last couple of rounds, but full set of rifles and all the trimmings in the form of the AWP, definitely in with a shot here.
Salazar expecting some form of movement from short. Just waiting for something. I don't know what for here, Ecstatic. Molly starts to burn, push towards Monster. Been no opening kill. Blind. Odios doesn't find the kill. Balance pushed to his final breath, but somehow digs deep and pulls through, despite many holes put in his body. 4v5, Ecstatic now turn around, 13 seconds out. This is done, it's saved, it's over.
Yeah, they've got to pump the brakes. I mean, or you just run in, lose the guns, and I don't know. I respect this call from Ecstatic, a mature one. Ultimately, forced to, hands are tied in many regards, and they will be calling a timeout to try and rectify some of those problems, which are looking to be glaring. It really feels as if I'm watching the same half 2 times over.
Twice over, yes.
And both teams, really, on their T sides, have had the exact same issues.
No team can find any confidence. No team can close a round. It's 13-9. Nodio 7-16. Now, I was highlighting Idis Balance's game, but at least he's caught up to the second worst stat line in the server. In fact, Idis Balance is ahead of him in terms of KD ratio. 4-man boost. Will this one be a little more successful? No, it won't. It's damage, but no frag. Idis Balance. Yet again, I feel like you should buy a lottery ticket at this rate, because that is incredibly close to an opening frag, but Orp can't quite collect the kill. That is cool.
Look at the utility on the Ecstatic side as well. Nothing to throw over the railing there to, you know, finish the job. It is another failed assassination attempt. And bomb drops deep, slow defaulty round, same as usual. Will there be any difference? The gun barrel may be spotted the least amount of pixels possible. I think the tuck might just be good enough. Glowing finds one from the toilets, and it's a messy one, to say the least. Kills picked up. 9 Pandas, again, advantage. Foot spotted, poking around the corner. That is all that's required. Salazar on the AWP. It's another save coming through. And, I mean, what can you do right now? Really, if you're Ecstatic. As I said before, both teams doing their best cosplay of one another. Just so intimidated by the prospect of a CT side.
To think this round started with Salazar finding the tag, didn't even get away with his AWP. But I was going to say, to think that this starts with Salazar getting the opening kill.
Or damage, at least, right?
Oh, sorry, damage, I was going to say. Yeah, near the opening kill. Very disappointing for them.
I feel like you just run it down at that point. I mean, look, I guess, you know, typically that's not the standard call that you make, but it does feel like this game could do with an injection of pace for Ecstatic. You take a big tag like that, why not just run it straight into B? You know what I mean? I'm really not too sure.
It is true. I feel like there probably should have just been some movement towards the site, knowing that one of these players is going to be low. Instead, they get caught out. Glowing finds the opening kill. So second best in the first frag department. Kragan, I want to say, given a good opportunity because he was the man that's caught the AWP by surprise, but still gets bested. Queenix, Nurios, Patsy. Patsy? That's the CIS player. Shot from Queenix. Bottom drop though. It commits to try to pick up the gun, and ultimately that's going to then be them dropping the ball. Round should go the way of 9 Pandas. 11 for the CT side. I am so worried right now.
Just about to say, the bomb even tumbled to the bottom of the stairs. But, I mean, ultimately, that makes absolutely no difference on how this round is going to pan out, because there are no players left to make their descent and pick it up. Instead, the one sinking deeper and deeper is Ecstatic. Still, I mean, technically, they're headed above the waterline, but how many more breaths can you get in before you drown under the weight of it all? Because you don't have too many more concrete chances at it. this would be the last gun round before we find ourselves level, most likely. What can they offer that's a little bit different? Right now it just feels like bashing your head against the wall. Rinse and repeat, same round, another default.
How well is this one going to work, though?
A lot more presence on the A play, that's for certain.
Half's anything to go by. It has been very disappointing so far. At least we have ourselves a solid investment made. Queenix should have picked up on the information that Klax was pushing towards short.
There are 4 CT players on B. One of them now will be rotating in the form of Seized, but up until that point, the setup looking decent from a static, sort of hindsight playing a huge factor. No flash on the angle, Salazar finds the first.
Flash goes out, Seized. Tucks his head down just to make sure. Off, takes to take the peek, and well, at least there's a trade, but 5v5 to 4v4. Idis balance has been looked over here. The orb can get cleared. Nate towards the front. Yeah, it might do something of significance, but we've got to be focusing on what's behind. Never mind that. With what's in front of them. Klax, he'll find one. Idis balance 1v2, and Nodios, he's out on B. Nowhere to be seen. This round's done. It's over. No chance for the orb to get bested. Ecstatic fumble again.
Footsteps halted from Nodios. Realise that they were too late for the train leaving the station. And again, this one hitting the buffers. You're ultimately looking at a level scoreline here at 13 apiece. Should everything go 9 Pandas' way. I mean, what a turnaround. As I said before, you felt as if the first half advantage would be more than enough for Ecstatic to take this one home. But it's really been anything but in the second half. Even the setup for them there looked good. You had a lot of A pressure. Idis balance overlooked. Ultimately, the one that closes the round in proxy. 9 Pandas getting aggressive here. And, you know, why not?
Yeah, this is no longer about, like, trying to get the momentum back. This is about showing as much dominance as possible. I don't want Ecstatic to feel an ounce of respect. I think it's worked pretty damn well, to be honest with you. 5 against 3. Kragan starting to peek into the AK. Gets bested by the M4. Free upgrade from C's. Tech 9. Yeah, unlucky. A team kill, but, you know, with the flashbang in the mixer, it does get quite confusing. Queenix, last man left against 4. Molotov at his feet, forcing him to swing. Eagle finds one, and no more than one, because he is missing absolutely everything. Idis balance will close the show with his Tech 9, and that will be 13-13. This has been 11 straight rounds, if I'm not mistaken, here for 9 Pandas.
Yep. And not only that, I said we're expecting the scoreline to draw level. Ecstatic actually made purchases into that round, so they're not even going to have a full investment here on the level score. So as you see it, everything primed for the... oh, actually, no, they do. They've literally just gone into the attack timeout. That's entirely my bad. But, yeah, I mean, most important part is these teams now on even footing. And really, Ecstatic have lost their balance. So, I don't know. I really don't know. Just at what point do you realise that things aren't working and you need to try something different? Because all of these rounds look so similar in terms of the way that they've tried to play it. It's not exactly been fine margins, or that 9 Pandas have any kind of ridiculous read. There have been rotations and reactions to match, but nothing too far out of the ordinary. Nice position from Glowing. Bit of a one-off, but can certainly get away with it. We haven't seen too much CT aggression towards Party so far in the game.
Oh, man. They're not clearing it. They're not clearing it.
He's going to wrap behind and have at least 3 players here if he wants it. First would be Nodios, plays the discipline just outside of the vision cone. 2 already picked up, make it a 3rd on the USP. finally Salazar can get rid of him.
Unreal.
But the tumour growing within the bowels of Ecstatic has already done the damage.
That is disgusting. So filthy.
So
You even
one
said
and
it,
done.
like he's gonna be good for a few from that spot if they don't clear him. It's exactly what happened. Salazar fights back, only for one with the AWP, needed to hit Seized as well. But unfortunately, the AWP shot misses. Patty goes swinging, hoping for a trade, but Seized from long distance, able to gun him down with his A1S. 14-13, 9 Pandas are in front.
It's such a weird round. I mean, like I said, 9 Pandas have not really shown too much towards this area of the map before. But if Ecstatic are going off their previous protocols, you should still be clearing that spot. Makes it work. I doubt we see it repeated. Absolutely no reason for that to be the case.
Oh my days.
Was just wondering if there was some kind of strange tech going on there. No. The
Snoop
pin
Dogg's
has
been in
been
sport.
pulled early.
Yeah.
And yeah. Not what you wanted to see. There are no buffs for inhaling that smoke. Zar yet to be added to the game.
Oh. You know, quite close to that though, the temple on Anubis is called the Temple of Ra, so...
Yeah. Temple of Zar.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't see that changing anytime soon, nor do I the scoreline. HE finds the kill to Kragan, Seized here as well. I mean, it's done. Sign it off. Cross the T's and dot the I's. 15 for 9 Pandas. I cannot believe that I'm still sat here casting this one, to be honest. Was expecting us to be in a map 2 by now with Ecstatic a map up, but they have dropped the ball massively here. And coming into their opponent's pick, it could be an entirely different story. 9 Pandas slow to wake up, but once that beast is up and kicking, there is Bamboo on the floor.
Yeah. What a delivery. What a turnaround for 9 Pandas.
No way.
15-13, 4 more kills, glowing. Didn't even throw any utility, right? Didn't even get set up for that engagement. He just runs at Queenix, shoots him in the face and runs away. Thank you very much. Flashbang, good for Monster. Great, in fact, for Nodios. 2 quick kills means the B-side defense weakened. Ecstatic will push with numbers. Problem is, no one's cleared short. No one's even holding short. Bomb plant, if Salazar gets caught out here from Seized, it will be disappointing, but Patty knows what's going on. And maybe, just maybe, Harry, it's taken them 28 rounds to realise how to shoot back on the T side. And now that they've found it in round 29, 9 Pandas put on the chopping block, full 30 will be required.
I mean, any other scenario you'd be saving here, but the bank has hit 5 digits for 9 Pandas, so they'll give it their best efforts. Patty's still holding on firm. The only real thing that will be their undoing here is the time left on the clock. Patty shows them away at the door. 3 for them and 30 rounds of Counter-Strike on the cards. We come into the final before OT looms. And Ecstatic have left it to the 11th hour to get something done. Unsurprising, ultimately, that the one that actually pans out for them is just a tempo shift. Something with a bit more velocity. Just hitting the site. They should have had the confidence from that CT side to go for a round or 2 like this, but it's been more of the same. Finally, it sets in, and here we have it.
Is all of this going to result in OT? Jump spot!
Wow.
That is an unbelievable adjustment from Salazar. Talk about importance and impact. That might just be the kill, Harry.
What a shot. Clipping through the edge of the wall, and they're going for a counter boost of their own to try and find something a little more. Player and barrels could get caught out. 2 of them, in fact, both Clax and Idis balance. Damage dealt, followed up by HE's in number. Nobody crushing the threshold just yet. Minute left on the clock, but Ecstatic are certainly preparing for it. Troubled waters for them before. Can the storm be weathered? Idis balance looking to put some holes in the ship, but nothing sinking right now. Glowing has a flank.
Yes,
Found
could be
3
big.
from a backstab before. And the blade glows in the night. First to Salazar, head spotted, taken clean off. Nordios hits the deck. It's a 1 versus 2, and everything now on Kragan. It's been pretty clutch from these positions before, but you're asking a hell of a lot to close, and it will not happen. 9 Pandas, they find 16 right at the death.
Harry, I've got to say that is an impressive comeback for 9 Pandas, but how do you not let that rattle if you're on the ecstatic side? Because that is an embarrassing turn for the worst. 13-3 was the scoreline after the pistol. They were 3 rounds away from closing out Overpass, and the game ends 16-14. 1 round on the entirety of that T-side post pistol. 9 Pandas take their pick of Overpass. And I hope for ecstatic's sake that they're going to be thinking quite wisely about their next move heading into this break and what they're going to be doing with the time that they get between maps. Because if I'm honest, if it's not spent right, this is going to affect their mental massively. And to be honest, that's opened the whole can of worms that maybe this goes 2-0, but for the Russian side.
Yeah, it really felt like we were just sat here pleading for some kind of an aggressive push, something, you know, a bit of variation. It's the spice of life after all, and that was some of the blandest T-side Counter-Strike that I think I've seen on Overpass so far. Really needing something to just turn up the heat a little bit. Finally, we get it in the last 2 rounds. It nets them a round win and a post plant. Not too sure what the read was, of course, you know, being from our perspective, we see absolutely everything that goes on in the server. Not too sure whether it was, you know, a lack of information, not quite reading between the lines, but at the same time, you can't exactly say they didn't have the rounds to play with. I can't remember what exactly the biggest margin of, you know, round differential was, but like you say, it was, you know, about 10 or 11, something along those lines, right? Double digits in terms of the advantages that they held on to, which were ultimately thrown away. So, 9 Pandas taking it 16-14. We said this invites the possibility that they can, you know, take it on Ancient and actually wrap this one up a lot quicker. Not the best of maps for them, but still fighting chance.
Yeah, it was 13-3, Harry. That's where we stood out on Overpass, right? 13-3. Crazy comebacks. Not many times that's happened before. I was going to quickly bring up the stats, right? The chance of you winning from a 13-3 position, right? Out of the 865 times we've been there, 95% of the games are converted. So, yeah, definitely went against the odds, but you can't deny that 9 Pandas with a astounding CT side. Question is, will they be able to double up? It's the pick of Ecstatic up next. It's Ancient and a sprint for 16, hoping that the Danes can push us to Anubis. The question is, will they? We'll find out after this.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Harry, it is a pretty astounding turn of events here in map 1. You know, the Ecstatic boys hoping that they could have closed that one out with ease, and I feel like for them, half-time whistle, you win the pistol, you just kick back, feet up, you know, life's good, you live in the high road. Given probably the biggest reality check of the lot after going 13-3 up, they lose the game 16-14, and now they are at risk of being dropped to that one-on-one stage because they have just fumbled their probably best chance to close this game out 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we always take a look at the veto, we try and paint the picture. How exactly is this one going to go? You have your roadmap, and that should have been a given for 9 Pandas. I think not necessarily a given, right, heading into it, but the fact that Static get up a good lead, yeah, it's great. They should really be closing it out. Then we're looking towards their own pick, of course, and things being a whole lot different. Now, though, I don't want to fall into the cliche if we have a game on our hands. This one actually could very easily go 2-0 for 9 Pandas at this point in time. It really depends how Ecstatic get into this one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One team does it, now it's your turn. What can they offer? There was a couple rounds towards the end of the game to show that they're not completely without a pulse.
Donut push. Minus balance. Okay, does get away with a couple. Queenix and Nodios return the favour, so the numbers left level after the engagement in on Donut. There's a big flank coming out right now from C's. Glowing throws his flashbang for him and Dilladez to try and take the 3 sets of eyeballs away from what's happening behind them. Nice shot from Dilladez to find the first. Salazar, his P250 has been unbelievable this series so far. Cut short by Glowing's USP, and that leaves Nodios 1 versus 2. Plotting for Donut, but he tucks in towards Spawn. Don't think this is going to be the biggest and easiest read for 9 Pandas because you're never really expecting the player to be sat here. And as you can see, they go charging like where he should be. Now they know where he is, though. This defuse can get stuck. Seized has got the Julies. I'm trusting Seized every step of the way here to find this kill. Glowing into the 10-second hold. He doesn't get the kill. That is worrying. How the hell is Seized going down there? Insta-headshot. Nodios closes out with a 1v2. 3k for him. And Ecstatic with the pistol.
Yeah, put your money on the wrong horse there. Seized. I don't know, man. Not working out for him. And both picked up. There we have it. An empty A site. And a round picked up by Ecstatic. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Only the pistol after all, and you have to remember how things came crashing on down for them in the previous map. But definitely a good way to get started. And remove too much doubt for the minds of those players.
Fatigue spam attempted. I like it when players get cheeky with it, you know, they try and do something funky, a little bit off course.
Yeah. A little bit of creativity, always nice.
Exactly.
Players having their imprint. There's walking around with a smoke in his hand. Not going to be dealing any damage. Takes a little bit himself on the CZ. Flash to the angle, trying to set up Nodios for a peek. Players just grouped and waiting, but hey look, maybe he doesn't need to see him. Just has a feeling, something in the jimmies, and there you go. Finds the shots necessary. Kragan in an advanced position in the red room. Should be picking up clacks as they try and cross the gap. Or maybe just a pixel angle to set up a lurk or something. Too short, doesn't actually have the information, and they've moved up close. Back turned on a number of occasions, footsteps may be heard. In fact, Static are going to use this to their advantage and try and take the A space from it, but you're walking straight into a scout. Deal out any more damage here, and it's worrying on the way back through. Couple players in the red zone. Irish balance still not removed from position.
No.
Picks up another one. The wheels coming off yet again, perhaps, for a Static. Head shown. Nothing going to be taken. Goes the opposite way instead. Seized. Probably a little too far stretched for this one to happen. But has at least picked off another rifle.
Yeah, look, at least they're making this round somewhat of an expense here for Ecstatic. Nodios and Kragan sit just above 100 health between them, so probably the most winnable situation I think I've seen in a little while for a clutch of this magnitude, but Seized recognising it's probably best to get out with the gun. You know, he can play with the armour and the 5.7, the scout back to Crossfire, this balance wants it. If they can repeat this success, then yeah, absolutely. I think they'll be very, very happy with that result. Nicely done. Look at that spray from Nodios though, man. That is disgusting.
3 decent shots out of Alice Balance as well. I mean, Scout, I don't know, man. It's always just so nasty to be dealing, you know, a very dangerous, not, you know, fatal amount of damage, but
yeah,
one which is always going to leave some form of a threat. It's the only thing that they have going for them here, really. Static, another slow round. Utility towards B. Trying to remove a player from pillar. There's nobody there this time, and Nodius doesn't fancy the spam either. It's Patty creeping forwards with the Mac. Trying to make their way out onto the site. First spotted, Idis Balance there. Those are the tags I'm talking about. 90 damage already offloaded, and there is a boost. Even prepared for Dildas to take contact when the time is right.
Nicely done. Kragan with a couple, Salazar a third. 2 against 4. Yet again, it feels pretty done. 9 Pandas probably want to move away. Giving any more money up here to the to the T side, I should say. CTs in this round didn't have much to offer anyway. It's the next that we're most focused on. 3-0. It's a good start from Ecstatic. But I feel like from what we said in the first map, Harry, there is absolutely everything to learn by that. A 3-0 lead means nothing in this game.
Yeah. You got to keep your wits about you in the server and on the casting desk. Never want to jump the gun. There are a couple of them for 9 Pandas to assist with into what will be the first full gun round. D for Clax. Should be expecting rifles. These are just sidearms. But a Static right now. It's looking effortless, really. Every fight taken, 1 out. Sparing Dillides, getting something done from the angle. Here we have it. Look at that smoke, strafing all the way. Lands in towards Donut. There is a lot of mid presence here from 9 Pandas. but nothing towards the site itself. And I start to wonder whether Ecstatic want to do a little bit of limit testing here. See if they can take some extra room towards Temple, towards CT spawn. It's looking to come in the form of Kragan, who's already playing behind the Incendiary. And the counter on the bomb starting to get eaten into here already.
I don't know how long this is taking, to be honest with you, Harry. I would like to have seen this one a little sooner. Nice from Queenix. Very good from Queenix, in fact. 2 for 2. Already feel like the time is being wasted here. Seized the only man with a kit, so he's going to have to get on that bomb quite quickly. Nobody goes one and jump on in. Does get the kill, and now it's just down to one right balance in his orb left to save, and even then, it will be unsuccessful. 4-0, Ecstatic, confident on Ancient. 2 players died to the bomb. That's the least of their worries.
Plenty of dollars to keep the ball rolling here. Doesn't matter if the C4 will be bringing a few of them down with it. The objective was played after all, and the detonation will be a pleasant one. Actually, in fact, you know, giving them a little bit more cash than they would have had had it been an elimination round in full.
Playing catch with a volley. 2 of them towards pocket. Not much found. It's pretty easy stuff. 9 Pandas being on pistols here, I think means Ecstatic should have a free token to a 5th.
Should they choose to cash it in, that is.
Very true.
I'm playing this one up as if it should be anything different, but Seized has picked up an AK. Finally, this will give Ecstatic the impetus to get going. But maybe it was quite rightly. Kragan steps into the temple yet again. Could it spell out doom? It will, in fact. Okay. Things not going their way on this round. AKs, the pair of them, exchange glances across the ways. Patty in position, Klax trades it out, and the final player has been spotted early this time in the 1v2. There is, yeah, no kit on the players, so
correct.
They gotta speed this up a little bit, and Klax will get to work. But the smoke is so deep that the spam is inaccurate from Salazar. Sees finds it, and there we go. They stepped up to the arcade, they had a whole boatload of tickets, but they haven't even walked away with a lollipop, yet alone a round.
That is a big win for 9 Pandas. I was thinking about the momentum's sake. You know, someone's got to do something. That is a sick adjustment from Salazar. But, yeah, stopping that early. Putting things under control. Nice spam from C's through the smoke. 2 AKs. 4-1, and Ecstatic, I mean, look, they have enough for a buy here. There is a Galil in this investment, but they have no dollars behind them here, Harry. 4 rounds of success means only 1 more investment after the loss, and that's it. They're going to be put back onto those pistols, and Kragan don't quite know what the game plan was there. Just solo pushing through the mid-smoke. Probably the easiest kill Glowing will see today.
It's a test of character this round, I think, as well. Starts to bring us the question, are Ecstatic a team that can bounce back from defeat when things hit the fan? Couple players in the cave. Just waiting the opposite way. Molly coming through, but might not be ideal for them here. I'm not sure if Diladez will go clear. They thought about it, but second-guessed themselves. And that'll be exactly what is the undoing. Spelt out in front of them, and a 5 versus 2 for 9 Pandas.
Nicely done, 1-for-1 trade. Last man spotted. And well, it's a game of ring around the roses. Salazar stuck between a rock and a hard place, though. They knew exactly where he was coming from and where he'll be heading to, and that's dug 6 feet under. Outside cave. Second on the board for 9 Pandas. And as I said, you know, after 4 rounds of pretty decent success from Ecstatic, all unwoven with a couple of losses, and a pretty bad mischeck there from Ecstatic has just cost them this round.
Yeah. Didn't feel like we saw the most of the buddy system on this round. I mean, even earlier on there, Kragan out in mid, there was a flash for him, but wasn't able to fully capitalize on a blind Klax to net them the opener. Now we see the first of the tactical timeouts come out. They do still have the lead, but the investment will not be there to match. So expectancy is that we're only one away by the time both of these teams have their preferred choice of weaponry. Nine Pandas, of course, making things work on the eco. Haven't seen too many of those so far in this series. Ecstatic, they got off to the start that they would have wanted, right? 4 rounds uncontested, but again, it just feels like when we turn up the heat a notch, they do start sweating, and we'll have to see how this is going to work. I mean, that's not even entirely true, because, I mean, think about it. There was no pressure on your back whatsoever in that second half of Overpass. False sense of security, perhaps, seized with the MP9. Another kill from this position. Down the ramp, and the double doors under his watchful eye.
Should be a pretty swift conversion here. I think for Nine Pandas, the most important thing is keeping everyone alive. Are they going to go for the boost? I just balance should have the reactions for it. Yes, indeed, the double scope as well to make sure his crosshair placed as the players funnel out of A main. 4 kills for them. Did say that they have to do it with success and with confidence. If they can keep all 5 alive, which they do, that is a massive boost to what has been a pretty underdeveloped economy. Nine Pandas now within earshot of that ecstatic lead. It is 4-3 and some pretty nifty defending here towards the A site here, Harry. Only 2 players, but sort of the exchange between the position of power, you know, allowing the AWP to take the first contact, AK swings, tucks back in, allows the big green to find another. Just very well thought out, very nice for Nine Pandas, distributing the workload evenly, and heading into round number 8. Could be a test towards the middle, nade and a volley. Smoke puts the stress, flat looking over the top. No one to spot him though, and eventually Kragan Spam catches him. Patty finds glowing as well, the mid push denied entirely.
But not in full effect just yet. Dilladez still in place, stopping anyone that looks to try and take his spot on the top step. But quite a lot of A control. Something that we do have to note, though, is eye disbalance here on the AWP. Salazar has the bomb and is segregated from the rest of his team. The next nearest players are coming through. Donut, seized yet to be spotted, playing behind the box. Needs to just bide his time. Problem is, by being tucked away, doesn't have much information, so he's really playing a guessing game. Finds the first, surely not the second. Patty refrags. 2 versus 2, but still a lack of control and nothing to punch the digits into either.
Yeah, they need to go fetch the C4 back. And its own is a pretty tough task. You can see Dilladez not exactly committing with his teammate, and I like this, by the way. So his job is basically to lock down eye disbalance's backside. Smoke deployed, nade as well. Eye disbalance flashed off. Did they pick up the bomb? Yes. Very, very safe retrieval for Ecstatic. Felt like a bit of a heist there, like we're playing like Payday, effectively.
Yeah.
But they will move back in towards B. Should have the jump here on site. I mean, Patty goes clear in these angles. He should understand that both players will be rotating. Though. Flashbang into the mouth of Cave. Doesn't expect it. Nodios sees his teammate get dropped. Tap of the bomb, not the stick, and Dilladez has them both. What a 3K from him. A brilliant hold, and I feel like Ecstatic too cautious in clearing the wrong things. They should have been focused on sight rather than the progression to it. I think those valuable seconds wasted and given enough time for Dilladez to pull back in.
It's that 1 kill from eye disbalance as well. Such an oversight to keep the bomb by itself in that position. Trying to creep up through A main. And yeah, I mean, like as well, like you put it, Dilladez, brilliant round from them. It's a good read too to go for that early rotation and have him in play. 2 HEs coming to flush out the position of the AWP, so you know that both of them were there in effect, and you'll hear the footsteps move away as well. Possibility for a wrap back around Donut, but this time just the pistols. Top mid, fights taken. Kragan winning out there one. Put some weaponry in the hands. They're still holding firm onto this AK though. While Ecstatic can nestle themselves in CT spawn, unfortunately that's where they will be put to rest. Easy pickings for the Nine Pandas side, and only Patty will be remaining on the tech to inspire anything, but I think we can write this one off.
Yeah, I mean, unless if this guy can make it like the most powerful gun in the game, I think he will fall short of the mark, and that'll be exactly that, right? Siege just sees him around the edge of the smoke, and a quick few bullets to the chest will be enough to take down the pistol. 5-4, Nine Pandas in front. And, you know, considering they were always fighting a losing battle out on Overpass until the final whistle, Harry, if they could push themselves with an early lead, Ecstatic might find themselves mentally in a very similar place to Overpass, where we're just losing grip of the game. That is something that they really desperately cannot afford to have happen, because Nine Pandas, we know what they're like with momentum. We saw it out on Overpass. You can't afford to give it them again here on Ancient. Yeah, definitely cast a bit of doubt the beginning of that first map, but you have to remember, every single one of these players on the Nine Pandas side playing above their 3-month average, and Seized on a 1.57 rating as per HLTV, one of the top performers so far in this Pinnacle Cup. Spam going through. Neither player really catching too much of it. Finally a headshot lands. It's Dilladez on the receiving end. But yeah, it was 4 rounds in a row to kick this one off from Ecstatic. So the fact that Nine Pandas have found 5 of their own, worrying, and some proactivity in the mid-round here, looks pretty damn good for them. Look who it is as well. It's Patty up on Catwalk with the bomb by themselves. They realise, okay, I could find myself in hot water here. Let's actually head towards the site with the rest of my team. Oh, missed shots though from the AK of Dilladez means they have forfeited some space and a lot more of it. Nodio's 4 points of health, but he's still walking. So that man advantage voided. Flash goes over the top. Sees, tucks in towards short so he doesn't get blinded by it. And it could be a bit of an overextension because nobody expects him to be so close. Does get one back. Patty one for his troubles. Still the low HP player on Ecstatic right now. So we need the other AKs to step up. And it's in Patty's hands as he finds himself another. Smoke starts to fade. And the AWP collects duties towards long. Seized has got that one covered. And now into the 2v2, peek on in, Queenix finds one, eye disbalance, comfortable with the AWP, switches to the Deagle, but Queenix, his AK will always best the pistol, picks up an AWP, and we're all tied up once more. Yeah. This one was played almost vicariously through the alleyway there. Short, long, timing's taken both ways. Seas finds this pick, but Queenix immediately follows it up. Eye disbalance trying to get one back. Pinstripe the kill feed in the Pinnacle Cup, and we are 5-5. Second timeout coming through from Ecstatic as they put themselves on the board yet again, and we've reached equilibrium. Which of the two teams will have the initiative to find an advantage here? I don't, massively hate what Nine Pandas were trying to do on that round. I think, the mid play was good. They found a kill. Followed it up on the flank, but, Ecstatic were just a little too aware of what was going on, really. And it's another round between these two teams that we've seen so far in the series, which, on a dime, could flip either way. The needle just about moving in Ecstatic's favour on this occasion. Wow. Flash into middle, fight being taken, it's from 2 angles. Kragan, not enough hands to cover them both off, so there is a trade, 4v4. Smoke launched over the top of A, that's going to be a donut smoke from my guess. Eye disbalance. Never mind, it's a temple smoke, got to be careful. Nodios with one, yet again, met with an equal trade. 3v3 in terms of numbers. Eye disbalance. Top doesn't see anything, spots the legs of Queenix, but the AWP not with enough reactions. Clax drops the bomb carrier. Next man on the block seems to be the AWP of Salazar. Seems confident in throwing out a flashbang and trying to slow down the progress made by the T side. His teammate Seized in all of this, checking towards middle, nobody home. Wants to be played towards A, and unfortunately Seized just going to walk into the AWP. Spotted the second man as well. Salazar should have this one covered. And man, does he look good doing it. 6-5, Ecstatic yet again in front. Yeah, nicely done from them here. Nine Pandas getting some decent kills out of mid, but ultimately it is the bootstrap of Queenix that crosses the jaw of Eye Disbalance AWP there. And finds such a pivotal kill in cracking open the A site.
the first of the hurdles, the biggest one to jump and scale. But there is a pole to vault it. And here we go, Ecstatic just running it down. We've not seen this from them too often so far. It's an XM that falls to the hands of Kragan as they discard the MAC-10, but it matters not. Kills picked up inside the site, bringing us into a swift post-plant.
Yeah, I think for 9 Pandas as well, you've got to swallow your pride and just take this one as a save. So many times you think, oh, 3v5, let's have a poke. And even if Dillides, yes, gets that kill, I think you've got to realise your 3 M4s here were so much more than an attempt at a retake. Just going to let this one tick down. About 15 seconds left on the bomb. Not that it matters, because it's just going to be dead silent across the board. Don't expect the T side to go hunting for frags, nor do I expect the CT side to try and engage in any more fights. This one should just be over. Bomb will go off, and that'll be that. Pandas will allow Ecstatic get a 2-round buffer.
Yeah, Salazar. This is towards the end of the last round. But this time, yeah, really, really nice pace change from Ecstatic. Just showing us that they can offer something a little bit different out the locker. That the game plan isn't as one-dimensional as it has appeared on previous T rounds. Ancient doing a much better job for them so far. 3 of the rifles kept, including the AWP for 9 Pandas, is from which they will be looking to work here. First jump spot. Scope seen the opposite way, a glint from T-Ramp, and I do not think that Dillides wants to peek that again. Unfortunately, their own ace on the AWP cannot pick up anything this time. Cave control conceded, but Dillides finding one back to place a stamp of authority under B.
Just literally over the top of Glowing's head,
wow.
and that cost Queenix's life.
What's
And
the
worrying,
pistol?
not even just one, but a second frag as well. Nodios takes him down, but there is a man advantage that falls in favour for the CT side. Smoke goes out. Clack seems to have a rough idea.
Unreal.
He knows exactly what he's doing as he goes pushing through the smoke. 1 against 3. Kragan's caught the bomb, but I don't think he'll be able to catch a round here. This should just be all said and done. What a brilliant turn of events. A 5.7, Harry, a $500 pistol has just caused nearly $10,000 in damage.
Fortunately for Ecstatic, they do have insurance, so it will be covered to an extent. And you know what? Kragan may just be the policy they require here. That molly will kill. If the AK doesn't, manages to find the pickup. Knows about the next, but 5 points of health. Has to plant on the opposite side of the pillar as not to fall immediately, but will end up doing so either way. Weaponry kept, and, you know, with what they came into that one on, 9 Pandas did a fantastic job to draw it over the line. I think more than anything, that just illustrates a team which is happy to take the calculated risks when they should do.
Yeah.
You know, like the 5-7 getting good work. I mean, lucky in some ways, but, you know, presented the opportunity when the smoke dissipates, finds Queenix, Salazar with a missed shot. Equal footing, in fact, Glowing favoured there before the Glock can draw arms. And even that one that you see as well from Clax, really smart to just peek out the smoke. You know that Nodius will not be accounting for a player up as close as that. And we are back within 1 round. Technical pause as always. It's a classic. Couple troubleshooting issues in the early morning. Time maybe to wake up and smell the coffee.
I can tell you exactly why this technical pause is going on. It was Ecstatic that called for it. Apparently there's a nosebleed.
Oh, okay.
I've been there before. I suffer from hay fever. Summer months. Like, it's quite hard to, like, discreetly do, but, you know, sometimes it just does happen on broadcast.
Close the windows.
Yeah, I wish it was just as easy as that, to be honest.
Cyberbullying isn't real. Just turn off the PC.
Yeah, exactly. No,
kind of vibes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it happens. I've been there before, like mid-game, and it just starts happening, and you're like, well...
I mean,
a bit of an uncomfort,
with the magic that we've seen happen, and that first map turnaround, maybe we've got a little bit of superpowers here. I know there's a few different characters that bleed from the nose when they're using mind control or whatever it is. 11 Stranger Things, I'm thinking. Dunno.
You're saying that they're like...
If you had a superpower,
evolving.
Ryan, what would it be?
I think mine would be is knowing when people lie, or like
Really?
mind reading and flying is just like the easy one, right?
You know
but, like,
what?
But like I think personally, like, if you want to get tactical with it, I'd love to know when people lie because A, you'll always know the truth from people, right? So like no one could ever be like, oh yeah, like by the way, this is happening. You're like, well actually no, it's not because I know it's not. And then if you wanted to make money, you'd just like you'd play poker, right? Because then you just know what cards people have. So like realistically, you can benefit personally and sort of from wealth and health, I guess. You know?
Yeah. I mean, for everyone watching in Twitch chat, drop your answers down below as to what your superpower would be as well. But I must say, no surprises that, of course, we've seen you at the poker table with the use of mind reading. I find it interesting you say that as well because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel like you see too many people say that they want to read other people's mind. It's either, you know, the extrovert, I want to fly, be up in the air, etc., or the introvert, I want to be invisible. And you know, get up to no good, maybe rob a bank, something like that, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, financial gain on the cards for both of these teams. Knife's edge in terms of economy. You win this one, and you are set up to get an 8 on the half. An advantage for either of these teams hangs in the balance.
Definitely. Our 14th round of Ancient played. Wondering if this is going to be a winner here for Nine Pandas. Can they get ahead of the curve heading into the second half? A very competitive map here, I must admit.
I'm liking this smoke double doors as well because it's just selling the illusion that Nine Pandas are aggressive. We've seen seized up close with the, you know, MP9 a few times. But all of this is allowing them to just have a heavier chokehold on mid. Seeing both Dilladez on the angle, spraying through and finding 3. But also glowing, hanging around towards the red room, will now finally show himself. Kraken finding 1, but immediately refragged. And that is the round over, 7-7. Nine Pandas looking to take the lead in this final round of the half.
That is pretty fantastic stuff. 7-all, and as you say, I feel like the straw that breaks the camel's back. At least it happens very late here for Ecstatic, so not like they're going to be conceding the world. Yes, that is a bit of a sting to an Ecstatic T side. And you've got to understand, right, this is the Ecstatic selection, so we're expecting some level of quality from them. 8 rounds to, or 7 or 8 rounds on the T side. Either way, I feel like you can respect it in some senses because a close half of CS on Ancient is quite common. Nine Pandas, if they can push themselves 1 round to the good, it means the pistol may be a little less impactful for them. However, you've got to understand right now at least, you know, if they can double barrel, win round 15 and then go on to their T side and win that round as well, they're going to be in a pretty comfy spot to try and set themselves up for a 2-0.
Yeah, this map, only 38% win for Nine Pandas of the 8 times that they've played it. But in with a shout here, more than a shout in fact, especially when the shots are landing as they are. Only a 1-for-1 for the time being, but you know, still not removed yet Clax from the equation. And Salazar does some addition of their own. Doubles up. And this one now looms under threat. Clax in a 1 versus 3. Needing to find the ace to win this round. Salazar first contact, donut spotted, Jiggle Peak turns away from it, first tap on the bomb, spam coming through, and it'll finish the job. Ecstatic, well, they may have not found the round which you expected to tip the balance. They will do it just about, in fact. 8-7 on the half. These teams somewhat inseparable after the first encounter of play.
That is pretty sick for Ecstatic to win because with the lesser weapons they come out on top. And as I say, you know, as much as I was bigging up Nine Pandas and I was saying for comfort reasons, you know, winning the pistol puts them ahead of the curve. it's the exact same situation on the flip side of things here, as Ecstatic now find themselves on the CT side. If they can win this, 9 Pandas, you know, we're looking at maybe a 10-7 scoreline before they get the rifles back out. A 3-round buffer this late in the game, and as a map as important as this for Ecstatic, yeah, they're going to be very, very happy with this.
Yeah, just kick the pistol off. Static in through mid, and it's all in. 4 players here, and you've got Patty deeper on the B site to pick up the pieces. Called into action towards A instead. Few players floating through the donut.
Wow, I love this.
9 Pandas still with numbers on the opposite end. It's a 2v1 by this point in time. I think they're going to slow down on the bomb plant at least. Ecstatic, I'm not sure if they were looking for a flank. They're recommitting towards the B play. Flowing in the cave, should have the jump on Kragan, but instead drops. Another kill for the CT side. You've got Seized in Temple by himself trying to creep forward. This is such a weird round.
I don't know what's going on.
It feels like I'm watching Agario with the dots on the map. They're just sort of floating around and eating each other up. Irish Balance going to get another one. Still a 2 versus 3. Oh, Tabs are clean, and it's a 1v1 that he can win. 8-8. Ryan, please, try and explain that one.
If I'm honest, right, I'm just going to watch this round back. Look at this. So they're trying to pull strings. Early kill towards B. Notice how these donut players want to fight towards cave. They kill glowing. It creates so much space towards A. Retake inbound. Sure, they have a kid, but the fact that they don't play with the time, that's the one thing Ecstatic have plenty of. And as you can see, sort of the kills trickle back in. And, you know, when it's CT sides that have the pressure in retaking and then have the added pressure of having to defuse with a numbers advantage, I don't know, maybe it just bests them. Either way, they walk into a brick wall, 8-all the scoreline, and the loss in round 15, I feel like more than made up for.
Yeah, not fully clearing the A play either. Maybe overcooking the rotation slightly, but focus on it all you want. We're into an equally important round. 4 Spy coming through as the scoreline now finds deadlock yet again. Seized. Making a couple inquiries through the back door. Wrapping away with a fist clenched, and it comes in the form of a Mac-10. Salazar, you're right, mate. Just going to walk past. In arms, Nodius has spotted him, and he's not even going to walk away with a single kill. What a way to start this one off. Minute left, and 9 Pandas only just starting to creep towards a heavily guarded A site.
Oh, dude, that is a massive blunder from C's. He just had to hold mouse 1. A freebie. The scout voided. Eagle of Nodios finds a second. Oh, Nodios turns right back around to find eye disbalance. And 9 Pandas, despite a very impressive pistol round win, will find nothing in this round as Nodios makes it 4 with his Deagle. Might just be able to find the ace, knows where the Galil is of Klax. And while he pushes through towards Red Room, Kragan buys time to try and help his teammate out. Nodios seems a little disinterested in trying to find the ace instead for a round win. And they do indeed deliver. Brilliant stuff. Salazar closes, and that is a... To be honest, that is a...
Calamity Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that is an open and closed case while you just go for the kill and not for the style points.
It's a strange one. I think as soon as you see the scout in hand as well, you know that the CTs are forced into the round. Maybe you do just want the security of finding one. But hey, look, always gamble responsibly. If you're going to go for it, know what the risks are. And yeah, a little too much placed on just one there. Here we are. Back to the pistols. Can 9 Panda work some magic of their own? Head of Dilades. Bullets back and forth. But no real conversation made still. 1000 HP across all 10 players.
Who's going to be the first to hit the deck though, Harry? That's an important question because I feel like last round, the fact that it was 9 Pandas that met their maker first kind of put them in this very position. It's time to get moving. Need these pistols to create a bigger shadow than themselves, an effect on Ecstatic that makes them cower. Deagle, Dilladez, I think just pre-firing, no one really in his crosshair. You know, it would have been a 6-shot if it landed, but nobody home.
Yeah. It's the classic, if my grandma had wheels, she would have been a bike, but
yeah,
there is nothing to get them rolling
it's not
here.
the same ingredients.
Not at all. Not a carbonara. And we see 9 Pandas. Actually, on the Ecstatic side, they make a meal of it. Couple going their way now. Suddenly a 4 versus 3 and a chance to bring them into an afterplant. Kragan looking to inspire the retake. But a 1-for-1 is a comfy trade for the Pandas on B. I just balance, away from everything else that's going on. You go 1-for-1 here again. You've got him to, ensure a little more, but unfortunately, not too much left still to go from. And in fact, Queenix has found themselves a hat-trick, a 4th on the round, which will be making sure that double digits are no further concern.
Yeah, what's scary is how close that round is, because I know we were kind of joking, oh yeah, like imagine if 9 Pandas do the exact same thing. Again, I just don't know. I don't know how this gets so close, to be honest, for Ecstatic. However, I will say they win the round. And that's what's most important. They now have 2 rounds to the good. 9 Pandas find themselves in a little bit of financial trouble. Interesting, Harry, that with 3 kills and a bomb plant, they seek the idea of an investment more than they do an eco, which is understandable, because if they win this round, the money is going to be zeros, just eggs across the board here for Ecstatic. But I think this is a bit of a risk, right? Because they are putting this very small 2-round buffer in jeopardy.
Yeah, it's just one after another. We're not seeing too much from 9 Pandas in the opening 30-40 seconds of these rounds. It's when it gets to the 50-second mark that they look to make their first move. Clax with a lot of A main space, but just waiting to pull the trigger on the B play. Bomb is in absolutely nowhere right now. In jungle, away from everything. Clax finds an A kill, but I think may just be picking up this bomb and regrouping. They cut noise. Patty with a great timing, but I disbalance. Yeah, actually shows quite a bit on the fight to Nordion. That's going to be the bomb. Should be dropped in mid. No. Dilladez just about holds it onto it. Keeps it firmly on his back. And now Kragan in the hot seat with 4 players in his wake.
There's 1. There's 2. All the players funneling 1 by 1 through. Donut Harry and seized. He'll fall, the last man there. Clax also meets his demise as the AKs get picked up from M4s. And that is an astounding turnaround for Ecstatic. Consider this. Look at that shot from Dilladez. 4v3. I know a lot of these players tagged up and maybe not the healthiest, Harry, but numbers alone, especially with an AWP in the equation, should have put 9 Pandas on the map. Instead, they don't have to take the eco. 8-12 looks likely, and the 3 maps just feels destined. Imagine how elated Ecstatic could have been if they were in this position and a map up having closed out Overpass, as they rightly should have.
I mean, not too much point for them thinking about it now, just looking to the next consistently. I mean, from this position, it looks good. It looks great, in fact. But still, part of me has my mind lingering on, just like you, what could have been in that previous map. And whether that's too much to go off here. Simple enough round. Should be flawless, if not for seized. Actually, a little dink from a teammate, Patty, death's door, but will just about make it home safe. But here we go. Big round for 9 Pandas. Huge, monumental even. Fail to register any kind of an effort here. And we can firmly place our eyes on map number 3 of Anubis. Seeing what kind of issues they can create. A has been a hotspot as will B main right now with all the utility coming out. Double nade combo, but not doing too much to Seized. They can post up with an air of comfortability.
Nodios going for the spam. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a CT get a kill through that wall, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
one-way traffic.
I respect the idea. Seized on towards mid. I think 9 Pandas understand there's got to be a level of timidity. You can't not play with confidence in situations like this. Dylan to try and bail him out. And this is a really poor setup from 9 Pandas. I'm going to be quite critical here, Harry, because for such an important round, I don't expect a mistake to be made quite like that. Seized has just been left out in pocket. Dilladez doesn't have the balls to push through the double door smoke, which means he just hangs his team out to dry completely. Like, there's no trade potential. He realizes, oh crap, like I've got to trade. Like, that was my job. And he goes pushing through a double door smoke. Like, if you're going to commit to it, at least tell your teammate that you sold him out and leave it be. You don't go pushing through the smoke like that, because it's a very easy second kill for Ecstatic, and they've just been given a gift.
It's a funny setup as well. You know, smoke drops in, expects even a second player, just litters it with lead and finds the pickup. This round's over. I don't think 9 Pandas are going to go for anything here. Bomb is a ways away. I mean, it looked like there was a player near it to go and pick it up. I think it was Balance, but he actually decided, you know what, I'm going to leave this here. I quite frankly can't be asked. And Ecstatic will find their 13th. 9 Pandas save over those weapons for a rainy day, but there is plenty of cloud cover in the sky right now on their opponent's map pick. Ecstatic making it look so.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed. This is what I'm talking about. Look, Seized in the smoke. Dilladez is like, the penny drops as soon as Seized is getting shot. He's like, oh, damn, like, that was my job to trade him. Seized should be rightfully very angry about that, because, you know, I'm not the best player in the world. I'm not sitting here claiming I'm simple. But I feel like that is something a lot of people at home will resonate with, whether you play, you know, a bit of Face It or even an MM. It's like, you've just been baited by your teammate entirely, and you're going to be enraged at that situation. Yeah. Because C should have had a trade at least there. Like, his teammate should be there to help him win that fight, not be the reason that he dies without a response. And yeah, well, you're heading into round 22. Ecstatic 3 rounds away from cashing in on a second map and taking us to a decider. Makes you wonder, Harry, what happened to Overpass? Yeah. They'd be 3 rounds away from winning this series and having an early lunch.
I'll tell you what, I feel as if at this point in time, Overpass is nothing but a bad memory for Ecstatic. And one which we can forget about for now. I think on Ancient, looking at it here, it's a whole new ball game. And the first touch to the last has looked fairly decent. 9 Pandas, this is the round that you need. Slow start and so much respect given on this B main play as well. Players slowly walking up to the double doors to see if anyone's home. And to be honest, you can get some pretty deep information without ever walking into Seized or Dilladez, who are currently, you know, all the way back in ruins. This extra room has allowed for Ecstatic to set up fantastically. Salazar on a fantastic off angle. Flash is going to be coming through. I'm not sure if it's even going to greet him. It was a smoke instead. Lands top mid. There's really nothing to, you know, remove a player from this angle. The incendiary's gone over his head. The shot won't connect. He can immediately follow it up with one onto Glowing. And one onto Balance. And maybe even one onto Klax here as well. You'd expect him to, and he will.
Yeah, that is sick. Ecstatic are feeling it right now, Harry. Feeling it. Salazar potent with his ult. We were knowing all too well about his effectiveness here. You know, even on Overpass, his CT side was strong. This one just gets better and better for them because they see themselves through to a 14th. And there's one thing that I'm going to quickly bring up, and it doesn't seem like a lot because the players left, but when I was talking to Manx from Ecstatic, when he used to play for Ecstatic at least, before he joined M80, he prided himself and in his team in knowing sort of how to deal with stuff mentally outside of the game between maps and stuff as well. He was always telling his team, you know, let's treat our body like we would an athlete, right? And he was always saying, let's make sure, you know, we're eating the right foods, we're snacking in games, we're keeping the mental game high. And while Max is gone, there's a lot of the remains here for Ecstatic that Max would have taught them beforehand, and I think we're starting to see that these guys are capable of being able to come out of a tough situation and a very, very bad fumble in map 1, head into a second map, and look like they were unfazed by the mistakes made in the previous map of Overpass. These guys are torching 9Pandas right now. You've got to understand, I know Ecstatic, maybe this is a little more familiar turf to them in terms of the veto. I can't help but think that this is looking a lot more convincing than maybe the likes of Overpass, even the likes of 9Pandas. Yeah, sure, they built up a lot of momentum at the latter part of the game, but Overpass is a CT-sided map. Ecstatic proved that they can do it on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, previous round does produce a spluttering cough, but there are antibodies necessary to make sure that it is not a medical issue. 4v3. Early advantage for Ecstatic. Look at the position of Dilladez. Drops, no one else there to help him out, let alone bury the body. And here we have it. Twice the numbers. Comfortable position for Ecstatic. Feet up in their own living room. And should be flicking between the channels onto a star-studded map 3 of Anubis. C's able to plot one back, but not counting for all too much right now, as the bomb is yet to cross. Kragan in the donut. Uncleared. And I'm not sure C's will be counting entirely for it. Both of these players are likely to walk into each other without knowing about it. And yet, Kragan is the one who will pick it up. Disbalance 1 versus 3, finding the first to keep them in this map.
Mr. Disbalance, or moving through the donut smoke. He waits for it to fade. Should have spotted Kragan, which means, oh, if he plays the timing well, this is sick from Disbalance.
Oh
Kragan
my
was
god.
never going to expect this. Problem is, there's a second man on the job, and it is none other than Nodios. He would have spotted the first.
Smoke.
Now that the smoke goes on top of the bomb, he's going to have to act quite quickly here. Up to an AK, hits the first, needs to find one more. Nodios taps it as if he's going to stick it. Disbalance empties the rest of his magazine, and Nodios knows that's his prime time to strike. Plenty of time to defuse with the kit. And that is 16 on the board for Ecstatic. A third map a requirement, Harry, as Ecstatic bounce back on Ancient.
But in the end, Ecstatic doing a great job. 16-8, twice the rounds and twice the performance that we saw on Overpass. At least on the T side, I think it's fair to say. Showed us a bit of variation, like I said. Some quicker rounds, some slower ones. Really, just had everything that you could have asked for. 9Pandas not quite finding the mark in the same sense. I mean, even on the last round, you know, a nice attempt from Disbalance. I really like the way that he sort of ran quickly up as soon as the spam had finished to wrap around, but ultimately Nodios that little bit better in the 1 versus 1. So those small margins that we had seen on Overpass play out in the sort of the min-max, the way that we saw it before. So they do actually make the most of those situations, and you can't even necessarily say that it was down to, you know, the micro. Really, the macro was a lot better from them generally, performance-wise here. And now coming into a map 3 of Anubis, I don't know, Ryan. How do you posture this one? We had a laboured first map. Does lightning strike twice for 9Pandas? Was it a one-off and just one of those sort of miraculous 5% of the statistic games that you end up seeing? Or is there more to be taken away here after what wasn't the best showing on their opponent's pick?
Yeah, I think the easiest way to summarise it's quality against quantity heading into the third map, right? Anubis played 19 times in the last 3 months for 9Pandas, a pretty solid win rate, just below 70%. But for Ecstatic, yeah, sure, they've only played it 5 times, but winning 4 of them against some pretty respectable names in the likes of Prospects, Big, Hotu, and 9Z. Yeah, these guys do look like a very capable Anubis team, but the question is, who's going to push that 2-0 stage in the Swiss system? We're going to find out all of that after the break. Anubis, map 3, it's all or nothing. Up next.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome in, ladies and gents. Third and final map required, Harry. I don't know, mixed feelings. It's like a mixed bag of emotions heading into this deciding map, because I feel like for both of us, most people at home, I think, would rightly agree that Ecstatic, by no fault of their own, get robbed on map 1. Or sorry, by every fault of their own, get robbed on map 1. Just couldn't close out on the CT side or on the T side of Overpass. They head on to Ancient and look like a different beast. They make it look an amazing performance, right? 8 rounds T side, 8 rounds CT side. They only allow 9 pounders with 1 round on the T side of Ancient. And we head on to Anubis, and I left us with the saying quality over quantity.
Yes.
It is exactly that heading into this deciding matchup. Ecstatic with the upward trajectory right now after winning the second map. But of course, it's 9 pounders that have a wealth of experience on this map. 19 times played, 13 wins. Of the last 10 matches, they've won 8. It's scary.
That it definitely is, and it is a poignant phrase that you mentioned, one which has marinated over the break, that's for certain. And the other side of the coin is still the quality that Ecstatic have here as well. Won it 4 times on the bounce. Is this recency bias, as you mentioned as well, because they don't have as many reps on it? What kind of significance are we placing on this record? Because I think it's fair to say sometimes you will see teams be a bit of a dud on a map like Anubis, for example. They have a decent win rate on it because, you know, people don't pick into it too heavily. Maybe it's floated as a decider and they're just about able to take the edge when they need it, but not necessarily be consistent there. And I feel like consistency is another overarching theme of this series that we've seen so far. Ecstatic dropping the ball map 1, resurging on map 2. Is this something which they can repeat, or are we doomed to fall to some of the same issues that we saw before? Ancient wasn't 9 Panda's pick. Now it's a much more even territory. Anubis, the final one on the cards, as we go into a swift post-plant 4 versus 4.
Hello and welcome. Enjoy.
Yes.
Salazar finds one, makes it a second here towards CT. 3 to his personal tally. USP from Glowing coming through CCTV. Will find one and a second shot as well that connects. A third shot from Glowing. His USP is on rails right now, Glowing. What a sick round from him. Heading into the post-plant. Ecstatic look like they had the numbers. But my God, does Glowing have the determination?
That's all, folks. The round closes as swiftly as it opened up for Ecstatic, and like I said, we need to see a whole lot more from them here on this map anyway. They did a decent job to make it through Ancient in the way that they did. A strong map even, really. But it all comes down to this ultimately, and 9 Pandas have shown exactly what they're capable of in those key moments. 4 from Glowing, and a first on the board.
That is such a sick way to level out that pistol round. You could understand. That was, I think, 2v5, 2v4.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That is exceptional. The one thing going for Ecstatic is, although they lose the round, they do the absolute maximum without winning it, right? They do all this damage, they get a bomb plant. Life's good. So they are going to go for a force. There's 3 Galils, a MAC-10 and an AK in the picture. The problem is we're so lenient on buying rifles rather than SMGs. You can have a look quickly at the tally of utility here for Ecstatic, and quite quickly you realise there is really nothing at all to use here for this T side.
Just got to brute force your way through. A couple of players dropping down from the bridge into the moat, and the water runs red. A brilliant 3-piece from Dillides. Can tip their hat on the way out. 3 versus 2 is the advantage that they take from this. Nodios is low. Seas could follow it up with a trade and will do so. A1S in the hands now, and all on the shoulders of Salazar, playing deep from long, trying to clutch this one out and show away the 9 Pandas players at the gate. You speak of the utility here. Smoke and incendiary for Clax. Layers from which they can work, and it all drops down. Not too much time left, and you know, there isn't a kit on either player. The jump spot is brilliant from the railing. Salazar spotted. You can trade it back the opposite way, but you cannot return the round. The force works out for Ecstatic, and we are even all again.
This is really nice from Dillides. The fact that he gets 3 kills kind of feels like it should be the fate sealed. This is a 2v4 and a 1v2 for Salazar. This jump is so sick. So what he does, for those at home maybe that don't know, using elevation, obviously when he jumps, he's going to jump higher, looks over the top of the smoke, sees exactly where the CT's standing while defusing, and spams him right through. And that is how Ecstatic will equalise. I did mention the lack of utility, and it feels like Ecstatic don't need much of it to try and pounce upon the opportunity of tying things up.
Wow. I mean, 2 rounds that we have seen in isolation. Just continue to push forward the notion that we put out in previous maps that were very choice moments between the 2 teams. Clax still with the AK from the previous, and everyone on 9 Pandas just holding on to what they've got. Maybe a couple looking for an exit or something, but I mean, even then, you've got a whole lot of ground to be covering if you want to catch any of them sailing upstream on the way through boat and upper. And yeah, Ecstatic wanting to keep their own. It's like a game of capture the flag. Both teams just occupying their own bases. And there we go. Lead is Ecstatic's.
Very sick. Of course, for the second round, forcing 9 Pandas into a pretty tricky situation. Sure, a couple of these guns do get saved. Harry, you mentioned everyone's sort of showing some respect, just wanting to keep their rifles. It's 9 Pandas, the fallen soldiers of the last. They're going to be forced onto nothing in this round. Clax turns away from the flashbang. Doesn't expect there to be a player on the other side of it as well, apparently, as Queenix given a very big freebie. And that was the only M4, by the way, in this round that has just seen better days. Wondering if they're going to go play fetch for it, run the metal detector over mains to see if they can find it within the halls. I think they'll just about get away with it, but again, it comes at a pretty steep cost because it's 9 Pandas that have to sift through this round from a man disadvantage.
Yeah, creeping up through this position towards a main. What a shot from Disbalance! Follows it up 2 for him. Again, individual heroics on the 9 Pandas side. But again, equal momentum both ways. Ecstatic have what it takes to lift themselves off the hook. And that will be number 3 in the bag. That's some clean shooting coming out from the scout. Fortunately, you know, you win the pistol. I guess you could probably flip this one on its head and say that Ecstatic could be in a position where they've picked up all 4, as they did at the start of Ancient.
Very disappointing, of course, for 9 Pandas after winning the pistol. Kind of get set back a few pegs. It's Ecstatic that find themselves closer to 16. And, you know, when BO3s head to a decider, Harry, I always like to think about what happens in the previous. But effectively, this is just a sprint race to see who hits 16 rounds first. You've got to treat it as a BO1 in this case, right? It's the do or die. It's the final map. You've just got to take it by the horns and just run with it. Can't afford to throw away opportunities or lose out in certain situations. It's 9 Pandas who find themselves doing exactly that right now, though. They had that pistol round and have been very ineffective since then. Nade stacked, by the way, Dilladez. Prime Peter Crouch trying to head those nades in a different direction. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. It will take nearly 90 points of health for his troubles.
Certainly not wheeling away in celebration doing the robot anytime soon, that's
No, sir.
for sure. And those limbs will be feeling a bit stiff too. Salazar, not the kind of thing that you're able to take to the head and get away with, that's for certain. Well, it's a little bit different in the way that they act. Patty, more damage, just standing inside the fire. There's nowhere to go, and he's going to burn to death. 5 versus 3, and look, after that initial exchange, not the position that you were perhaps expecting to find Ecstatic in. A whole lot worse for wear. Okay.
Nicely done.
Fire!
But,
You have got to be kidding me.
Yeah. And a gap in the smoke means Dilladez will see Nodio Sauerkragen. At least shows the rifleman the door. But I don't think there'll be much respect being shown from the CT side here on out. 35 seconds left. Kragen, Molotov towards Connector. Sees playing in and around Cake, the default pillar. And there you have it. Orp will get dropped. Sees to pick it up. And a second round on the board for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, nice shot from Idis Balance. Patty, yeah, know which way to turn. All right, just... you can't be that indecisive in a game, you know, whether you're in the flames, whether you've got to commit to a site, whatever the case may be. And here we go. A slice from Seized to put the cherry on top. 9 Pandas back within 1, and Ecstatic already having eaten through half of their timeouts.
Yeah, it's definitely quite early, I feel like. You know, the first 6 rounds of CS and you've burnt through a minute.
I don't know, is there even really that much to talk about from what we've seen so far?
I don't know. I feel like the nature of these rounds, that was definitely a bit sloppy, and Ecstatic probably want to sort of sharpen the tools a bit here in this 30-second timeout. I mean, we'll see what they put to the table here in round 6, but I don't know. Right now, at least, I wouldn't have called 2 timeouts this early on. I feel like
yeah,
you've got to keep something in your pocket.
It really depends on what kind of a read. There is still plenty of CS left to be played on the half. 9 rounds of it to make necessary adaptations. 9 Pandas having all the tools in this round. Double AWP setup. Running into 4 rifles and a Mac. Only the average of, you know, 1 grenade per player that they've got to work with, and the CT's 2, 3 on a few. Patty the only exception, of course. Molotov and a smoke. But, well, I don't know, you average it out now, and Nodius has just used one, so... all that to sell the illusion that players are still on long outside B. Meanwhile, grouping up, but... I mean, Dilladez is getting good information through the moat here. Sort of collecting info. And Klax is the first port of call when it comes down to it. Oh, 360 with a scope in. Nice.
Yeah. My sense isn't high enough to do that. Klax's sense isn't high enough to hit the flick. Goes for a second attempt, but a stab at it means a Salazar trade. Idis Balance playing from the bricks will find at least the advantage here with the AWP, but the compromise is they give up the site and the plant. It will be, oh, wow, I was going to say a pretty even situation in terms of the round, but Seized now puts a 2-man advantage on the map. Kragan, 28 points of health. We turn to Patty. What can this man do?
Don't even know if
Damage
it's up
so
to
far.
him. Dilladez is
nothing.
up behind. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, that strong position that they had, watching over rotation. Nine Pandas knowing, really, that it was going to materialize the A-hit. And, you know, look, Ecstatic are probably going to be thinking to themselves, what on earth is going on? You know, you beat the first AWP not before Klax is able to take down Queenix, and then I just balance on the deeper angle from heaven, picking up another one. And really, no respite whatsoever there. As we're now at 3 apiece, and there is no reinvestment from the T side.
Unreal. Nice start for Dilladez, tapping away with his AK. Got to understand, yeah, sure, maybe the rifle is favoured in this situation, but you've got to value your life and your weapons because they know the CT side economy. I feel like a consistent theme through this series has been how fragile it's been.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Nodios, but still the sea of frags in the feed painted blue. Molotov lands at Nodios' feet. We'll find a second frag. Seized, dropped. Dilladez finds another. It's the AWP against 3. Dilladez maybe in the back of his mind thinking about the ace. However, you just want to convert the round at this point. Make sure that this AWP doesn't find any more damage.
Bomb dropped out of harm's way for Nine Pandas, and well, so is the AWP.
Right out the map.
But you know what? I think this is pretty good from Nordios, because you have to remember, Nine Pandas came into this with 2 big greens. It was a green giant of a defense, but it has been gobbled up swiftly. They're scanning around, searching their heads, saying, okay, well, let's try and, you know, recollect some of this firepower, but there's nothing to be found. The only upgrades that they have are the AKs, and it's a hefty one if they want to bring it back online. Idis Balance will take the plunge. I think it might have actually been Seized that ends up doing it on some borrowed finance, but there you go. Nowhere near as strong as it used to be.
It is a big opportunity for Nine Pandas to continue to progress with this lead.
Ooh.
Oh, wait, it wasn't through the smoke. Apparently, he saw it.
Volvo, please fix? I don't know if it flashed up on the radar.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have.
I mean, I'm looking at that smoke. I know we have X-ray. I know we can see it, but like you focus,
Yeah.
you know, nose pressed to the monitor. I don't think there's much that gives away the fact that he's there.
I mean,
so
personally, I struggle to see a player when there is smoke on top of a molly like that, let alone the full flush thing itself. But here we are. Salazar with 2 opening kills. I just balance 1 HP. Simple spam. Nodius finds him. And, wow. Seized is going to need to be worth their weight in gold if there's half a chance. Patty places the C4 as Seized continues to backpedal and greet Klax on the beach. No pina coladas, nothing to be celebrated this time. We're going all even yet again.
is that your choice of drink, a pina colada?
I don't know. Are we speaking generally here? I think for me, it's, you know, the beverage matches the situation. Depends on the environment.
Yeah, that's true.
At the beach, sure. Pina colada, eat your heart out. I know that certain people would prefer that choice of drink if it was raining, as the story goes, the newspaper clippings.
Am I meant to know that? Is that like an inside thing? That
It's it's the song.
Oh.
If you like pina coladas getting caught in the rain,
Oh.
you know the guy
Yeah. Okay.
writes in the newspaper that he's looking for a woman, turns out to be his wife. It's the law, yeah.
There you go.
But hey, I don't know.
See?
Drink your choice before we get sipping on this one.
I don't know. Must admit, I'm an energy drink kind of guy. So I guess yeah.
Fair enough.
I think we know the
Plenty
route
of
I'm
energy
taking.
about
Anyway,
this round.
Yes, I was going to say, this is quick from Ecstatic. A massive change of pace. It feels like we're well aware of the situation. Queenix going for a wild transfer. It's Nodios that collects a second frag. I Disbalance finds one with the orb, so the numbers left level. Still no bomb plant. They go pushing back through. 2 for 1, leaving Salazar in the clutch. He's been a capable AWPer in this series so far. Is this a stretch too much to ask for?
So utility out in support. You see Dilladere's wrapping around to play off the shoulder of Disbalance. A missed shot certainly wouldn't help them here, but necessary precautions being taken, you would feel. And there we have it, all picked up. Coming into round number 10, 9 Pandas. They have the advantage. There were a lot of CTs on the site to deal with that threat of this fast push. Tempo shift on the gears. And yeah, in place even then for the follow-up fast retake to get it done.
Pretty sick to see 5-4, 9 Pandas taking charge. Now on the CT side, you got to remember, right? One thing I think a lot of people at home will quite quickly let slip up, or you know, like, just forget about. This map is technically T-sided. So the fact that we're moving into round 10 and 9 Pandas, although marginal, do have a lead, I'd say this is a pretty respectful half so far for 9 Pandas. Have been taken down a notch though. Clax aggressive towards A main, read into entirely.
Yeah. Bomb drops. Slow round from Ecstatic, but I feel like this suits the playstyle of Anubis a lot better. Oh. I guess, really, you'd probably say the same about Overpass. But I feel as if I can't even say that word on the cast anymore. It just, it brings back bad memories.
Shouldn't be mentioned, you know?
No.
It's like courtesy.
Exactly. Just doing them a favour. Glowing could be. It's a solo peek. Actually, in fact, he is well supported here. And you know what? I actually don't know what's happened. It says that he's offed himself, but I feel as if it may have been assisted by the teammate somewhat. There wasn't a molly. There wasn't a nade.
What happens with glowing?
Spontaneous combustion, perhaps.
Just overheated. Oh.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
So there's a button in CS if you push it, right?
No
it
way.
Opens up the change team button. And so I think what he's done is he's pushed the button, right, and then he's clicked just out of panic, and he's just swapped teams and just sent himself to his own grave. That is one of the ways to go out, isn't it?
I've never seen that before.
Honestly, I've never either.
You remember before we had the UI update, when you pressed escape, it was a much more simplistic set of options. There was a choose team button, but I guess he's just given up on life.
Oh, that's so funny, man.
At least the rest of the players on the 9 Pandas side can carry on in his memory and do him justice. But
it's like he got the kill and then someone like flicked the off switch. It's like bye bye.
Red ring of death.
That's so funny.
Oh,
that's
dearie
so funny.
me. Anyway, important round actually for 9 Pandas because now they're primed for a lucky number 7. Set of pistols.
Oh, I don't believe that. That's the dumbest way.
I still don't know how you do that. Really.
I think it's like if you press,
you must have had a console command sort of preloaded.
Yeah, so
no?
I think if I'm not mistaken, if you push like full stop or comma, it's like, you know, in Team Fortress, if you push like the semicolon key, it'll open up like the agent change. Obviously, it's a Valve game, so I'm guessing it's something like that, where if you push like your semicolon or like your apostrophe key, something like that, sort of like to the right of all your letters.
Yes.
It opens up the menu. Yeah, that is one hell of a way to go. There is a chance Ecstatic win this round, by the way, because they've been gifted a bomb plant and a post-plant scenario, Harry. 6-4 the scoreline. It should have been 7, but Ecstatic has something to say about that.
Yeah, 2v2. Salazar making their way onto the sands. You have 2 incendiaries here, so maybe best pyro impression by the remaining 9 Pandas players, but this could be deadly. Nice work from Salazar. And the util will flush them out. The nade follows it up. The K player not yet spotted. Backpedaling into a dangerous scenario. And I'll tell you what, 5 for Ecstatic there. Pretty decent situation. Especially, I mean, look at the investment, right? You had a Deagle, P250.
Yeah.
Really not much to go off. Sharp shooting from the rest of the pack. And, oh yeah, there you have it.
That is such an important round win as well for Ecstatic, because sort of opens up the chance and the opportunity for them to have a stab at halftime success, right? Great shot from Glowing, traded out as the Deeg hits the deck. But still, there's no advantage here in terms of numbers. There is in terms of weaponry. The other Deagle is on Clax, and unless, you know, he finds 3 on main, I don't see these USPs trumping the rifles. Or the nade very well placed as well. Good catch. Nodios finds a second, and quite quickly this B defense crumbles. There is a push from behind, seized, read into by Salazar's Deagle, and one man for the job. Idis Balance playing in Shrub, that sort of broken wall position in CT. And yeah, enough is enough. Ecstatic will make it 6-all. Tie game here, Harry. 12 rounds, and neither team can be separated from one another.
Yeah, not too much ironed out just yet. We have seen a couple of those low economy rounds do work. Makes you not want to write anything off before it has fully transpired. But here we have it, full set both ways. 9 Pandas, you know, far out of the security which enabled the double AWP setup in the early stages of this one. Dilladez, you know, had done a decent job vanquishing things here. Playing from connector, but for the most part, Ecstatic have found a way to draw this one back. Salazar's doing a brilliant job on this AWP as well, I might add. Currently leading the way in the server for them with 11 kills. A little bit of re-aggression, A main, smoke dropped. But Ecstatic want to fight through this. They are immediate on the A play. I just balanced one back, but again, all of the necessary kills, and Salazar even turns his back to find Dilladez walking his way, wading his way through the water. And there's just too much pushback. 9 Pandas call it quits. Throw in the towel on this occasion.
Crazy. What a turnaround. And to think this all started, by the way, with Ecstatic on a half buy pushing through mid to a 2v2.
Yeah.
It's like Pistols that have earned themselves a spot back in the picture. I feel like the spotlight's on them, and 9 Pandas now kind of put under review. They've been subpoenaed, put in question by Ecstatic's T side. Bomb goes off, 7 on the board. They do take the lead. At least Seized has some bite back, sort of kicking at the shins maybe a little bit for Ecstatic.
Yeah.
Bit of foul play on the exit. But what matters here is, I mean, look, we watched the replays, and yeah, there's some nice shooting, but I just want you to pay attention to sort of the numbers here. 9 Pandas, look at the money that they're going to have heading into this round. And Ecstatic, yeah, sure, maybe they don't have the most liquid cash, but it's all of the money spent on these rifles is going to be so hard to sort of untangle. 9 Pandas don't really have the facilities for that. 2 M4s saved, the rest are on ecos. Ecstatic have a chance to maybe even push the boat out for 9 rounds here on the T side, which would be immaculate considering the start that 9 Pandas got up to.
Oh, I was just about to say, I hate if Seized peaks that. And to be honest, personally, I still don't fully back the decision. Very, very lucky to be taking the scalp of Salazar on the AWP. Timing could not have been better, but the vacuum that it leaves gives Ecstatic ample room to creep on forwards. Now, what do they do with this space? Do they look to pinch towards B? Because that is where the bomb currently is. Look at all of the CTs running through the water. Yeah, you're going to be hearing all of this. Patty now from above looks to vindicate them. Puts his head on a pedestal and gets taken down. Finally, we start to see some of the rifles filter through. Nodius taking both connector players surely on the low HP and will do. Round all but over. Seized has to reclaim familiar territory from right under the nose. And I'm not sure if they'll anticipate this third player, but they'll definitely be thinking about it considering how many more walked in the same shoes. Oh my god.
Seized, moves on out. He's going to find himself pretty open. And the AWP holding the angle means 8 on the board for Ecstatic. Slam the door shut. I was going to say, 9 Pandas went on a bit of a pool party. Ecstatic didn't really get the memo or the invite. And, you know, maybe a bit surprised that there's so much sloshing in the water.
Yeah.
Seized with a very important first frag.
Out of Project X, the one guy, Patty, shows himself in the top window of the house and catches a bottle to the face.
Yeah.
I mean, there we have it. They still closed it out. Some really wacky rounds in the last few, but this is all we're going to get from this side. I mean, Ecstatic, they want that 9th round. This map, you know, traditionally would be perceived as T-sided, so
yeah,
really getting that advantage up to the 3-round buffer rather than just the 1 could be the world of difference.
I was going to say, if you take the scoreline's sake and maybe not like how the events have panned out, but just the events themselves, 9-6, 8-7, feels quite natural for Ecstatic, feels deserved. Maybe deserved is a bit of an overstatement considering how this half panned out, but the recovery from pistols to rifles, they've looked good ever since, and I don't think there's any denying that these guys in this situation don't deserve a knife. Disbalance seized, Klax all in for the retake. And Ecstatic, I mean, there's no need to move off the site because this is the last round of the first half and there will be no budging them. And a statement piece made by Salazar as he swings out and clips one through the wall. A second shot as well, Harry. Might even be looking for a third through the smoke as Seas turns to look behind him, hoping there's maybe a portal out and a way into this round. But Salazar will slam the door shut in his face. All 3 kills in the post plant, 15 rounds played, 15 kills for Salazar, and it's 9 on the board for Ecstatic.
Anubis does feel to be Salazar's Emporium right now. Seeing here the kills in the last couple of rounds. Good entries onto the B site. Clean, in fact. Glowing, not able to do anything from the totem, the pole in the middle. See, even there, both AWPs on the same movement speed, but Salazar just so much more aware. Catches Disbalance through the corner of the wall. And I think it must be said, in the AWP department, Salazar has just about had the edge in the last couple of maps. Disbalance, you know, producing decent moments. Double scout shot at the beginning of this one, but now it is Ecstatic that have a number lead and a succinct one at that. Kragan with a nice opening pick. Exchange across the bridge. And a few players drop to the water beneath them. Disbalance can put their name back in this conversation. But it seems to be a one-sided argument right now.
The flash needs to hit shots here, Kragan, and doesn't.
Patty
offers up his head as well. Disbalance puts him on a plate. Glack's going to find Queenix. And now it's just Nodio's 1v3. And had those kills happen 5 seconds later, this flank would have been so valuable to Ecstatic. But the fact of the matter is, we wait way too long. Nodio's can't activate to any effect. And, well, he's on a flank, but I think 9 Pandas will quite quickly realise that he's going to be coming from behind. So the T side, yeah, sure, maybe the first 15 rounds didn't end the best way. The turnaround, the start of this half, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. Disbalance, the weapons expert, getting it done on the choice option every time. P250 worked wonders there. You know, as did the scout before, like I said. But now Nodios noted. 1v3, and it's just waiting for that first point of contact to be made. Glowing, preparing for the swing. Okay, the shot was clean, but the readjustment not quite there. 7-9, gap closing. 9 Pandas looking to leapfrog their opponents after what was a decent first half.
Very nice from Disbalance, a 4K in the round. I feel like the P250s this series, by the way, have been unreal. Like,
Yeah.
I know the moment I step foot into the server myself and go, oh, you know what, I'm going to try this. Someone drop me a P250. I'm going to buy armor. I'm going to do something. I'm just going to get into the headshot. But for Disbalance, this guy now has to use a P250.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, for me, P250, 5.7, same bracket, up close and personal spam gun. But,
yeah,
like now, we've been seeing some of the cleanest headshots.
it's true.
And I mean, the damage output is good for it, right? Like,
Yeah, competes with the USP at range
Exactly.
and in terms of damage.
so here, CT Force, Ecstatic. Couple couple players in connector. You know, a more restricted sight hold on B, but one which requires intervention. Wow. Patty pocketing a little cash on the swag, but that is all. 4 versus 4. And Bomb now looping its way back through long towards main on B.
Smoke goes up at a perfect time as well. Feel like they were ready to go, 9 Pandas, but have been halted by the utility of Ecstatic. Sort of stopped at the traffic lights. You have to wait 15 seconds for them to go green again, and even then, I think 9 Pandas have sort of rerouted the sat-nav. Some players moving towards middle. There's a bit more of a split going on. Kragan is in a really nice position because he won't be spotted by the water push, but the problem is MP9 at this range could get dangerous. Flowing first to get dropped. Kragan good damage to a second, but no frag, and a Galil at range leaves Nodios with no life. Queenix and Salazar 2v3, but it does look doable still.
Yeah, I just balanced down to 2. Bomb dropped on the cross. Stillider's taken down, and only one healthy player remains. That's the one who's playing the objective. The shots are coming in, and they are pinned to the corner. What a retake from 9 Pandas. Messy. Or Messy from 9 Pandas, I should say. What a retake from Ecstatic. Yeah, do you know what I mean? What I'm saying, though, right? Like,
yeah.
Seriously, your one healthy guy is bent over with his fingers on the buttons. It's like no potential to be defending it. I mean, I guess the contrary is to say, okay, you want to make sure it gets planted, but look at the timer. I mean, yeah, it's literally 5 seconds left when they hit the site.
Very, very late in the round, you call for that execute, and 9 Pandas unfortunately learned their lesson for it. Did mention off to a good start with the pistol round win, but it has been completely voided here, heading into round 18, because the bite back is brilliant. Ecstatic, double digits, 6 away from finding success, and well, Kragan finding Klax is also going to add to the concerns here, because Ecstatic man advantage, I know it's an eco, but I think from last round, maybe a bit of pent-up anger, Harry, you're probably wanting a couple of kills here, you know, even if it is just Glocks. You got a flashbang, I just balanced to set someone up for a fight. If this is done flawlessly, we know as well a flawless round goes hand in hand with building up a very strong finance for a CT side that desperately need it.
100%, always so fickle. Queenix getting spotted out on the top of the cake, doing their best impression. No weddings this time, of course. Idis balance and Queenix. The bride meets the groom, and unfortunately it is a messy one and no happy ever after this time. I mean, yeah, 11 for Ecstatic. It's looking good. It is looking good, but as I said before, that first map, I'm doing it again, but it worries you just a little bit. Maybe slow to start, I guess. Definitely a path for them back in this one, that's for sure. Got to beat them as they come at you, and this will be, you know, the first of the real gun rounds we got to take a look at.
Smoke. Oh, wait. That is a big miscomp from Ecstatic there, because I think Nodios and Kragan both used their smokes to put out the one incendiary. So, a bit of wasted utility, unfortunate to see, but look, it doesn't really matter. Oh my god, that is a terrible flashbang. And that has blinded Nodios.
I mean, look, at least nobody has opened the menu and taken the easy way out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, after that first one, I would have been hovering my finger over the keybind, but here we go. Still, early advantage, Ecstatic probing their way through B-Long. So, rotation already coming through. Salazar on the C, the hero so far. Queenix with one. Blind Klax can just about set themselves, and they look to be using Seized as an outlet to head back for a B play. All of this getting heard. Kragan might even jump around the top and look for a spray down behind. He does! But straight into the waiting arms of Klax. And they double down. They head back for the A. Ecstatic have read this completely wrong.
Nicely done from C's to find Patty as well. 9 Pandas trying to make the little that they have work out. Good start. Salazar Orp finds one. Oh, he disbalanced. Straight headshot to Salazar. And look, this is a tantalizing 1v2 to go for if you're Nodios. You've got the HP basically beat. You've got the kit. You've got the AK. The question is, do you have the facilities to hit the shots? Clax, close.
Oh, dear.
Tucked in at default. No one's holding for this, so Nodios has actually played the right place, but Clax turns around and he seems to know exactly the timings that Nodios is going to walk out on, gives him enough time to adjust, and straight headshot puts 9 Pandas up to 8, and the chase is back on here, Harry. There's a game to be played. This is no easy outing here for Ecstatic. SET side economy has just been voided.
You know how the saying goes, make sure you're fully healed before you commit to something else you're going to bleed everywhere. And yeah, Ecstatic not fully over some of those issues before. I sort of suggested it. Clax on a much deeper clear plays this nicely. I was worried for a moment that they would have been picked up, but not going to happen. And Ecstatic, that's the final of the timeouts, right? They used them quite early in the game. Now this one has developed a little bit more. 30 seconds of talking time to deliberate the direction that this is poised for. I mean, looking at that round, I don't know. I like the idea from Kragan to go for the drop down and the play, but it is a risk, really.
Yeah.
A costly one at that.
The last hack pause as well for Ecstatic, right? I just checked the...
Round
check
6?
the reel, check the footage.
No?
Yeah, that's
that was the double.
4 timeouts used. So Ecstatic called for one at 1-3, 2-3, 6-4, and 8-11. That's all 4 timeouts used. And well, you start to panic because, you know, after 30 seconds you expect a cunning plan or something ingenious to be done. And a pretty run-of-the-mill trade towards mid. 4v4 seized and Patty out of the equation. Ecstatic still with lesser weaponry. There is an AWP out on Salazar. That's going to be the safety net, right? That's going to be the dream catcher here for Ecstatic. Hoping they can put the 9 Pandas well upside down. Not with Dilladez there. Don't agree with the fact that he's pulled out a molly. But I guess it's a 9 for an eye. Still a 3v3.
Ooh.
Shadow advantage leaves Queenix actually delivering a numbers advantage.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the pre-fire there, nasty. Well accounted for. Knows the tricks of the trade in the boathouse. Scam the tourists as they make their way forward. That'll be £10.50, please, sir.
Cash or card?
And gives him a beating. Yeah, shows him away. I just balanced 1v3, bomb on his back. Go for it. Not too much time left to play around with. But could certainly isolate a fight here onto Nodios. Holding on the angle. Playing deep. Might just spot the back. Yep, sees the shoulder. But none the wiser on the CT side. Can just creep in, look to find the kill, get on solid ground and do it. Plant, but no time, unfortunately. That one's going to be expiring, as is the health bar of Queenix. But ultimately, Ecstatic, they find their 12th.
Yes, 4 more, Harry, 4 more. I know that's obvious to point out. But you've got to understand, a round like this is a massive killer. And look, 3v2 situation, Queenix keeping his cool with the FAMAS, I disbalanced, giving it a go. But as you say, time just a little too much, or too little of it, and too much to do in the seconds left. 12-8. Really good chance now for this Ecstatic side to pull away. Something to note, 4 Tech 9s have just been invested. This is a terrible level of force buy into a round. I probably would have seen an eco.
It wouldn't be the first time that either of these teams have made a rash financial decision. CT player in a smoke connector. Where have we seen this before? Will it pan out? The flash is near perfect. Kragan down onto USP. Shouldn't be fancying himself. Found a tech and flips around to get more. May even look to fill his boots further. Still holding onto the rifle, as is Patty. We're all said and done.
That is unreal shooting from Kragan. finds one with the USP. Look at the composure. Takes the Tech 9, whips it back out, blasts the third guy down. Shaw glowing gets the kill, but Patty sets himself up. Flashbang high. Salazar's assist comes into fruition, and the FAMAS claims them both. 13-8. 3 more to go. 3 M4s, AK, and an AWP, and it's a full eco here for 9 Pandas, hoping that these Glocks and P250s and this combination of pistols can snowball into something spectacular.
For a second, I thought we were on shoots or baggage playing arms race, just swapping, cycling through the weaponry.
Yeah.
Here we go. 9 Pandas getting themselves ready for the A plate. Nodios, simple kill. Trailing from the rest of the pack. No way. The Seized is going back to give this a second look with a bomb on his back, no less. Queenix through the corner, sees a second. Just about able to pilfer some weaponry back there for themselves. Here we are, 5v3, and we'll just continue to lay down the land of the law. Oh, there's a new sheriff in town. Deagle out from Clax. Paves the way to B. Not sure if Salazar's going to get there in time. Little bit of hesitation does give him the chance to reposture the angle.
No.
Taken down in the flames with the AWP, but Clax is just so low.
And Patty guns him down. The Sheriff will not be the man of the Wild West. As on the western side of the map, Patty will get the defuse. 14-8. 2 more now. Ecstatic, a short sprint to home. That's a great shot from Nodios. 1 bullet out the magazine. Queenix. You know, sometimes you just get the spidey sense that someone's going to be there. I want to see these shots from Clax, because the second one was a bit laboured. The first, I think, instant onto the Dark player. Gets the bomb plant as well, so at least a bit of extra money fed into the pockets of the T side. It's enough to go for a buy here. But unfortunately, Harry, the eviction notice has been served here to 9 Pandas. Either pay your rent or get out of the server. Ecstatic are chasing 16.
Yeah. And I tell you what, this is nice to see from Ecstatic as well, because not only has it calmed those down, softened them somewhat of what had propagated map 1, which we do need to remember was 9 Pandas' pick. They retaliated 16-8 on the following map, and look, if they win this one, there's every chance that they take it with the same scoreline. They have won it 4 times in a row, but we were wondering, is this just, you know, your decider, which you're pretty good at picking up, like a secondary choice of map? What do the reps look like? Quality over quantity, but it really is quality here that we are getting. More kills picked up. Kragan, the super sleuth, the silent killer through connector. And while 9 Pandas can find one back in the way and keep this an open conversation, that bomb far from finding a destination just yet. And, you know, the mid-control that Ecstatic currently have means those rotations will be a lot swifter.
And what do you even do if you're 9 Pandas? You've got to do something maybe more contact-heavy. Try and catch the CT side by surprise. Salazar's moved into A. Unfortunately, 9 Pandas aren't interested in buying that property. Instead, they're going to look towards B. Kraken set up with his M4. Nice shot from Clax. And expects Nodio's second. The lifeline tossed out for 9 Pandas. 9 on the board is imminent. Salazar probably wants to save his AWP. Queenix will only join him as his bodyguard.
Wow. Crazy kills from Clax.
And that's it.
Real standout performer so far.
Yeah.
In the server here today. I think it's fair to say Salazar on the opposite side doing brilliant work on the AWP. Always expected to steal the headlines. The sniper. But on the rifle, Clax doing a great job, and you know, even taking a souvenir from the B gift store to hand to Idis Balance on the next round, most likely. 14-9. Already in a decent position. Salazar caught out of place, and I'm not sure what the dollars are looking like, but I feel as if Ecstatic may be forced onto, you know, a half here, some kind of an eco. Of course, not going for the retake, especially when you lose both players in rotation there as well. You know, it's so far that they have to try and go. And like you said, it was going to be a contact play, and that is exactly what pays off for them, because, you know, no utility, no forewarning, no way to make that retake as swift as Ecstatic have been able to do on a few of these rounds. No big gamble taken on what, other than Queen X, is a full save.
Dilladez wanting to go play catch with the HE. No one in on Dark to have that. Very slow. Yeah, again, it's just 9 Pandas, I think, trying to work out what the that is. Dilladez, a face full of CTs, but enough lead to share between them all. Patsy, Nodios, Kragan, all dropped. Eventually, Queenix, his AK, will find something, so at least a save gun, good for one. Yeah, I don't think there was any way Ecstatic were going to find their way back into this game.
Yeah. Surely not another 9 Pandas 16-14. Surely not. No, I don't even want to go so far as to say it just yet. But nice proactivity.
You just said it?
That is true. That is very true. But point being, you know, decent proactivity from Ecstatic on that round. A little disjointed, perhaps. Would like to have seen the A main players get a little further up before we thought about walking out connector, but threat swatted away, returned nicely by 9 Pandas. Queenix second round in a row, 2 kills. AK kept. Double digits on the board. I mean, yeah, I guess I have said it, right? So might as well stick to it. I think there is still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played here. But the big thing is it only takes 1 round from Ecstatic, and that comes in the form of 2 AWPs.
"25 rounds of Anubis." Ecstatic here, still finding themselves 2 away from their goal. Have been for a little while. Right now, at least, things are simmering down. I think 9 Pandas playing a lot more calculative, Harry, right? Like,
yeah.
I feel like some of these Tech 9 rushes that they were doing previously is kind of like, oh, we don't care, like, you know, we've still got chances. Now I think they realise, you know, let's do the top button up on our shirts, let's get a tie on, let's, you know, at least be a little bit more formal about these rounds, because there's chances. And, you know, if overpass is anything to go by, I should say the O word, I shouldn't mention it.
Yeah.
It's rude of me, how devious. I think it's safe to say, like, you know, if you've done it once, you can't rule out the idea that from this position you can do it again, right? Salazar's up to try and put a stop to it. Early doors, sees caught off guard. He's had a pretty quiet T side, hoping that his 4 remaining teammates, as he watches from the sidelines, can manage to pluck apart this Ecstatic defense once more.
Yeah, of course, there is another O word that we have to remember, and one which 9 Pandas may be vying for, if not for regulation. Yeah, the fact that they bring out the double AWP setup on Anubis, which, you know, seems to be a lot more common than other maps for sure. Difficult to attain, but once you have it, so much that can be done on Nordius is just creeping on forward. It's going to hit absolutely all of this. That is the bomb. Cast to the ground. A couple of players spotted. Deeper angle, and the spray is good. Glowing. Package not yet delivered, but the round should be arriving on the Ecstatic doorstep. Sparing, Michael Jackson makes an appearance. Bit of moonwalking there, but fortunately, no damage done.
Guess you could say it's a bit of a thriller.
Certainly. I'm trying to think. There was something back there, but I mean,
yeah.
I was thinking Billie Jean.
Yeah.
I don't know. The kid is not my son, but the problem is, you know, what am I actually talking about?
See those odds? It's time to beat it.
On, man.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
And, well, none other than Mr. Salazar, our smooth criminal with the AWP.
Ah, there we go.
Ready, because this is a B play. 9 Pandas, fast up, more tuned in with the idea of rushing. Never mind the AWP, it's the AK of Patsy. 2 quick kills. Kragan now trying to be on the receiving end of success as he finds himself another. And the AWP, double of them. I thought it was Salazar, but instead, no, the secondary man as the primary figure. Salazar gets one from behind. Balance switches it out, but it's a 1v3 to kickstart a 5-round-in-a-row requirement to push 9 Pandas to overtime. You mentioned the O word. It is an overpass. It was overtime, and I don't think we'll get any clearance here because this is looking all but done. Bomb in his pocket, no utility and no plant means Ecstatic can afford to wait and play time and distribute the wealth evenly across the board. Make sure all the timings are covered. They're going to give him space because they know as long as they trade, this game is over.
We've gone from a group act, the Jackson 5, to a solo performance here from Balance. The spotlight firmly on him. But given the space and time to bring this to post at the very least, as he punches in the numbers 7, 3, 5, 5, 6, 0, 8, we begin to tick on down. A 1 versus 3. And you can see Salazar is creeping on forwards from the opposite end, coming through the cave, down the street, and to parade the victory for Ecstatic. Still, Balance alive for now, out in the open. Fatty spotted low, needs to take the big HP player, but it's not going to happen. Just too much work to be done here. Ecstatic, they overcome a lead, which they didn't manage to convert come map 1. It was a sloppy end, but I mean, the way that they have turned this on its head and kept things going forward has been nothing short of excellent. And with 9 Pandas coming in as favourites, maybe we expected a little bit more after how they got off in this series. But ultimately, things come to a close in convincing fashion. Ecstatic, your winners 2-1.
Yeah, and look, the argument could definitely be made. It probably should have been a 2-0, Harry, in a very quick day in the office for them. But look, when you're playing against a team like 9 Pandas, who have been so prolific in open qualifiers, have been so honest and keen to get to Tier 1, have been playing so consistently well at a very, very high level in Tier 2. You know, some of the recent wins that they've been taking, Mouse and XT, Nexus, Sampi, again, a team that we've watched a bit of and we know how capable they are. Eyeballers, you know, Thunderflash, there's the Aurora Youngblood 500, like ITB are in the mixer as well, obviously a major attending team. You know, 9 Pandas have been on a pretty red-hot run of form. The fact that Ecstatic walk into this game, sure, higher ranking, but underdogs to this contest, and to be honest, should have taken it 2, make it look convincing even though it goes to 3. I think they only have themselves to applaud because this was a very impressive performance from them. And I've never been too sure about this new Ecstatic. I remember the old one, you know, some of them being moved to Astralis, some of them being plucked apart for different projects. Like, you think back to the old roster, right, with like, Cabby was in the mixer for a little while, right? Breezer, yeah, TML in the coach lot, Dafu, Wolfie, Manx was around as well. Like, all of these players that we see in different projects and pushing for different boundaries in CS. I didn't think this roster could live up to quite the name that the old Ecstatic was. But man, do they know how to prove me wrong. They are on a red-hot run of form right now. And they currently sit in the top 30, and I think after a performance like this, they only deserve to stay.
Yeah, 100%. It'll be their countrymen which they join at the top of the Swiss standings right now in the Pinnacle Cup alongside Espionage, the 2 teams to currently be 2-0 in the competition. And we should have some more games lined up for you later on. I believe that we will be missing out on that. Sort of next games on the way should be coming through for you soon enough. We will make sure that that is all sorted. But I mean, yeah, in terms of the rankings in this Swiss game, it's always exciting to see how these ones pan out, right? You go sort of 1-0, 1-0. It's always going to be a bit of a toss-up. It's nice that we get close competition at the very least and forced into that 3rd and final map. We felt maybe that the veto suggests it. We saw that a little bit yesterday, perhaps, where teams are expected to go the distance with how open plan things end up being. I think the first map always makes you question, is this going to be a sudden shift of momentum and one carried through or not? Not too sure how that sort of works out in the end, because on Ancient, it is that sort of swift dismissal on their own pick. I think Ecstatic looked a lot more convincing. But as you say, Tier 2, always a weird one. Teams trying to kick on and sort of remove themselves from that vice and you know, establish themselves at the upper echelons of play. But still, if you can't make it work in a game like this, then you know, you're always fighting a losing battle. I find it just the sort of fluctuation that we see constantly always be your worst enemy.
80 rounds of Counter-Strike, but Ecstatic win 2-1, as you say, joining Espionage in the 2-0 stage. More Counter-Strike to give you. Spirit Los Kagutos up next. We're back with it in just a few moments.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, julep, julep,
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Jag blir beside. Jag blir beside from heaven that you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 julep, pop 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 woo.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup broadcast, and I don't know what it is. I guess people don't like me so much, but it's now the third different casting partner I've had in 4 days here on the channel. First we had Hytheria, then we had Tom yesterday, and now I'm joined by Hayes for his debut here in Pinnacle. Hayes, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm glad I get a turn to be alongside you here once we kind of just got the revolving door. You're like the eternal fire of the casting world.
It's so true.
But I'm good, man. I'm keen to be a part of the Pinnacle Cup action here. Lots going on at the moment. And we're in some spicy games today, right? Like, these are lives on the line type of... oh, never mind. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Either way, they're still spicy games. Unfortunately, we did have a forfeit win earlier on, but we'll make up for that with some extra entertaining games later on.
Yeah, this is wild. The fact that Spirit had to forfeit against Los Cagutas means that Los Cagutas go 2-0, which is honestly a little bit unexpected because they beat Eternal Fire in their opener. Now they get this win here, which means they've got 3 chances basically to try and make it through to playoffs, which is amazing for that organization. Earlier on today as well, we had Ecstatic taking down 9 Pandas, a much better performance out of Ecstatic after they struggled in their opening game. And now we've got, Orcs versus OG, that's a 1-0 game, and Ents Academy versus Eyeballers, which is a 0-1.
Yeah, let's have a look at some rosters here. We can jump into Orcs, I suppose, first, because OG is certainly more well-known at this point. I actually haven't really been able to cover too much of these Orcs guys before. I mean, I know that you know, you had a couple players from Paloma and Permitter with Olymp and Senex. You had Veggie or Veggie and Wilkie. They were in Anonymo, and then they played in a few mixes after that in the Polish scene as well. And you've got HS, which is just this, like, completely left-of-field player coming into the mix here. And you've got a pretty interesting group of players. I think Casey was the one guy they were playing with towards the end of the previous season. But HS has come in through in his place. HS has always shown so much promise and potential, and it's always kind of felt like he's just been a bit unlucky with things not working out with the teams he's a part of. But I've always been a fan of his.
Yeah, and Pinnacle have actually keeping us updated on the social media all throughout this event, and they've actually dropped the top 5 highest rated performers so far in the Swiss stage, even though we are just at the early stages. Veggie is number 1. He was unbelievable in the game in their opener last time around. It was a 2-0 coming up against Arc Red, if I'm not mistaken. And I watched that game. I was really impressed with Milky and Veggie. And it was Olymp to really step up towards the end of Ancient to kind of get them over the line. I think this team's got a lot of promise. And I said it the other day when we were watching them, and I'll say it again now. This is a team that's made it to Pro League. They're going to be appearing in the most recent Pro League that's coming up at the end of August. If you're an organization, because as you see, Orcs, LFO, and you think, hey, it could be quite a good idea to jump on board and grab some of these guys, and suddenly we've got Pro League representation, we've got deep runs potentially forming in Pinnacle Cup. Like, this is a really good team to try and pick up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. ESL Challenger League Season 46 coming up for them as well. So, currently ranked 45th in the world, you know, in the top 50, great prospect. Like you say, if there's any orgs out there floating around looking to try and pick up a team that's already got something going for them instead of building from the ground up, right, building from scratch, then this is a great opportunity to sort of get a head start. Anyway, let's have a look at their opponents. Now, there's a lot to talk about here with OG. These guys are very well-known names, just not alongside one another. Still kind of looks a bit surreal seeing, you know, the likes of Keto, Fasha in an OG jersey, Nexa obviously coming back in the mix here as the IGL, and it's going to be interesting to see sort of how things work out for him now that he's back as the IGL. Obviously, there's been times in his career where he hasn't really wanted that role, you know, towards the end of G2, and I'm not sure how keen he's been on it in OG in the past, but you know, it's what he has to do now. Regali is the star. He's the one player here. He's the poster boy of the team. Everybody's spoken so highly of him, especially after his time in Copenhagen Flames. And I'm really keen to see where his ceiling is because I still think he has a lot to develop and a lot of experience to gain. But when you combine that with this mechanical ability, Regali's certainly one for the future. And he's really important for this OG roster as well, B-Dog. I feel like, you know, he doesn't have any room to disappear at all in this team.
No, he doesn't at all. And what I want to also throw into the mix there as well is the fact that Fasha was getting really good output in OG's opener. And that is the kind of responsibility that you want to have Fasha involved in, especially in this lineup. Because you got to remember that before Fnatic, Fasha was in Ecstatic. It's a little bit of a tongue twister, but he was the star player on that team. We can talk about that more in a little moment. I want to focus on the veto now, and I want to see some maps on the screen. I know that the Orcs love a little bit of the Holy Trinity, which is Vertigo, Anubis, Nuke, and you can even throw Ancient in there as well. OG banned that one out. Anubis actually banned out as well by the Orcs, so that's one of them down, as I'm just saying that. Inferno picked by OG makes a lot of sense. They love a bit of Inferno. They always will go for that on the OG squad, so we're there. There it is. There's one of them, Nuke, coming through. And the Decider, I'm just going to gamble it, and I'm going to go, let's say, Ancient. Come on. Nice.
There we go. All right, B-Dog, bang on the money. Love that. And it is going to be
quite.
Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient. Well, did you not say Ancient? You predicted as your decider there?
For the Decider, yeah. But not all of it. What I will say is that on the 11th of July, 2023, so 1 month ago today, Orcs played OG. It was a best of one, and it was for the Gamers 8 Open Qualifier, 16-14 on Mirage. But with that being said as well, that was one of the first outings for this new OG roster.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really look into it too much, but it's interesting that that game did go the distance, and I'm anticipating this best of three to be quite a similar manner.
Yeah, it was Mirage, one map that's not actually going to feature in the pool today. I think OG going to want a little bit of revenge, perhaps. I mean, Orcs were taking names in that period, man.
Yeah.
They beat Bad News Eagles as well, and then saw, as you said, to qualify for Pro League. So, really punching above their weight in recent times, which they've done for a while. And it feels like they're one of those tier 2 teams that's gone under the radar. Like, everyone was hyping up Aurora, iNation when they were doing really well towards before the RMR, I would say. Obviously, 9, not even really regarded as tier 2 anymore, sort of tier 1.5 now. But I'd say that, this Permitter, Paloma, Orcs team now kind of gone a little bit under the radar, for a team that's in the top 50 and kind of picking up these upset victories quite consistently.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm just actually having a look at that bracket now, and they went on to lose to 1 win in the very next game. And that was Forrester having an unbelievable life game. Damn. Okay.
I mean, that is the one thing about this Orcs team, though, is that you could see them beating like an OG, a Bad News Eagles, and a Saw, and then they would lose to like a team ranked like 83rd in the world as well. Like, that can happen with these kind of players, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that just comes down to feeling just the inconsistencies of not being together for a long period of time, right? You've got players from different backgrounds that have all come together. That's the story of these two teams. I could be throwing that blanket statement over Orcs or OG. And that's what makes this game in particular really exciting, because we are going to get a little bit of unpredictability. But with 1 month in the works now for this OG roster, you expect them to have a little bit more structure in the ranks, I think, compared to the Orcs, especially with all the resources behind this OG team now coming in and being under this banner. So I think that's where they get the slight edge. I think the individuals as well on OG are just better than the Orcs. But with that being said, the Orcs had some wacky stuff to go through in that game against Arc Red in this opener. I've never casted an Ancient game quite like it. Arc Red were pushing mid. They went into A on T side. Then they faked the bomb on A, walked back to B, faked the bomb on B, and then walked back to A. It all in one round. And that, no. But that's the point, right? The fact that Orcs had to deal with all of that, and it was really confusing, and it wasn't against a structure. They're over to overcome those odds. But now you're playing against a structured team. What's it going to be like? What's your difference going to be? And I guess that's what we're here to find out today.
All right, well, we're going to find out soon enough, hopefully. I'd like to talk a bit more about OG as well, and it's not going to be long until we do get into Inferno. It felt like this is a bit of a band, I don't want to say of misfits, but kind of a few rejects in one sense or another, getting cut from their teams, sort of making space for some other players, but they all have a lot of potential and a lot to get excited about, and they're trying to make it work out under the OG banner. With all the crazy roster changes made in the offseason, most people are like, yeah, OG's changes seem a bit mid in comparison, but I do think there's a world in which they exceed everyone's expectations quite drastically. If they've got the right group of players here, Nexa might really be able to work some magic. You can bet your top dollar they're all going to be listening to him and following him. Won't be any questions asked of Nexa's leadership with these 5 players, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. Meanwhile, we're seeing already top brackets being taken by OG, smoke deep on towards Library. That incentivizes them to wrap B, and that's exactly where they're going. A player's locked out. Gives a lot of information over to Orcs. You can see that HS is already trying to account for this. He's tucked himself in towards Tree. First contact going to be coming in a few moments. Oh, good rate flash. That's a phenomenal flash from SNX. HS,
Oh, no.
that's a little bit laboured, but he does get it done. And it might not even matter, because OG have just completely steamrolled their way through. The Banana players do the damage. It was supposed to be the CT surprise, and now we've got Olymp and Veggie in a 2v2.
Yeah, just charging their way up Banana right now. I don't think that there's actually a kit to be recovered here, so time is of the essence. OG, they've just taken up very passive post-plant positions immediately after that skirmish. Nothing being offered up right now as the CTs edge their way forward, trying to find these T players. Finally, a bit of contact comes through towards the cubby, but now the crossfire comes into effect. This is the player where Fasher steps out of coffins, and it's exactly what happens. Olymp low on health, running out of time. Nice kill out of him, but there's no way for him to win the round from here. Fasher will ensure the job is done, and that's a wonderful recovery out of OG.
Yeah, it really is. Fasher at the helm of it. HS really gets set up for success here, and unfortunately they just tuck themselves right in the corner. He still gets 2 kills, and you think the job is done, but Fasher does everything. And the reposition as well. You can hear the player coming ruins, resets in towards CT. There's just no time. As you mentioned, no defuse kit. So OG, they go off to a little bit of a rocky start, but it's incredibly well recovered, and now their morale will be up. And for Orcs, it's like, well, we had that round in the palm of our hands. Gonna have to try and stack on towards the B bomb site instead.
Yeah, OG just need to employ a bit of due diligence here before they make any decisions or commitments. But, question is, will they? As they make their way up Banana right now. I mean, listen, it's a bit of a toothless stack. 4 USPs and a Desert Eagle as well. HS makes his presence known. He's going to immediately rotate, though. It's a bit unfortunate that he doesn't hang around. OG's still going to commit in towards the speed bomb side. Are there any mollies to flush out these players? There we go. That one will flush out 2. Veggie, though, roasts up a little bit, so he has the element of surprise, and it's going to be a bait for SNX in the corner. Unfortunately for him, Regali still has his wits about him. Do you go SNX or Senex, B-Dog?
About SNX, but I don't have the official confirmation on what it is.
I'm sure Twitch chat will be quick to let us know.
True.
That's always reliable. Could be either. I'd like it to be Senex. I feel like,
yeah,
you know, it's got more to it if that's the name.
I don't mind it. I think this was, again, I could be reading into it, but this is what I do best, right? I kind of overthink things, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is what's happened. Reality is it probably isn't the case, but HS got the kill on Fasher, was very vocal about rotating towards A. And obviously he's going to try and rotate down towards Banana and have a little bit of a flank on. But it sells the idea as well that maybe not everyone is on that B-bomb site. Trying to entice OG a little bit further into B. Unfortunately, the USBs just can't really achieve too much. But I'm not sure if that was so deliberate to the point where I'm breaking it down step by step. But, you know, worth throwing in just in case.
All right, well, I mean, yeah. We don't always get to know exactly what's going on, right? We kind of have to speculate from the sidelines and make some reads and try and figure it out based on the information that we have. We'll never know for sure, but it's always important to give an idea. Who knows what HS was thinking?
It might be Senex because the N is capitalized.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder what made that, like, you know, the obscure capitalization of names so popular in esports names.
I think the way I understand it is that if you want to capitalize a letter, it gives more onus on that letter, and then you kind of treat it as a new word.
Okay.
Oh,
I mean, yeah,
nice.
I think that's actually makes a bit of sense, and we can get back onto that with HS. You know, both letters being capitalized deserves a bit of extra emphasis. But emphasis on the server. That's not his first opening kill. Did he not get the opening kill in the pistol round as well, I think? So
yeah, he did. He's had the opening kill
3
3
rounds
out
in
of
a row
3.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Good work. OG's response is going to be to group up over towards the B bomb site and execute their way forward, and it's a great option right now, all things considered. It's only Senex who's here. He's used his last piece of utility as well. In the meantime, Orcs are pushing their way down middle. They have come into contact with Keto, and Keto actually has to throw a smoke grenade just to keep himself alive. 40 seconds on the clock. OG still going to stick to the original plan here, but Orcs now have a very good idea of what's going on.
Yeah, smart as well, just keeping Olymp in towards the balcony, because he can hold just in case they come second middle or through their own smoke. They've got all the information here, Orcs. They just need to try and hold fire. Great flashbang. Yeah, again. Oh, it does shut up HS, but he can't finish his meal. It's happened a number of times in the round so far. SNX, perfect angle. But he can't double down. A lot of low players here for OG. And Nexa thought about going through the smoke. Instead, it's HS up and above it. Deals with Fiku, drops the bomb, and surely that's the round done.
Absolutely no time left remaining here. Keto needs to just make sure he doesn't go down after the timer. And he will be able to stay alive here at least. OG dropped their first round. Great work coming through from HS in particular. He's had a phenomenal start here on Inferno. Raining Supreme over towards the B-bomb site. Even boosted up there with that kill. Wasn't enough time left to recover the round. I mean, how do you end up with HS on this team? That's just what I'm wondering. Does he speak Polish? I don't think he does. He's never played on a Polish team before.
I asked that very same question when I saw them the other day.
Yeah.
This is fast. Look at this out of OG. They've already got complete brackets control. At the same time, Orcs secure Banana. So we go tit for tat in terms of your primary zones of control. And that one smoke thrown in top middle has actually forced OG all the way back. So now they're completely devoid of all information. Limited utility for this CT side. That's what I'm looking at right now. One smoke, one incendiary, and that is it.
Yeah, but for OG, they've got a couple pistols in play. A few Galils as well, so it doesn't look great in terms of their arsenal of weaponry. A bit beefier in terms of their util, though. They've gone B pretty much every single round so far. Let's see if they're going to keep up with that trend here. It's only HS who's here. He has an incendiary to buy some time, and there we go. They're forcing backwards with the flash. No rotations yet in towards that B-bomb site, so it's a good opportunity for OG right now. Of course, they wouldn't know that. They're kind of hoping that because they forced that top banana player back, that they've drawn a rotation, and that makes sense. That's the normal way to play the situation, but Orcs, they're not playing this in the orthodox fashion.
Yeah, they've kind of left a straggler. By occupying the CT space, Xenex can just depend on pure information, and he can still be a quick rotate. Look at this double pit setup. You even got Milky on the site. There should be no way in here for OG. And the pit players haven't even revealed themselves just yet. Keto and Fiku will get some trades, but that's about it. And with Xenex coming through the smoke, that locks it all up. Orcs with back-to-back rounds, and that's the money gone for OG.
And they didn't have to do a huge amount there. It was actually just their good gamble that came through and paid off for them at the end of the day. They bet on red, it landed on red. They kept that extra player over towards A. They read OG perfectly, and it paid dividends in the end. So good work coming through. Nice gamble out of Orcs. It was a really bold call as well, because if OG went B, then it was only HS there by himself with no more utility. But it works out perfectly, and I feel like with the way that Inferno's playing at the moment, you just have to go for those gambles sometimes as a CT side. Can't always play the percentages and try and cover both bases. Like we were talking about with OG, Regali can't afford to ever go missing on this team. Not only that though, but when things don't work out for OG, that's when I think you start to notice the glaring issues in terms of a potential lack of star power. You know, their riflers, all four riflers, none of them have really been seen in a star player role at any stage in their career. Maybe Fashion, like maybe Vikings.
Yeah, Fashion for Ecstatic. I think it's the only...
Ecstatic.
Is
but I mean, at what level?
Right? Yeah, well, tier 2, but I see your point. I think we can talk over this eco, because look, you've got 3 players here on A. If they do something spectacular, I'll be quiet. But I think with this lineup, Nex is going to get a lot of leverage out of Keto. I think Keto is really going under the radar right now in terms of what he brings to this team. And I think he's going to provide a lot of output in the future. I think he's one of the players to watch, honestly, if you're watching OG's progression.
I just think my biggest surprise was that OG decided to retain Fiku, because I agree with you. I think that Keto brings so much to this team, and I think that he's really going to flourish in a team that he has more freedom compared to what he had to play with in Big. You know, he was in and out of that team a couple times as well, so he knows now that he's got that assurance that he's going to be a permanent position in this team. But I was just surprised they kept Fiku. He didn't really inspire me a huge amount in the previous OG roster. Anyway,
I like
go on about that.
Yeah, we can. I like the Fiku retaining of the roster.
Okay,
but anyway, well, I digress. We got another gun round here. Let's focus up. Double apps this time for OG. A slight new variation. Smoke fades over towards A, and I like this aggressive play coming out of Orcs. They flash through. They're anticipating a boiler player, and Veggie does deal with Keto. 7-2 right now for Veggie as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned him in the pregame. You said how he was so had such a good performance against Arc Red. Continuing that form into this game against OG here as well. Strong start on Inferno. Orcs looking to add a 4th round to their tally. All of them consecutive as well. OG going to feel out towards the A bomb site. Yeah, they're very light on util. 2 smokes and a flash is all they've got at their disposal. And it looks like they're going to try and take contact as that smoke fades. 3 players working together in towards Archers.
Smart as well. Fasher goes up the stairs to drop the gun up. If you drop a gun elevated upwards, it doesn't make noise. So now he's got an AK. There's still 3 players on this bomb site though. Veggie's repositioned in towards Graveyard. That's going to be so unexpected. Especially with SNX taking contacts, but actually Fiku does a lot of damage. Now Olymp, last player standing, but the MP9 sings out for a couple, and he'll just collect the rest. Orcs up to 4 rounds, just at the virtue of having that extra player on the bomb site.
Yeah, perfect job coming through from them. They had that extra man, as you say, getting that opening kill. And essentially that's what allows them to win that trade train out. And I like how they're keen to make some plays kind of feel out at the start of the round, you know, ask some questions, but once they have that advantage, they don't keep forcing the issue. They don't keep giving up unnecessary gunfights for OG to level it out. They then force OG to make that next move. OG's next move now is to eco it out. 4 rounds in a row lost here. Haven't really struggled to get into positions to execute, right? I mean, they've quite consistently been able to get Banana, been able to get themselves in towards the top of middle. It's that actual exec phase where things seem to fall short for them.
Yeah, it's just been really difficult trying to get this bomb down. And as a result of that, you don't really have all the utility at your disposal whenever you'd like it. OG just need to plant the bomb on the site, and then suddenly we're underway and we are back into this half because they'll have more to really leverage and rotate Orcs. But Orcs have been very disciplined. They've not been over-rotating all that much. If anything, they've been really resolute in their beliefs of where this round is going to end. And more often than not, it has been the right call. This is nice. Nexa, providing a little bit of a footstool for Fiku so it doesn't make any noise. Contact again, HS low. And dead. They'll clear this boost though. And they will. Ooh. Fiku, nice adjustment. There we go. 2 quick kills from Fiku. And now we get that bomb down.
Yeah, great deke shots coming through from him. 3 versus 3. Inferno notoriously difficult to retake on. All 3 of the remaining players for Orcs going to work together as they edge their way forward. They've got 2 kits between them. Utility as well. Not leaving anything to chance right now. They just work forward as a unit. Unfortunately for OG, they haven't been able to recover any of these guns. They still only have the upgraded pistols right now. Olymp forces the issue on the first, spots out a second while he tries to deal with Regali. But oh my god, Regali just raining death and devastation with the Desert Eagle. He's going to be able to find that second kill, but Milky is the one without a kit, and that means he doesn't even have an option to try and stick the defuse in the smoke. Desperately looking around for the kits, he couldn't find it, and OG have just won an eco.
Oh, look at this shot again. Bang. See you later. And then Regali even gets spotted in towards Dark, and yet he still does this under pressure. That one's nice, but that one onto Veggie is essential. And the reason he steps out from Dark as well, because he knows the time is low, has to guarantee this player is not on the bomb. Otherwise that gets a little bit scrappy towards the end. OG even taking a pause That was a round they were hoping for just the bomb down. Instead, they get everything.
Well, that's certainly going to be a nice reprieve here for OG after losing 4 rounds in a row and not actually able to get a huge amount accomplished in those rounds either. At least for Orcs, comfortably got another full buy here. Lose this one though, won't be the same in the next round. Okay, 1 round between these two teams. Whoever loses this resets in the next. So economic game up for grabs here as well. Swings and roundabouts.
It's aggressive.
Yeah, 3 players.
This is so
OG
much
haven't really been
information.
playing too aggressively at the start of their T rounds either though, right? They've been quite happy to just take their time and get control.
The thing with getting this space and understanding that no one's in second mid is that you can rotate these players over, but they are really far away. Snenix has to do his best, and Fasha not looking, caught off guard. And you haven't even accounted for HS, who's this Coffins player. Regali is really low, worms his way in towards this bomb site. Biku needs to plant good molly, that's going to force HS forwards, and actually just denies the bomb. They are running through these smokes, they don't give a damn. On the side of Orcs, Regali will trade at the very least. It's a 2 versus 3, and yet again, Digits not punched in.
I love that initiative being taken by HS as he forces the issue. Catches OG off guard as a result, and like you say, that bomb has not been activated. Regali is low, there's no more utility bar, the one flash that Keto's got, but how do they find a bomb plant? That's going to be so damn difficult for them right now. I don't even... Is the bomb still in front of Coffins? It is.
Yeah.
23 seconds left on the clock. Regali's forced to try and find a fight here. Keto's just used his one flashbang. That bomb's going to get picked up by Regali, but it's basically mission impossible to try and plant it. Yeah, there we go. Olymp just charges forward. As soon as he gets any information that plant comes through, he just rushes forward and gets both of those kills on the spray down.
What a really good act of discipline for Orcs, in amongst all of the initiative being taken here, because it's not only HS that goes through that smoke, you see it on the replay. Xenix is also there, doubling down and getting the kills, and then they completely press the pause button. The burden is now on OG to go in, get that bomb and replant it, and that's when Olymp swings. Worst case, he gets the bomb down. Best case, he finds both, and that's exactly what happens. A really good mid-round out of Orcs.
Yeah, I love their patience. Like you say, they just hold. They don't want to make any risks, right? They don't want to take any risks, should I say. Playing good calculated Counter-Strike right now are Orcs, and that's why they've been able to get these wins over really high-level opposition, like Baddies Eagles, like Saw. They beat OG in the best of 1. If they can get this best of 3 win over OG, that would be their most legitimate victory as this team, even as this core. That would be a really big result for them, B-Dog.
It really would be. We had to see Regali on the AWP, and that's because of the virtue of money, but also it's very difficult to wield this sniper pretty effectively on the T side. A couple of kills coming in at the tail end for Nexa and Fasha. And it is good to see that everyone is striking for OG, right? Your kill distribution's pretty even, your floor is about as high as your ceiling. Which is certainly what you need. Again, 3 players lean. In fact, it's 4 towards B for Orcs. Look at this. And that is because of the conditioning being set in terms of, well, we've pushed apartments before, and they weren't there. We can allow Veggie just to be here on his own. We trust him enough just to hold down the line. He can use his utility to buy enough time for Olymp over. And that's exactly what's happened.
I think it's also got to do with the fact that OG have consistently been taking banana control. They're looking to try and disrupt that because for the most part, Orcs have been kind of defending from the bomb sites itself. Variation here on the setup. OG, they haven't won a gun round for a while. I mean, OG haven't won a gun round, man. They went up 2-0 at the start of the map, and then they won an eco. So, OG actually haven't won a gun round yet here on the map. We're in the 10th round now. Certainly something that they're going to have to rectify and remedy. Oh my god, Milky just absolutely destroys Vash after he gets boosted up. That might take some attention away from HS as well. Nexa, none the wiser, is now no longer wiser as he's lost his head.
That's really smart structure. The fact that you've got Milky taking the first contact, SNX was always holding a flash, so he's going to flash on the contact, and then HS just tucks in. Regali, though,
Wow.
Gets
my
obliterated. See you later, says Milky, and that's the round done. You're 20 seconds left. I don't think you can go for this. You've not got the money. You're going to have to just save.
Look at the kill distribution on Orcs, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as what we were saying for OG. It's just triple the times. 7-3 on the CT side.
And they haven't lost a gun round. Still. Going to keep 5 players alive here as well. Going to be a massive boost to their economy going into this next round. Building up some head steam. Milky with some massive AWP kills in this round. First one in towards Banana. Second one, even more impressive, running into Regali's AK. Decision time now for OG. Surely they just spend all their money. No, they're not going to. Okay, that makes more sense, actually, I suppose. Just, what do they get now? $3,400 when they lose a round, so yeah. I suppose they'll be okay in the next.
And they made it work with Deagles before. I was just looking at that best of one, what happened on Mirage, and it was a 9-6 CT half in favour of OG, and then Orcs didn't put a foot wrong on their defense. They went 15-9 before that game ended 16-14.
Okay. Well, that's some important context to that result then.
Look at this again. Push down Banana, but Fasher is holding for this exact eventuality. But HS lobs a nade, so he can't see him when he crosses. That's so smart.
Kind of forces OG's hand now in towards the A bomb site because they don't have any presence on the opposite side of the map. Creeping their way up short, creeping their way up apartments. It's a bit of an awkward setup with Olymp and Veggie right now. I think Olymp is in graveyard. Yeah, he's not exposing himself. Oh, great awareness there from Milky as he steps back out. Nexa will be the victim. Good flash high in the sky. Keto completely blinded up. No, never mind. Actually, not impeded by the flash. That means he'll get the kill in the first, but that's the first frag in 2 rounds, and that's all they'll be able to accomplish in the round. As Orcs dominate OG once again. I mean, I suppose we didn't expect a huge amount out of OG in this round with 3 players saving. But Orcs are almost making this look easy. This is elementary for them right now.
After the chaos I saw against Arc Red, I wasn't convinced coming into this best of 3.
Okay.
The amount of variation we've seen out of Orcs on both A and B has been unbelievable. Remember, we've had so many different setups. I could list them all, but it would take the entire round timer to go through it. That's how effective they have been. For OG, something needs to change, and here we have it. Regali. Round 12, he's on the AWP. Veggie pushes apps and deals with Fiku.
Just to expand on your points, I think what impresses me the most about Orcs is not necessarily the diversity of the setups we've seen out of them, but how well calculated and methodical they've been with their setups as well. It hasn't just been, you know, let's get aggressive, let's force fights early on, let's just rush around. There's been a lot of method to their madness as well. And I think that's something I've really appreciated out of them.
B-Pop about to take shape. Xenex ready. Deploys this smoke to allow HS room in. But there isn't actually a molly for that position at the moment. Fasher just creeping his way through and pre-fires it because of that smoke. HS dealt with. Xenex will trade, but Regali can now train himself on the angle and hits the shot. B-bomb site open for business again for OG.
Yeah, there we go. AWP immediately coming into the fray here for OG 3 versus 3. Can't afford to lose this post-plant situation. Orc certainly going to have a crack at it. Olymp is taking his time, though. He's so concerned that there might still be somebody in towards mid. It looks like Orcs have actually called it. Yeah, they're going to accept their fate. Man, this is the burden of Inferno, right? Milky is going to just hang around here. I mean, he doesn't have a kit, so there's no way for him to go for a ninja defuse. But that is going to be 8-4. OG finally able to get another round on the board. 2 kills was all it took to open up that B-bomb site. One nice pre-fire out of Fasher. Then Regali with the Zorb lining another kill up. That's his second in the round.
He's got that
all dies of the bomb explosion. Yeah, Fasher not going to go for it.
It's because he spotted that player CT. Was so worried about him swinging the corner. Would rather preserve his life. Good idea out of Xenex. dropping that smoke for HS, but because they didn't throw a molly on the position, it's more expected now. And it was really great pre-fire. OG, B's the weakness. The vulnerability here for Orcs is this B bomb site. All rounds that have led to success have come on B for OG.
Yeah, that's true. And at this point, you kind of just have to say, all right, I think we should just continue to try and exploit that if you're OG, right? You can still get control of middle and try and force rotations, but more often than not, just end up over towards that B bomb site. Orcs have actually got a response, and it's to stack numbers in towards that part of the map. There's 3 players in Banana, but that leaves them vulnerable over on A right now.
Surely we're apps popping here. Regali lined up a flash, you see it in his hand. Over it goes, and out we go. Olim just needs to try and stay alive. We'll actually adjust, and Veggie provides valuable input. That nade, oh, he's dead, sure. 3 on 3, still possible, but they are trapped in the balcony at the moment. Boost coming in for HS as well. Rasher not dealt with. How many times are we seeing this out of HS?
Oh,
okay.
no ways.
They're going to reboost as
Round
well.
2.
Regali spotted and removed. Nexa, the IGL, now thrown into a 1 versus 3, a very difficult situation.
They're giving him a lot of respect right now, though. Nex is so concerned someone might push through. Eventually going to redeploy the smoke. He's got some time to play with here. Be a huge clutch to come through for the IGL, but HS actually has been able to force him off the bomb plant. Nexus successfully gets his gun out, but unfortunately can't connect any shots. HS is a monster, man. He's just in some great form right now, taking a lot of initiative, being very proactive, keen to constantly force the issue. 3v3, OG successfully get onto A. And it's one of the first times we've seen them get full control of that A bomb site, but they can't do much with it.
Yeah, it's actually such a shame because that was the perfect call coming out of Nexa. Understanding that, look, as we literally mentioned at the start of the round, OG have been thriving on B. There's going to have to be an instantaneous reaction out of Orcs. So let's go A. Let's try and punish them. Unfortunately, the Pit player and Veggie get 2 kills before you're even out of the balcony. And then you've lost all your space, you've lost the timing and the element of surprise. 1 Galil, that's the premium brought into this round, and HS, he fires off for 1. Xenex will get the trade. And the trade space has been very good overall, but that is a really unnecessary fight. It needs to be careful. Regardless, Galil rattles out at the top of Banana. Meanwhile, although he has the bomb, keep your eye on brackets, because that's where OG are now taking space.
I do like that Orcs are starting to make a move here. They have to, right? Milky with the AWP's got a couple players heading in his direction. Thankfully, going to get out of there alive. OG kind of bypassing the defense right now, but not expecting the flank to come through from Banana. That's the bomb dropped, and although Milky's been dropped as well, Keto with the orb could find another. He does. Okay, all of a sudden, the door is open here in the round. 2 versus 2. This turns into Wingman here, B-Dog. Don't know if you played much Wingman on Inferno, but kind of looks something like this.
Yeah, this is very worrying now for Orcs, because they felt comfortable and now they've just been dispatched off by Keto. The consideration in this round is you have to go for it. But where have all these players gone? They've rerouted everywhere. And Olymp, this is such a powerful position. I don't need to clear in this, especially with Xenex revealing himself from the underpass. And, oh, okay. Well, they can't clear it because they've just been deleted.
I mean, how cool was he in that position? It's like he was just shooting bots. I think that's the one thing that's so impressive by this Hawks team is it doesn't seem like their opponents' names get in their heads, right? It's not like we're playing Bad News Eagles or OG and, you know, the intimidation of the names doesn't really seem to be much of a factor against Orcs. Call for their first tactical pause, 10-4 up. They've only lost 1 gun round here. 1 gun round on their CT side. It's been a great performance from them across the board. Everybody contributing and chipping in. How important is this 5th round for OG?
Very. Because it will stop momentum a little bit. And then you can build up, you can turn over a fresh page as you swap over into the next half. So, for me, I think it's paramount. And obviously, you want to have 5 rounds. That feels a lot better than 4. It's so wild that we've had 1 AWP round out of Regali. That's the round that OG win. And they're still not able to recover that AWP back. And he hasn't had it since.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. been rough for him to have much impact without that AWP. 2 kills in that round just leaves a lot to be desired and a lot of what ifs in the back of our minds.
Yeah, and it will be different on CT side. That's not me coping. That's just the reality of the situation with AWPs on CT side Inferno. But by having a 5th round, you give yourself an extra little bit of wiggle room to try and build up back into the game. Because if Orcs run away with this half 11-4, suddenly you're leaving yourself limited. And you got to remember, this is OG's map pick.
Yeah, that's a good point. From here we go to Ancient, which I expect OG to be good on Ancient. I don't know how much Ancient they've played in recent times, but just with this group of players with Nexa at the helm, I think Ancient will be a good prospect for them anyway. Let's see what they can do here in the final round of the first half. Doesn't look great. Oh my word, Olymp reigns supreme. Death and devastation. Double kill comes through from his rifle. OG have nothing to show for it. Finally, Nexa gets a frag back, but he's taken a lot of damage in the process. He's trying to force the issue on Olymp, but that's going to cost him his life. It's all on Keto, 1v4. Nice couple kills coming through from him. Was nearly ready for the third as Olymp just swings out and forces the issue. That's an 11-4 half. Great performance from Orcs. Can they continue that into the season?
I think HS, this position here is so selfless. Because he goes up and over, sacrificing himself for the benefit of the team. Not only does it buy an extra valuable second for players to rotate through, it also further sells the idea that Olymp isn't up on the boost. We've seen that a lot out of his gameplay. More than willing to sacrifice for the team and also taking a couple of kills to the grave with him. And very impressive. 11-4, as you mentioned, is right, and now the pistol is paramount for OG.
Alright, well, let's see what OG can accomplish here in the pistol round. They're going to have to try and make this work on the CT side with only 4 rounds to their name coming into the half. Orcs just fanning themselves out across the map at the start of the round, waiting to see if there's any aggression they can look to punish. I'm surprised we don't have any Julies on the side of OG. I'm pretty sure...
Fasha's got him.
Oh, we do?
Through the wall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Fasha Regali.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I guess I'm just used to the CCT HUD, so my brain just didn't see the normal icon. And there we go, you're right.
Shout
There's actually
observer.
quite a few
Thank you.
Julies.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
All good. It's only because I saw the silhouette through the wall. Otherwise, I would have completely agreed with you.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I was just shocked because I know all these players on OG enjoy the Julies, so it makes sense. It's actually they've got 2 sets of Julies on Fasha and Regali.
We might be apps popping here.
Yeah, they're taking their time. They've got some utility, starting to throw it in now. Smoke over the top at A. The question is, are they going to commit A from here? Wrap around B, perhaps?
Oh, they might even go through their moto smoke here. This gets weird. Now the fight out on towards short. Nice shot out of Keto, and Regali reveals himself from the balcony. HS gets a kill, but it's not really relevant at the moment. He needs to get involved in the fight more. Does Veggie and Milky, and he will find him. That's perfect. 3-on-3, need to isolate this player, and they've done it somehow, some way. And now HS, he can have a field day.
That is a disaster of the highest order for OG. That is such a rough round for them to lose. I mean, HS got the kill on the opposite side of the map. It looked like it was falling apart for Orcs here over towards A, but Veggie says, guys, just wait. Give me a second. He waits for that moto smoke to fade, then he activates, and even though he missed the first few shots on the player in mini pit, he eventually connects, gets that kill, and then just charges forward and finds the player in big pits as well. That just alleviates all the pressure, creates the space. HS finishes off the job with the double, and that pistol round, that's a nail in the coffin right now for OG.
That's so wild. It looked like the setup was so good, but just having that extra element of a long player with a P250 really just changes the whole dynamic. The Senex just doesn't care about smokes. Has been spotted by Keto, so that's going to put the B players on high alert. But Orcs don't care. They're just going to run through. HS, I'm sure he's going to go through this smoke in a sec. Just waiting for the nade. Actually catches it at his feet. SNX. Running through. Got to clear the orange player, and they do. Got to clear the quad player, and they don't. Fasha finds 2 kills, and here comes Keto as well. That's the bomb dropped. And this round looking really good for OG.
Oh, it's done. They've completely locked this one on. It's only Senix left remaining. There's no way he can recover this. Fasher even smells the rat with the 5-7 tapping in the smoke, narrowly missing out. Oh my god, as that time ticks down, Senix's life will as well. Fasher eventually finishes off the job with a couple clean taps. 12-5. Huge force buy win coming through for OG. They needed that round so badly. Finally, something goes their way.
Great work, because you also got to deal with the Olymp flank. There was 2 long lurks in this round, and Thiku turns around and accounts for him. Really well done by Fasher. Gives OG a lifeline. Now you got Tech 9s, now you got Deagles. It is the force buy, of course, from Orcs, but they are very limited in what they can achieve. And a couple of rounds in a row. Can't marry that up with the first gun round falling in favour to OG. Suddenly, they're right back in it.
Yeah, they are. You win this at 12-6, anti-eco in the next 12-7. 12-7 doesn't really look all that bad, does it? CT side of OG on their map pick. Yeah, I'd back them to make it competitive from there at the bare minimum. Let's see what Orcs have in store for us here with their force buy. Next, we're going to clear out HS and Banana. Great way for OG to begin their campaign against this force buy. They can absolutely not afford to slip up here. It goes without saying.
Oh.
And Regali is going to have to watch the rest of the round from the sidelines.
I think obviously structure is key in rounds like this. So my comment that I'm about to mention now doesn't apply to just like Tech 9 rounds going up against it for OG. But the biggest thing I want to see in this CT side is them not playing scared. I just want them to rely and like have that belief that they can build back into this game by playing their brand of Counter-Strike. The minute you play down to your opponents, the minute you let it get scrappy, that's where Orcs are going to punish you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, and that comes down to playing to win and not playing to lose, right? Or playing not to lose, rather, should I say. And that's one of the big reasons we see like the high-level tier 1, tier 1.5 teams often struggling against some of the lower-level opposition because, as you say, they're scared to slip up, they're scared to make mistakes, so they don't really play their natural game. I want to see OG backing themselves and playing with confidence.
This one should be a formality. Regali. Oh, peeking down. It is only Glocks on the other side, so even a peek like that isn't that scary. Veggie does have a P250, my apologies. Good space being taken as well by OG. Look, we've got all of Banana. Cleared out apartments early. Got to get past Nexa and his MP9. Milky will have to swing that, but Fasher taking contact. But Nexa overwhelmed. And now Fasher.
And Fasher hasn't been able to fall back. Yeah, he's committed to this forward position right now. Flash has lined everybody up. Thankfully, Regali's going to arrive on the scene. And he restores calm. Needs to be careful though. Yeah, a couple bullets left in the magazine, enough to get the job done. 4 kills coming through for Regali. Extinguishes any threat in the round here for the T side. Keto will get the point on the board. 12-7. First full gun round of the second half about to come underway.
That gets scary though. I think the flashbang was even Regali's. Yeah, you see it in the feed. That is not ideal. But it doesn't matter because he makes up for it. No bomb plant either. Which is always very good for this OG squad now. Regali straight on that AWP, you can see it. AK's available too. 3 of them. Is this a T-sided buy for OG?
I mean, could be mistaken for one. Really excited to see Regali consistently with that AWP here on the CT side. Everybody always spoke about how he was destined for big teams, right? With his time in Copenhagen Flames, which I'd say was kind of made by their failure to qualify for either of the RMRs. They couldn't qualify for the most recent one or the one before that. Not for the Blast Major or the Stockholm Major either. And they were in really good form before both of those RMRs. So that was a big problem for Copenhagen Flames. And I think that was a big blight sort of on Regali's track record. But still gets that opportunity at the big time. I mean, listen, apparently he was in the conversation for that AWP spot in NIP when they decided to go with Head Trick. As we see the flash play in towards middle, Milky, despite the fact he's completely blinded up, just holds down mouse button 1, gets a kill, and Orcs want to activate off the back of that. They're not pulling any punches or hesitating.
Yeah, this is what they do. This is Orcs being very aggressive because they know they've got the individuals to trade out. And there we are. A bomb site overwhelmed. Nexa having a little bit of a spray, having a look in. The money's not really here. It is a 4-on-3, and you know that Milky is somewhat tagged, but if this player falls here, which he does, Fasher, I think you call this off. It has to be a save. This could be 13-7.
Oh, yeah. I love that so much from Orcs, as you say, part and parcel with their style. They take an inch, and they turn it into a mile. And that just puts OG in such a difficult position going forward now. I mean, they built up a little bit of momentum, started to close the gap. This first gun round was monumentally important. Keep in mind, B-Dog, they've still only won a single gun round on this map.
Yeah, that is really putting it into perspective. And it's kind of wild how that's really taken shape. Regali, yet again, not really being involved. That's not his fault. I'm not saying Regali needs to do more, because they went to the other bomb site. Gito goes 1 for 1. Gets support flashback by Nexa. But it's just not enough. And now another pause. Orcs, do they want to keep pressing on the accelerator, or are we going to have a more calm and composed round?
Well, they know that if they win this next round here, they're pretty much guaranteed to win Inferno, right? Because then 14-7 becomes 15-7. OG won't have any money left if they lose this next round here. So how does Regali get himself more in the action? I mean, I suppose the one problem was not only was he on the wrong side of the map, but it's not like he had any time to rotate because Orcs just went all in on A as soon as they leaned in that direction. So if you're Regali, maybe you got to force the issue a bit more, right? Maybe you got to peek down middle, peek through apartments into second mid. And it looks like he's going to make a play. This is what I like to see, being proactive with that AWP, but he won't connect on the shot. Opportunity offered up to him, and now they're chasing him through the smoke right now. HS, that is ruthless and relentless. It will cost him his life, but he's taking down the opposite team sniper. Fico has to fall back through the molly. That's going to cost him a lot of health. Orcs taking all the ground. I guess living up to their namesake. They're playing like Orcs would.
Yeah, for the Horde. Completely overwhelming. Another molly. Key 2. Whew. Actually, not key 2, key 4. That's all he's got left. And look at this rotation. Everyone's come over towards A as a result of all the chaos, and Orcs reset back towards B. There is a smoke available to get away from CT, and this would be the perfect timing to go on it. But that bomb is still committed towards second mid right now.
I mean, it's still okay, though, because there's 50 seconds on the clock here, so Veg and Olymp, they can clear out the B bomb site. Might even draw rotations. There's still a couple ways this round could unfold. The smoke there from Fash is actually at the perfect time, you know. It's kept Veggie and Olymp at bay. Veggie's playing on the edge of it. Fash is going to cross. OG have rotated so heavily, though, B-Dog.
This is 30
seconds left. 3 of their 4
left.
players now over towards B.
The smoke's not even on B, so they're going to have to contact play this in, try and sell the idea more. Veggie hits the deck, and with that, it definitely looks like it's going to be a fake. Fiku just caught completely off guard. And it does come in. Bomb planted. OG stranded on B.
And that's the end of the round. There's no way for you to retake this 3 versus 3. You're so far away. You've got 1 kit, sure, but you lose this round and you don't keep any weapons in play, then that's pretty much game over if it isn't already. Great reads from Orcs, just back and forth. Forcing rotations out of OG. They've got a great read on this T side, man. Very good decisions as well as to where they end up. Great option coming out of apartments there. They knew that if they'd forced the rotations that there's probably going to be somebody archers and then maybe someone towards A. It means that it's a great option coming through apartments with the sort of setup with that sort of setup employed.
And then the question most people will be asking is, well, why did OG over-rotate? Oh, that hurts. Bomb radius on Inferno, everyone. But the question that people will be asking here is, well, why did OG rotate? Look at the pressure that was applied here on A, by the way. Because not only have you taken top brackets, there were mollies, nades, smokes on a moto, thrown in towards pit and mini pit. Like, OG, they were screaming, this is an A rush. It makes complete sense they've over-rotated everyone there. Because it was Keto that was on 4 points of health from pit.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then everybody rotated B afterwards. Orcs just kept forcing the rotations back and forth and they end up on the weaker bomb side. It's a perfect round coming through from them. Great calling as well. Do you know who the IGL is? Is it Olymp?
I'm not sure.
I'd imagine it's Olymp or Senex. Just because they were previously a part of like the Paloma Permitter mix. It was kind of their call with KC as well. HS replaced KC. Anyway, just speculating. Maybe if somebody's watching has the answer, you guys could let us know.
SNX, I think it's Senex.
Okay, alright, cool.
Yeah, no, it would be. It would be Senex because he IGL'd on Permitter.
Well, there we are. Certainly one of the stronger fragging IGLs out there.
Oh, he got spotted. Nice shot. A valuable opener. One that OG have been without for some rounds. Noise also being created over towards the apartments. Olymp announced himself there very proactively. But this is always going to end B. 3 players so aggressive up Banana. There's 30 seconds left. Got to get past Regali.
Variation smokes being thrown here by the T side. Not a huge amount of time left on the clock. I think HS saw from the trajectory of the smoke someone's on top of oranges, but Fasher will still peek out to get the kill. Great defense coming through from Regali and Fasher. They're buying time for the rotations to come from Fiku as well. Milky's already abandoned the ship. He's left Olymp high and dry as he heads for the hills. And that is going to be OG getting their 8th round, keeping themselves alive by the skin of their teeth. Great work out of them. 5 players stay alive. Regali with the AWP has his impact. That's what we've been looking for.
Yeah, perfect defense here. The fact that Fasher goes searching as well, gets some really necessary kills to allow Regali the room on the bomb site to pick and choose his angles.
Looking at the money here for Orcs. Going to be able to afford a buy here pretty comfortably. Won't have any residual cash left though. Numbers still looking very good across the board for Orcs. Fiku and Nex are lagging behind a little bit on OG. Everybody's negative on the kill-death ratio though, so everyone does have room for improvement.
Crunch time. And yet again, banana control being taken. 2 smokes used for Orcs to get that progression. Leaves them a little bit limited moving forward. And with all that pressure, with all that dedication of utility, OG, well, they know that they can afford to have players here. Senex will trade. Now suddenly, you're a bit stuck. But you have got Nexa in the bomb site. And he... dodges the molly because it goes dark. Now, there are 3 players here, but it doesn't look like they're considering him at all. Thank you very much.
Nobody. Oh, my. I thought they might because they molly dark. I thought, okay, clearly they're still going to clear out the bomb site before they commit, but they kind of just expect it to be open. And Nexa punishes them in the most brutal way possible. And that kind of flips the round on its head. Now it's OG who have the advantage. Orcs still have to try and recover that bomb, plant it. I mean, this seems very unlikely. Senex is already making his way back down Banana. Milky will find a kill though. Any utility to be recovered? I'm not sure. I mean, a smoke would go a long way right now.
Yeah, this is where it gets difficult. You're 25 seconds. No one's giving you a fight. You know Regali's still alive. So there's an AWP posted somewhere. You just got to get out and save.
Saving.
Yeah. And at the hands of Nexa...
I feel about this though.
I like
agree
it.
with this decision?
It's the right one at the end of the day. Like you've got, you know where that bomb is. You know that Nex is on the bomb site, and he would have repositioned. And just by holding tab, you know that Regali's alive as well. So that there's an AWP somewhere holding a narrow angle, and you have to guess which one it is. And you can even go Tech 9s around this. Hey, if you want to force the issue on double stage loss, which I wouldn't recommend, but you could.
Yeah. I think I'm a bit of a believer myself, man. You know, 2 versus 2, 30 seconds on the clock, kind of push forward. Maybe you trade the first one out, end up in a 1v1. I think it was one of the more debatable saves you'll see on Inferno, right?
Yeah,
like,
they've gone for it. So this is why. So HS is on a Galil, and you've got 2 Tech 9s. They're gonna try something maybe a little bit faster here, especially with this progression up second middle.
Well, let's see what Orcs have in mind here, and it does look like they're going to be making their way in towards mid as suggested. OG deploying some utility of their own to try and keep them at bay. Man, Regali pretty lucky to be alive right now as they try and hunt him down. Kito's going to be the ones to draw first blood, but there's an immediate response coming through from that T side.
They're going to try and wrap CT here. They've just dropped another smoke just to keep these people in place, and there it is. There goes Nexa, and now the avenue has opened up. You just have to get past Fasher. But I like this. Walking down Banana, you're clearing the space. You've even dropped this smoke. Okay, well, no one's here immediately, which means I can focus my efforts on these players in the smoke. And this will buy more time for the rotates to come over, even though Milky is holding them down mid.
Fasher has them lined up. He will find the first frag for free. Obviously makes his position made known, but Milky does get caught in the backlines. Now they charge into Fasher, and Veggie has to trade his teammate out, which means he's going to end up in a 2 versus 1. Not ideal by any stretch, especially considering he's been brought down to 34 points of health. Bomb plant will come through using the fountain as his cover for the first. He gets the kill on Keto. Wants to go with the Tech 9. Veggie just forces the issue. He swings on Regali, and that is how you dominate a 1v2.
It was so perfectly played up until, well, the 1v2. And there's not a lot you can do about it. You just give Veggie a lot of props. He's so low, 34 points of health, and yet he wide swings the AWPer with a Tech 9 of all things. 15-9. Again, one of these rounds that really comes right down to the wire, and Orcs take their last pause. They have 6 opportunities to close out Inferno.
Yeah, that's a back-breaking round for OG to lose. I mean, at least Regali's going to have his AWP and Keto with enough money for an M4, but outside of that, they're going to be piecing together pots and pans to plug the gaps.
It's a utility as well, right? I mean, look how limited it is.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. They're going to try and juggle it around right now. Want to lean most of those smokes over towards V. Fasher and Nexa, both with a smoke each. Regali has one over at A. As you say, Orcs need one of the next 6, and they claim victory here on OG's map pick.
Oh! Nice try from Regali. Gets boosted up, but hits the leg. The Senex. Keto? Where are you going?
I mean, I know he said he's keen to play with freedom here on OG, but I think that's a bit too much. At least Regali does get a kill back.
He does, but now you got to consider Pit. There's only a Deagle here. Fiku would need at least one. Regali through the smoke. They know this, and they overwhelm. The SMG bites down for 2, and suddenly, well, the door, it's closing on OG here on Inferno. Fasher picks up an AWP. Nexus rotating in with the FAMAS. There's utility, sure, but there's no defuse kits.
At least Senex is fairly low. Olymp around half health, but this has got to be next to impossible for OG. Desperately looking for some sort of in here in the retake. Nothing being offered up to them, though. This has been a sublime performance from Orcs. A masterclass, if you will. Especially in the gun rounds. What, did they lose a total of 2 or 3 gun rounds throughout this whole map? Complete and utter domination out of them on their opponent's map pick. And now it's just about polishing off the job. Or polishing off the job. Maybe a bit more fitting.
Olymp even gets his 3rd SMG kill to elevate himself to 20. What a wild game. And the thing is, we're talking about OG being a new team. We're talking about the fact that their structure is still going to take time to develop. I was so impressed with how versatile Orcs were on that attack. The moment it felt like at any moment they could just explode into a play, and they were more than happy to change the direction of the round based on how it played out, which is really good. It shows that they're not stuck in their ways. They're happy to kind of play it a little bit more flexible, and that is what aided them in a lot of those mid rounds to really overcome the odds against OG. It's their map pick next, and they start on the T side, but they've played Nuke twice. They played it against Saw most recently on that run to qualify for Pro League. They entered that half 10-5 on the T side on Nuke.
Well, it means they certainly do have an uphill battle ahead of them. Orcs with their map pick up next. Are they going to be able to win the series 2-0 and upset OG? I mean, surely we got to see more out of OG. Everyone's expecting more out of them, and we'll find out if they have what it takes after a short break.
You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
A unbelievable CT side from the Orcs and Inferno gave them enough in the tank to see them over the line against OG on their map pick of Inferno. We now look ahead towards Nuke, which is kind of scary, I think, because Orcs, they've played it twice. It's a really small sample size, but they've been pretty good on these T sides. And as we just saw, as they closed out Inferno, they're more than happy to adapt stuff on the fly and just go with what is happening in real time in the game. Mid-round calls on point for Senex, and OG, I think you start to sweat a little bit.
Well, we do have a common denominator on Nuke between these two teams, and they both played against Saw. OG beat them 16-13, Orcs beat them 16-13 as well. Orcs' game was admittedly a bit longer ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago compared to the week ago, or actually not even a few days ago when OG played against Saw on the map. So it's kind of what we have to go off of coming into the game. I didn't really see enough out of OG to inspire me to believe here though, Brandon. I'm a little bit concerned, man. It looked okay at times, but it didn't look blockbuster. It didn't look like a top 20 team playing against a team who are just kind of getting into the top 50, right? Orcs completely outclassed OG on Inferno, and I don't really have any reason to believe that it wouldn't be a similar sort of result on Nuke.
It'll be an interesting one. I think, look, positives for OG was the fact that Fiku was playing really well. He had some very nice shots, especially on the pistol rounds. He earned them a road back in on that T side, collected a couple of rounds that OG otherwise shouldn't have got on that B bomb site, all at the hands of Fiku. And Regali wasn't really involved too much because he didn't really have the funds to be able to afford the AWP. That will probably change here on the CT side of Nuke. So these are all things to look forward to if you're an OG fan. But for Orcs, it's about trying to complete this upset, and it's about trying to dominate here on the T side.
All right, well, let's see what this first half of Nuke has in store for us. OG with the choice of sides will be the CT start for them. You've already mentioned Orcs seem to be brushed up on their T side of Nuke. They've picked the map, so certainly going to be some sort of level of depth to their performance here, as we do see Fasher over at outside, able to find the first kill, traded out though just by the sheer numbers of the T side over in that part of the map. Kito going to step out though, 2 clean kills coming through from him. That swings around heavily into OG's favor.
Yeah, really, really nicely done there. And again, this comes back to a point we raised on Inferno, where we said OG just need to play not as timid. And that's exactly what's just happened here in the pistol round. Keto just says, no, you're not getting up to any of these shenanigans. I'm going to trade out Fasher. I'm going to do one better and even find a second kill.
Sheen pistol round coming through for OG to begin their campaign here on Nuke. We did see them struggle quite heavily in the gun rounds on Inferno. We're going to wait and see if that's going to continue to be the case or not. Not much of an investment for Orcs. Didn't get the bomb plant in the pistol round they lost, so a few upgraded pistols, a little bit of util. Should be an elementary round here for OG.
It should be. And this is actually a pistol round win. If they convert here against these pistols, suddenly you're giving yourself a lot more belief and you're just adding these essential rounds to the tally. We said gun rounds are always the rounds that we're kind of escaping. So it's good that they are able to build a buffer early. That does need to change.
Yeah, Orcs is going to be looking for a little bit of economic damage here, trying to dent OG's money going into that next gun round. Nexa, well, he's just racking up extra cash. He's got the SMG. As OG wreak havoc in the round. Next, even going to be able to get himself a fourth. Oh, Olymp! Wanted to get the knife kill so badly there, but Nexa kind of just jiggles as he goes through the chokehold or the choke point. Baits out the knife inadvertently.
There we go. But that was only pistols without armor behind them, right? So now you've got a gun round here for the Orcs. Early, you're going up against 3 SMGs and a FAMAS. So in terms of the arsenal, this on paper looks better for Orcs. A boost up for Keto as well towards ramp. And Olymp's already down vent.
Yeah, he's in a good position here very early on in the round. It's just about how do Orcs use this position. Normally the standard is wall of smokes outside, everybody cross through secret down into B. And then you know for a certainty there won't be anybody in the secret stairs to contest you to transition into the B site, right? You know you have a free passage. That's what Olymp has secured right now.
Double
That's
ramp
exactly
rotate.
what they're doing.
Yeah, but there is a double ramp rotate, and it depends how they position themselves. You see that Fash is now worming his way deep into one of these corners on the bomb site. Regali's actually joining him. It looks like Regali's in dark, just looking at the silhouette right now. And he is. And you've got Fasher elevated. This is actually a really powerful crossfire that Orcs is trying to navigate. There's no util either.
Yeah. Gonna say, you're right, it's a good job from OG, and it's gonna be Regali. Spray transfer finds him 2 kills. Still only 2 players on this bomb site for Orcs, and you've got Keto who's rotated down. Won't be able to deny the bomb plant, but the molly will force the player out into the open. Labored, but gets the kill. Senex finally able to activate from outside as he decapitates Fiku. That's gonna allow him safe passage to rotate down and join up with HS. OG underway here on the retake, they got a kit between them. No smoke though. And Nex is brought down low, but Keto continues to do the Lord's work. HS doesn't have full health here either. Keto's going to bypass him. He's not the one with the kit. Nexa is. And now the defuse is going to come through. There's no way for HS to stop this. Is able to find the first kill, but Nexa has smartly positioned himself behind the silo while he sticks the defuse. That'll guarantee the round win for OG. Even though everybody goes down, they get the points on the board.
Absolutely, and the crossfire holds. It's not the SMG, instead, it's the rifle of Regali. And good communication from OG. They know there's a deliberate gap. They probably heard the vent rotate as well that came in early for Olymp. So it's good setting of this round up, making sure that they can definitely get it over the line, and some snappy shots as well from Keto to further make sure that always turns into an OG round.
Yeah, Keto's looking good here in the early stages of Nuke. He also certainly had his moments on Inferno. Orcs kind of going to be kicking themselves, I think, a little bit, considering the positions they were able to get into in that previous round. Having a player down vent as early as they did. players crossing secret successfully, but ultimately all in vain.
They're not making it down secret, actually. They've gone through garage. And now this should be communicated by Keto. It has to have an idea in the mind that they could be here. And, well, back turned. Veggie dealt with. I'm loving this proactive play out of the CT side here. Keto, though, gets dropped. Milky takes an elevated angle. And now HS walking through. Oh, no. That's a freebie on towards Regali. That's ramp open.
Yeah, huge amount of control now available for Orcs, but they still have to try and find a way to get onto one of the 2 bomb sites, and OG have gone for a gamble. Fasher makes his way down the vent. It's a good call as well. Looks like the bomb is going to be heading in towards that B site. Orcs, are they going to commit? That's the big question. They still have the option of going back if they want to. 25 seconds on the clock. That's going to force their hand. They now start to charge their way forward. Nexa not spotted in the control room. Perfectly timed peek, but that's a disaster on the spray. Misses all the shots. It's now only Fasher left, and he'll go down to the AWP of Milky. I mean, you couldn't necessarily say if Nexa gets that kill, it guarantees them the round, but it's certainly a whole lot more doable considering how little time was on the clock.
Yeah, no, definitely. That should always have been a kill. Yet again, OG, by getting proactive in the middle in portions of the round, set them up for success on a good reposition. But the fact that none of those fights fall their way is so damaging. Good repositions out of Orcs. HS keeps pushing, even though his teammate gets removed in garage, just keeps on going. And now Veggie, we can farm up a lot of these kills. Regali, aware of it, but it doesn't matter. Veggie on for the ace, and he'll even get it. 30 bullets, 5 kills.
Well, that's all born off the back of that, the damage that Orcs did in the round that they lost before that, right? That's why OG had to eco. Results in a free round for Orcs. They reduced the gap to just 1, and now they've got the ball rolling on their T side. It's going to be a bit of a half buy from OG as far as I can tell. And I like this decision. They're not going to get caught in the same trap we saw them on in Inferno in terms of their economy.
Now you've also got Orcs fanning out, getting Milky in proactive positions where he can just peek forward and gather all of this info. That's why the molly goes in on secret, just trying to aid further comfort for this sniper, just to keep posted and remain on towards garage. Ramp push coming in as well. Keep your eye on Olymp because he's under pressure in a few secs. Oh no, he's not. He's up above. I tell a lie. Oh, he's even holding for them to push. That is a lot of valuable info gathered for Orcs. And they're like, okay, well, we know you're on our side of the map. Milky finds Fasher. That probably sells the idea more that it's going to be a B play. Furthermore, we've got a wrap in towards heaven. Regali starts to have a look. Nice shot. Oh, and the follow-up. Regali finds 2.
Beautiful D kills coming through from Regali. Fiku will reign supreme from the top of the silo. This round has fallen apart at the seams for Orcs. It was an anti-eco, and it's only Senex left remaining. There's just surely no chance. I mean, the bomb, I think, is in hell right now. He's just going to hope to save the AWP. Huge round coming through here for OG. We saw them win a similar round on Inferno, actually. Didn't really make a massive difference, but this is a big reprieve, a big let-off. And it didn't look like Orcs were going to falter so quickly, especially once they got that information. They kind of knew that OG was stacked up in lobby, but they didn't really seem to have any response. They kind of just kept dawdling around a bit lackadaisically. Eventually canted in towards ramp, and Regali had positioned himself there with the deagle. They didn't have that same lethality in their decision-making that we saw in Inferno in that particular round.
I think it's a case in this round of trying to reinvent the wheel when you've got all the information. You've got Olymp spotting everyone out, having fights towards lobby. Milky finds the player down secret. From that point onwards, you should always be just committing into that B bomb site. But instead, you want to try and wrap heaven. You think the obvious rotation path for OG is going to be back down in towards B. It's just I guess a flip of the coin that doesn't really work out in favour of the Orcs. And as a result, they've now got to try and steady the ship. Keep your eye on secret, because Regali's going there with the AWP. He should actually find Milky. No, Molly holds him back. just for a moment. Milky needs to turn around at any given opportunity now.
And unfortunately, not going to happen in time. Regali peeks out as that molly dissipates and is able to find an opening kill for his team. If OG can win this follow-up gun round, yeah, go for it, mate.
Just look at Fasher in spawn. Like, they know this is what they keep trying to do. So you're saying about OG needing to win this follow-up gun round. Look at this position.
Great position being taken up, never going to get checked, able to just tap at range as he takes down HS, and that's going to force Veggie to reconsider his life choices. Doesn't want to follow suit. Doesn't want to suffer the same fate. Oh, wow. That's a haircut, man. Veggie. He received that one for free. It's one that he's going to remember as well.
That's your round done.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
At the same time, though, it's good, valuable information for Orcs. Because if we think about this and we reflect, even on ecos, OG have, more often than not, I think 6 out of 7 rounds we've had a player down secret early. Which means that you're not having an extra player on this A bomb site. Because they're going to have to plug the gaps, whether that's over towards ramp, whether that's over towards heaven, maybe looking outside. So there's a potential to go for an A pop at some point here for Orcs. And that's got to be in the back of their mind.
I feel like it's something you always have to attempt at least once in the half on your T side, right? You got to kind of fall back on it and test the defense with that strat, because if it's something that works well, you can exploit it a few times in the half. So it's more a matter of when for Orcs. When will they fall back on that strategy? When will we see that fast upper side take come through? Xenix hasn't bought any utility. Unless he's dropped it all. So I think we're going to see that side take coming through now from the T side. And Xenix with his Mac 10, he's going to lead the charge. Big job for OG to be... Big job for OG to... Oh my god, can't even get the words out as Orcs start to get themselves out in towards the same bomb site. Olymp finds 2 kills as a result. Oh my god. 2 versus 3. Molly will force a couple players back. In the meantime, Nexa makes his way up the vent. Olymp will get that kill back, but he's got a very difficult clutch on his hands as a result. 1 versus 2. Keto, the second to fall, and he knows Regali was towards heaven, right? He certainly has an inclination that's the case.
Heard the drop.
Does he hear the drop down? He's heard it for sure. Yeah, Regali gonna walk forward. That is a flawless clutch out of Olymp.
That's the ace. He's aced that round for his team. Look at how well this is played. Talks about the ace site, and it comes into effect, not probably by the design in which Orcs were hoping for, but I mean, they'll take this all day long. Isolating these gunfights one by one by one. And the repositioning towards hut is everything from Olymp. A flawless round from him. And that really puts the momentum back in Orcs' favour.
Regali now looking to try and get that momentum back in OG's favour. Making moves at the start of the round. He's going to get the opening kill. Great work coming through from him. Certainly going to make Veggie think twice about making that play later on in the half. Kind of conditions him a bit. He'll be a bit more conservative towards outside going forward. Orcs have to explore alternative options. Looks like they're trying to find a fight towards ramp right now as things stand.
Keto's noted. Keto's dead.
Wow.
Milky spammed him through the box. Now,
What do
your
Orcs
reaction?
do with that pick though? That's the question.
That's exactly it. Well, I think what they're going to do is slow things down and wait for OG to make the next move. Because whilst it is a 4-on-4, you still don't have all the information. Outside smoke's now coming down, and that is at the perfect moment because Regali, who did start down towards secret, has now repositioned towards double door. So there is a gap here. 35 seconds left. The bomb looks like it's committing outside for the moment. But as soon as I say that, it's actually rerouting back in towards A.
22 seconds left on the clock right now. Orcs leaving this one very late. Are they trying to fake out ramp? I think they are. They're faking out ramp. They're going back in towards A. OG haven't really taken the bait. They still have 2 players on this A bomb site right now. 9 seconds left remaining. Milky trails in with the AWP. He'll find the trade. There's a player in towards heaven. Milky doing the most right now, but unfortunately it's not enough. Gonna run out of time here in the round. We'll have to settle for just saving the AWP. As OG go up 6-3, doing a very good job here, just making sure Orcs can never really build any momentum. Never really able to win any consecutive rounds here.
Yeah, OG are having a lot more say in the way the opening fights are going. And just by having that extra player, it just completely allows it. And with Regali starting over towards B after finding the initial kill, it just means that OG don't need to rotate. They don't need to panic. Because Regali will at least have 1 kill on the way through, and then they can play for retake.
Alright, well, I just want to make sure that they don't slip up here against the eco in the round immediately afterwards. This is where OG can really start to put some pressure on their opponents. You win this 7-3. Keep players alive as well. You need to build up some buffer in terms of your economy here on the CT side. Nice angle from Fiku on top of the silo. Milky never stood a chance. We go to Ancients after this. I kind of feel like Ancient would actually be a very hotly contested map between these two teams and just the styles that they play.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be a lot of
I'm
fun.
Back OG if we go to Ancients.
Well, this one should be an OG round, and it is. Fasher doing really good work, even swaps to the sidearm, because that is faster than reloading. Regali steps in to help out. I think the biggest difference we're seeing here on Nuke for OG is that everyone is chiming in with multi-kills. Fasher with that 3k. Also had a really good round out of Regali, where he's doubling down, finding a couple of opening kills. And this is 7-3, but one of those rounds was a freak one out of Olymp that can't really be replicated.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly not a sustainable way for them to win rounds here. T-side hasn't really gotten off the ground, and they're starting to run out of runway here for Orcs. What's the response going to be? I'd like to see something with a bit more venom. Something with a bit more pace. I think OG have been pretty comfortable on the CT side. They've had quite a lot of time to figure out their setup, their rotations, what's going on in the round. I'd like to see Orcs just try and disrupt them earlier on.
It's just the benefit of having a player starting down B so early is that you can either get control outside or you can just limit rotations. And whilst I said the A bomb site was definitely a weakness, I still think it is. Maybe this triple nade setup can do the job. See you later.
There we go. A bit of innovation goes a long way. Great way to find the opening kill there for Orcs. No risk. All of the reward.
This is a new one out of Fasher. Back Garage, holding for the main push. Someone we've not yet seen. And Orcs, when they do take outside control, more often than not, we have seen them getting a little bit frisky towards main. But at the same time as this is going on, you've got Fiku that's pushed lobby. Sees nothing. So Keto remains on B, and he's got the support now of Fiku, who's also made it down the vent.
3 versus 3, 30 seconds left on the clock here for Orcs. A bomb site's certainly the better option of the two right now, and it looks like that's where they're going to go. Molly, perfectly timed though. Do Orcs even have the luxury of completely waiting for it to fade? They're going to anyway. Regali, he's in the hut right now with that AWP. They've bypassed him at least initially, so at least they'll find the bomb plum for free. Or do they? Regali trailing them. Oh man. They don't realize that they were able to avoid his wrap, although HS goes back for more. It's going to cost him his life. Veggie left alone, stands no chance. And that is going to be 8-3. OG continue to flex their muscles here on their CT side.
Regali just plays that so well. As soon as the contact comes in with Fasher over towards main, Regali knows he's in a little bit of a pinch. So he decides to take one angle, pushes hut, gets the further information, and just ensures that he is in close spacing to allow Keto back up this vent to lock it in. That's really well done. The communication flowing now for OG.
Alright, well, now Orcs are kind of getting in a position where it's like, guys, we actually have to win another 2 or 3 rounds here at the bare minimum. I mean, I'd say they need 5 rounds going into the CT side, but that's even seeming unlikely at this point. OG have full control. Regali is getting more and more comfortable on the CT side here as well. He continues to make moves. Bit of a nightmare for Orcs to try and deal with. Maybe does overstep the mark, though, as he continues to aggress, and that does gift up his life to Senex.
This is finally different as well. You get the kill and you're actually taking the space. Orcs is much more of a reaction. But they slowed down. As soon as I'm saying that sentence, and that allows Fiku just to come over. Here's Fasher as well. Mid-round in was impeccable on Inferno. And it's really just fallen apart here on Nuke.
Yeah, looking completely different. Nice clean taps from Fiku. He's had his head shaved recently, and he's offering free shaves here on the server as well. 9-3, no money in the bank for Orcs. It's not even like these rounds have been losing, have been incredibly competitive. I mean, they're beginning some kills here or there, but not a huge amount to get excited by. You think about the 1 or 2 rounds they lost earlier on in the half that should have been theirs. Certainly coming back to haunt them. I think it was that one round in particular where Olymp gets down the vent. I think it was the first gun round.
Yeah.
Very early on, but they weren't able to convert that round. That was a really sore loss for them in hindsight. (10-3), ripe for the taking. We never really saw OG get things going on the map before this, right, on Inferno. Here, now that we do on Nuke, you can see things look good for this team once they've got the ball rolling, once things are working out for them, right? Like, when everybody's contributing, everyone's hitting their shots. Looks like a good mixture of players.
Oh. Audio cue that it hits a player is rough. Keto finds 2, but does a lot of damage to the rest of the roster for Orcs. They are going to commit in towards B. Also, I thought they actually take a breath. But there's too many players here for OG already. Fasher hasn't seen anyone come out the entrances. So Fiku, yet again, has pushed lobby. This is perfect. This is really well done out of OG.
Yeah, the constant push and pull going on right now. OG keen to make moves on their CT side as well, never allowing for Orcs to feel comfortable. They're crossing their T's, dotting their I's. They have all their bases covered. Really, nobody's been able to keep up their same form we saw on Inferno coming into Nuke for Orcs, right? Everybody's kind of dropped off a cliff.
Well, they haven't really been allowed the amount of space.
Yeah. Haven't been taking the same space either, though. Felt like they were playing with more confidence on Inferno than what we've seen out of them here on Nuke. They just don't look as comfortable or as confident, despite this being their map pick.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Nexa is also just calling a really good CT side. The decision to have players just push in lobby whenever they kind of get that feeling based off information elsewhere on the map is just so essential. And it's just making OG's CT side a lot more dynamic. And that's what we didn't see on Inferno. Even on that T side, it wasn't as dynamic as you would hope for. And the gun rounds were the thing that came into question on Inferno. Certainly not the case here on Nuke. Veggie, dead.
Couple kills do come through on the entry, though, for Orcs as they blow the door wide open on the A bomb side. Finally, they taste success once again. Job not done just yet, though. Still a 2v3 to convert in the post plant. Utility and kits available for the CT side. They're certainly going to go for this money, no object, with this being the penultimate round of the first half. Regali coming through from heaven while Keto feels his way through mouth. Nothing being offered up to them right now. HS eventually peeks out. Regali forced forward. Orcs back to winning ways. It's been a while, but they taste the sweet nectar of the lead once again.
Yeah, nice round.
A win, not the lead.
Yeah. Because especially after that contact comes in, you start to think, okay, well, there's a reason he's going fast, but what's the objective? And it's because the rest of his team are flooding out of A. Finally, it's a faster round out of Orcs. Completely overwhelming the defenders because it's something that OG just didn't really anticipate. Weren't ready for it. VQ's even been reduced to a Deagle, but Keto's got a second AWP. This buy is a little bit weird.
Okay, well, Orcs don't mind. They're not going to hang around to ask any questions as they're able to just, again, devastate the defense on the safe bomb site. They're going to be asking themselves, why haven't we attempted this a bit earlier on? You and I, we called for it a lot earlier on in the half.
Yep.
Really challenging for OG to try and deal with this particular hit. HS plucks Nexa out the air while he's falling into the bomb site. 4 versus 2. Regali going to charge his way forward, but only good for the 1 kill, actually, Keto, excuse me, from Heaven. Regali's already in the sidelines, and Fasher will follow suit soon enough.
From the position the Orcs were in, to get 2 rounds right at the very end is actually a really good spot for them, because now you're swapped onto the CT side. Got to remember that on the CT side of Inferno, it was Orcs that were, what, 11-4? At one stage, so we know that they're good at their defense. It's just whether they get pushed and pulled all around the server by the likes of Nexa. Very interesting one. This game has certainly got potential for a comeback in it. It just kind of feels like that sort of game.
Orcs have their work cut out for them, though.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're going to win this series 2-0, it's going to require a very impressive performance on their CT side. They need 11 rounds here to cap off the job in regulation. And it's going to start with the defense towards Ramp in the pistol run. HS kind of gets baited in by his teammate, able to find one. The Julie's reign supreme. Olymp gets a kill as well, looking to get out of dodge. They will chase him down. At least the T's are able to find that kill, but they're never going to be expecting the third player in the bomb site itself. Oh, when is he going to activate? There's a kill on offer. He's missed the shots. No, Veggie, not like this. 2v2. Keto will go down to Milky. That forces Fasher off the plant, but he can still find a way to win this.
He wants to go vent, but look at Milky. Oh, Milky's played this one so perfectly. He's tucked himself in on the left-hand side. So Fasher might even be spotted if he walked by double door, but he doesn't. He resets. He wants to go all the way around the world. Got to remember, as he comes up secret, with 50 seconds left, doesn't even need to commit in towards A if he doesn't want to. Could even bypass this. Could walk all the way through and go ramp back to B. And catch off Senex. That's a
So
real
many options
option.
available. Yeah. I mean, he gets his kill on Senex for free, right? If he goes around to ramp, he won't clear out the corner the whole way through as he goes up the ladder. Milky going to be spotting him in his peripheral vision. But, oh, wow, Fasher rings his bell. Bomb plant going to come through here from Fasher. 1 versus 2 clutch. This is looking so winnable. It just feels like Fasher is destined to win this clutch right now. Again, looking to try and make his way in towards Hut, but no, Milky. My God, on the jiggle. That's a beautiful shot coming through from him.
Yeah, nice attempt from Fasher. The fact that Veggie is on the site and misses the opportunity, you start to feel that round spiraling out of control after 3 good kills from the Orcs. This was a 2v5 that gets brought back down into a 2v1. They open the doors at the same time there. That's why one goes out, one goes in.
Alright, well, that's a great way for Orcs to begin their campaign in the second half. They will have to try and weather the storm against a force spy here, though. Of course, OG get the bomb plant and the pistol round, they lose, so it actually looks pretty good for them. 4 rifles and a scout, just utility of the problem. It's going to come down to the gunfights here for OG. Going to have to brute force their way forward. And that's a pretty scary way to have to win the round against a team like Orcs, I think.
It's true. We are getting a little bit of a battle out on the scouts here. But it looks like the Milky's fallen off the line. He's now playing a lot more passive. Regali tagged. And with that tag, he starts to feel a little bit more confident. Hey, I can give this a little bit of a go. Main the gap. Another tag. VQ dealt with. And now HS can swing from heaven. And he should be on for a little bit of a cleanup with Veggie. Really nicely done from Orcs.
Yeah, beautiful. Just using the numbers there. Supporting one another. Only Keto left remaining. He hasn't been able to do anything or accomplish anything in the time being while his teammates go down. finally going to start to emerge out of Hut. Here the angles as he edges his way forward will catch HS, but Senex in position to trade immediately afterwards. 10-7. Orcs win against the Force Buy. They keep 3 players alive. Largely thanks to Milky initially, and Veggie and HS just mop up straight afterwards.
Yeah, they swung together as well from different elevations. That's always going to be really awkward. MP9 at the very end from Olymp gets upgraded into an A4. So now you look at the buy. You've lost the Scout, you lost the MP9. And that's absolutely the most ideal scenario. And Keto gets naded up silo, of all things, but he has a passing gift for Veggie. Eviscerates him off the server. Now there's space opened up here. Milky is really far back in spawn, adopting a similar stance to where Fascia was all that time ago. But that leaves a lot of pressure on the remaining players because they're all isolated. There's no trade potential here at all for anyone from Orcs.
The only problem for OG is they don't have any utility to aid their cause. I mean, 1 or 2 flashes could have gone a long way here in terms of enabling them to try and find another kill. They are going to be going in towards ramp. It's Olymp who's here. He's just by himself in the corner. It's going to be so difficult to find more than 2 kills, if even a frag. Finally, one comes through, but the trade immediately afterwards from Fiku. 4v3, weapon recovered. 40 seconds, there's no one towards B right now for Orcs. This is starting to look troublesome. Senex is at the scene of the crime as he pushes through, but there's no kills coming through for him. I'm a little bit worried for Orcs right now. They're going to have to retake in towards B. The bomb plant comes through from Keto. They've got 1 kit. They're going to have to keep track of that. That's on Milky right now. Fascia in the close right corner. Does Senex check him? He doesn't clear the whole way through. Fascia gets a frag, a second as well. I don't even think he had armor. It's all on HS and the 1 versus 4. Molly, unfortunately, not going to be flushing anybody out of position. Time ticking away. He has picked up the kits at least. He's got a smoke as well. I mean, it's not completely impossible for him to win this round right now. But Keto's going to love the fact that that smoke's just been dropped on the bomb. He can just pull his knife out right now. No, he's actually going to go for the shots in the smoke. Now HS will stick the defuse Fiku. He's going to be buying the lotto ticket, but he hasn't punched in the winning digits until he fires off the last bullet.
What a round. And exactly what we feared came into fruition. 1 and done is the name of the game on towards ramp. And then Fascia, his angle doesn't get checked. The fact he gets 2 from that output is everything. Because HS nearly makes that a winnable round. If there's a second rifle player, that could have been a whole lot different and the round could have gone the other way. Instead, we're now staring down the barrel of not only a tactical timeout for Orcs, but their money is in the bin.
Okay. 11-7. Orcs going to spend up all their cash here to try and keep themselves in the hunt here before OG pull too far ahead. But if they lose this round, Brandon, I really fear the worst for them, right? Then it's going to be 13-7 before they get to invest again. And surely that's an unassailable lead for OG.
Look at the buy as well. You've got HS on the shotgun. Milky on the scout has just found a kill. And Senex, he's actually in the perfect position to maybe just shut this all down. Oh, never mind. That was HS and he's dead. Excuse me. I was wrong.
Yeah, you put the wood on him. HS, you know where to lay your complaint.
True. My bad. Milky, the scout, is he going to get cleared here? Fiku? Oh. Ah, yep. Sees him. That's the round over, surely. There's no way back into this, really. I like this from Nexa, holding for Olymp. Thank you very much. And now if you're Senex, you save. I think it's even worth getting off the boost. as well if you're veggie, because they're going to spot it otherwise. You don't have to, then they'll always clear it.
Yeah, I mean, Veggie's still boosted up here. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to get anything from that position. 12-7 locked in, despite the fact Milky got that opening frag. Orcs not able to accomplish anything else in the round. 12-7, the imminent scoreline, going to be an eco round from Orcs as well, so it should be 13-7 at that point. OG looking very good to take this to Ancient.
Yeah, looking really good for it. And that's even despite Milky finding an opening kill. A 4-on-5, and from there it's flawless. OG really building back in to this series. Really staking a claim to try and go 2-0 here in the Pinnacle Swiss stage. Even the discipline to just check that CT angle is so criminal from Fico.
Alright, well, Orcs don't have a huge amount going for them coming into the next round. Looks like they're going to try and get a bit cute with it, try and make a bit of a play here. Senex has the only rifle, so if they stand any chance, he's going to have to be a big part of it. And he will force his way in towards lobby early on to find an opening kill. OG need to get a move on, because Senex is going to be looking to try and get on top of that silo. And thankfully for the OG team, he won't be able to do anything in terms of stopping them from getting into secret safely. I think they're just going to keep things as simple as possible here. Just group up and push in towards B. But Orcs are kind of prepared for this.
He needs to get that rifle over, though. HS2. They've got 2 rifles on A, which is pretty much worst case scenario, because the biggest weapon here for Orcs is an MP9. Finally, they'll get down. But will it be in time? Potentially not. Oh,
wow.
That's amazing. And that is the round done.
Yeah, phenomenal work on the entries. I mean, we never really expected a huge amount out of Orcs in that round, but again, OG making it look easy. Even when they keep losing these opening picks, they still consistently are able to win out their 4 versus 5s. What do Orcs change up? Milky will have his AWP in the next round. That'll be a big part of the defense. Just unfortunate. They look like a completely different team right now compared to what we saw in Inferno.
Regali dying is not the end of the world.
No.
I think this will be the first, if they can afford it. They might, yeah, they should be able to. This will be the first round that Milky has an AWP on this CT side. And he was getting a lot of kills with the scout. So that gives me a little bit of belief for the Orcs, but you're right, OG looking incredibly good and looks set to currently take us to Ancient.
Job's not done yet. Orcs can still have a say. But their voices need to be heard here in this gun round. They have to win this gun round, otherwise it's certainly tickets on Nuke. A lot hinging on this round. Fasher in towards Secret by himself right now. Olymp walks into his crosshair. Veggie follows suit. In the meantime, Keto will make moves out of the squeaky door, and OG, they're just sprawling all over Orcs right now. Orcs not able to do anything about it. Senex just desperately deploys a smoke there, trying to buy some space and time to work with. Milky's been spotted. And, I mean, this is looking like... I mean, if you just look at the names on paper, OG versus Orcs, and you don't follow the scene too closely, you'd say, yeah, just the names alone, OG going to clean up against Orcs. And I'd say this performance here on Nuke has kind of lived up to that baseline expectation. But that obviously would be underestimating Orcs, right? But still... OG looking like the team we know they're capable of being.
What a great round out of Fasher, and what a great map out of Fasher as well. Been impressed to see him become really consistent here under the OG banner in the short tenure. can really get molded as well by Nexa, develop him into the player he exactly wants to be. And that's always been a little bit of a struggle for OG, in my opinion. You've had one player that's always doing really well, but the rest of the team kind of lags behind in certain instances. Here, not really the case, that we're all balanced. Keto only has 14 kills, but he has 88 ADR.
That's the number that matters the most. You know, always when you're bottom fragging and matchmaking, you just want to point out the ADR there, right? You know, guys, like, come on. Got to have a true reflection of how much work you're putting in. Can't just be finishing off the kills.
Unless you're me.
Yeah?
Then it's free real estate.
Do you struggle to finish B-Dog?
I don't know.
Orcs, they're really struggling to finish any rounds here on their CT side. I mean, we saw a couple rounds out of them at the start of the half, but they haven't won a gun round yet. This one's pretty much done and dusted. Wrap it up, put a bow on it, ship us off to Ancient. Orcs are about to become history.
I'm glad we're getting there as well, because I think Ancient's going to be a really interesting game between these two teams.
Yeah, me too.
And I really like that the meta has evolved. Oh, okay. I really like that the meta has evolved so much to the point where Ancient is quite a popular map. So I really like it. I think it's one of my favourites. Oh, 10x. Hoping for a bit more. And he will get it. 3-on-3. So now we try to focus in on the present. Milky. Not cleared. Senex is. And now it's Fasher. The reliable pair of hands. Insane snaps. That should be all she wrote. Veggie. It's good to kill back in at the very least. But you got 30 seconds here, OG. You can walk your way over and you can go to A.
Well, Veggie's just hoping that they're going to try and pivot him towards B from here. He's going for a gamble. He's going for the read. Unfortunately for him, it's not the right one. So that should just be the end of the round off the bat. He doesn't have a catch up. He's realized his mistake. Could try go up the vent, but it's such a big gamble. 15-7. Surely the imminent scoreline here for OG. How good has Fasher been here on Nuke, by the way?
Yeah,
He's been
unbelievable.
having an explosive performance, and you spoke about it on Inferno. You said how he has that ability to be one of the star riflers here for OG. I think it's not so much he has the ability, he has the duty, right? He has to be that player here on OG. And it must be exciting for him, right? For that development and that arc in his career. I mean, he didn't have a very flattering time in Fnatic, I would say, in terms of his individual level, especially towards the end.
They weren't his roles, to be fair. It just he wasn't playing in the roles he was on the come up with. So
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Now he's going to be excited, right? Because he has that freedom and that space once again.
Yeah, definitely. This is really cool.
All right, well, 15-7. The writing on the wall here for Orcs. OG going to try and finish off the job with the brute force approach in towards the safe bomb site.
Oh, that's a really good molly, but Keto still hits the shot anyway.
He's like, there's one in hut, he's ticking down to the molly. So the silo player swings out, but it was all by design for OG.
HS? Yeah, go on. Go on! Do it to him. Of course.
Okay. Is that enough to win the round, though?
I don't know. That's a lot of money, I guess, for the future.
Nothing,
but yeah, exactly that. It might mean absolutely nothing. Plant for main's a bit scary when Milky's walking in here, but no, smoke thrown on the position. And he gets around the corner as well. Olymp in towards Hut. Has got all of the utility, which makes it difficult. Sure. Now has to do everything, because Regali's been caught off guard. That's a good start. Milky trained on the position. Fasher, all he needs to do is just play time. And he knows that. And he recognises that it's an AWP on the other side of things. Swings the corner. And Milky hits the shot. So now that money becomes a little bit more of a factor here for Orcs as they stay alive for at least one more.
Yeah, great triple kill coming through from HS with the auto shot on top of Hut raining down on his opponents. And those 3 kills make a huge difference at the end of the day. 2 versus 2 was the numbers for the retake. Milky finds great timing on Regali. Fasher didn't expect Milky to have crept so far forward. So was that element of surprise that makes a big difference. Hawks need to win 7 rounds in a row from here to take us to overtime. It just, I don't know. They've only won 8 rounds out of 23 we've played so far, and now they need 7 in a row.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Olymph, though, with a secondary up. Oh, it's dead. Not ideal. Not the way to kick things off if you're obviously trying to stay alive. Milky can hold for Fasher, but there's a timer because it's being pincered in. The walls starting to close on the Orcs as Nexa commands his troops to go B.
Milky has to do a big job with the AWP. Will find the first frag, immediately pivots his attention in towards Secret, which is a good read. Fasher's in this direction, but he's focused towards outside right now, and with good reason. He's actually going to try to pull the attention away from B altogether, and he's doing a great job of that. Milky heading in the direction finally will cut him down, but Fasher's done his job in terms of creating the space for the bomb plant to come through. Now the rest is on his teammates.
Yeah, Milky. Oh,
What a
okay.
shot.
Finds Regali. You said he had to do it
Love that
all,
we
and
lose
well,
X-Ray.
he really is. Yeah, incredible
Great
stuff.
observing.
Fiku tucked in at dark. Keto providing Overwatch. The round lives and breathes off Fiku's responsibilities. Keto taps away, but can't find anything. And now the bait has been met. Fiku can swing for 1, and even the second. He collects all of them. OG wins 16-8, and despite Milky's best efforts, they're not able to convert that retake.
Yeah, so both teams just winning on their opponent's map pick, and not only winning, but dominating. It's been comfortable victories here for both of the teams. 69 on Inferno for Orcs, 16-8 for OG on Nuke. That is a dominating performance coming through from them, and it means that we're going to see the light of Ancient, and you and I were both saying we really hope that's going to be the case, because we expect it to be a hotly contested map between these two teams.
Yeah, it really should be, and I think what's really interesting is now we've got OG warmed up. And that's a scary prospect for the Orcs. Milky was firing off. He was being the large source of output here for the Orcs. But you got to have a look at Veggie and the fact that he didn't really perform as well as you expect him to do. Highest rated player in the event so far. Had a little bit of an absence here on Nuke. That cannot happen on Ancient.
Agreed. Quite a lot left to be desired across the board, I would say, on Orcs, looking like two different teams. Hopefully, we're going to see more of the team we saw on Inferno from the Polish squad. Before Ancient, we're going to have a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the decider of this match.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back. OG looked revitalized on Nuke, and they looked, a hell of a lot better than they did on Inferno. Which means that we've got Ancient as our decider. We came into it, we said, look, we're really excited. This is becoming a decider map now, alongside Inferno, and I'm really excited to see it. I think both these teams have got a lot of explosive personalities on their rosters, and as a result, we're in for a banger of a game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I even think, the way that the teams have been playing and the strengths they've got, they lend themselves well to a map like Ancients, especially for OG. I think Nex is going to have a great time calling on the map with the pieces that he has at his disposal, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm a bit worried for the Polish squad. I think after how well OG just performed on Nuke and how they've kind of seemingly got things together and they're going into a map like Ancients, it's going to be very difficult here for the Poles to get this one back on track.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think it's going to be a hard-fought battle, but with that being said, they looked really good again on their CT sides. So I think knife round's going to play a real factor here, if I'm being honest. I think if OG start on the CT side, they're going to have a much easier time. If Orcs start on the defense, I think we're going to have a much closer game than initially think.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it either way. I mean, I think Ancient's actually one of my favorite maps to watch at the moment, man. So I'm keen to get into this one. It's become one of the most popular maps at the highest level as well, right? At ESL, or rather IEM Cologne, it was the most played map, including both the group stage and the playoffs. So it's become a well-documented map, man. I think it lends itself to both CT and T, so it's very entertaining on both halves. A lot of creativity on the map.
I really like it. I think it's a very good map because you've got like very decent rotation times to each bomb site, but that key fight is going to be involved in middle. And now we don't have that magic Molotov anymore. I mean, that was like last year. It's crazy how time just flies by.
It's true.
What a fantastic sentence. But it's true. This meta has evolved so much now, and we're learning new things. We've got Anubis in the pool, and the fact that we've got that meta changing, the CT side's becoming a lot more prevalent. Our Counter-Strike is so exciting, and with all of that fun, we've still got CS2 on the way.
That's true. I mean, allegedly. They did say in the summer of 2023 it'd be released. I suppose they didn't say whether they were referring to the northern or the southern hemisphere, right?
True.
Either way, one thing we do know is the game is live here on Ancient. Orcs are on the CT side. You were speculating about who would end up where. How does that make you feel, B-Dog?
It's going to be a little bit tougher for OG. Kicking things off here. I like this, though. Look at this. Pure contact. And we're in a smoke. Going to go in forward in towards Red Room. Hello. Milky's in a really good position to at least get information, if not shut this down with a couple of kills. Smoke comes out, actually on his position. Never mind, he's going to go overlooked, but decimated by Nexa. Still two players here towards A main. Dual Berettas at range. HS takes the head off Fasher. Keto, hi. Thank you very much. He saw that gun barrel as well.
Gun barrel, yeah.
Hang on.
Wow, okay. HS with these Julies. Every single CT side of pistol round he's had the Julies, he's gotten a multi-kill throughout this whole series, man. What a crazy stat line for HS. I think that's 8 kills in total in his CT side pistol rounds in the series. Either way, there's still a round alive. 2 versus 2. Gunfights across the board. Nobody can go back to recover the C4. Senex is rotated all the way back through middle. This round is all over the show.
Why are they playing there? That's really worrying, because Veggie's here. Fiku needs to trade. Oh, but Veggie scroll wheel jumps. But you're not ready for Senex. Really good reposition out of him from A main through to red to ensure the trade spacing is there. But MVP of the round, it's got to be HS.
Absolutely. How does he keep doing it in the CT side pistol round with the Julies? Remember on Inferno, he was behind the half wall. He got 2 kills with the Julies there. A kill with the Glock earlier, that was 3 frags. On Nuke with the Julies, he also got a multi-kill over at Ramp. When have you ever seen such a consistent player in the pistol round, man? A round which is normally just dictated by randomness alone.
Dennis, from his time on Fnatic.
Okay. That's a very specific answer. He's just like the one pistol player who just lives in your mind forever.
I think he's the best pistol player to ever touch the game.
Wow, okay.
And HS, well, 3 in the previous,
Aces.
5 in this one. Yeah, Aces. That's really good. 2-0. Getting things off to a lightning start, but that was just Glocks. Doesn't matter. OG, they're out with the AKs.
At least Orcs are out of the blocks first here, right? Just so I can kind of put to bed what happened to them on the previous map and they can focus here on Ancient. Just change the mentality. Get them in a better mental place. 2-0 first gun round is upon us. It's a bit more of a bonus round here for Orcs. They will afford a full buy in the next round regardless of what happens here. And it's going to be some early aggression into A main coming through from the CT side. Stock standard approach from OG. It's a pretty fast default from them already getting control of middle. Biku's the one who's tasked with controlling a push from A main. Does find the first. He's taken some damage in the process, but he's done so much more in the meantime.
Yeah, really well done. That reaction comes off the back of the early utility being dropped in as well. It's all by design that Fiku is there, holding for this push. And Keto catches out the mid player. It's a really good round of Counter-Strike coming out of OG. They bounce back immediately after getting these rifles out. And we hear the water noise. Okay.
Where does that come from?
So, that's a little bit of a bug that happens when you observe sometimes. And it's... Basically, that's T-spawn. You're like under the water. It's like a camera.
I've actually heard this one before. It's clearly not a very common one. I mean, you often get the static, like the white noise.
Yeah.
Audio bug when you're in the free view camera.
Yeah, no, that
I
one...
haven't heard that one before.
That one's an ancient specific one. It happens very, very rarely, but when it does, yeah, it will go away, and it's okay.
It makes me feel like I'm like scuba diving or snorkeling.
Yeah, absolutely. You ever done that?
Yeah, actually I have. I've scuba dived 3 or 4 times before, back in 2011, so it was a long time ago. God damn, that was 12 years ago. So yeah, that was very long ago, but an incredible experience. It's certainly something I'll do again. I actually think it's something all humans should do, just to, see what's under the ocean. It gives you kind of a different perspective on life as well when you see what's going on down there. I don't know, being 18 meters down.
There's that noise.
That's the noise I was referring to. It's found us. You ever scuba dived before, Brandon?
Not like open water scuba diving. I went to this place where you could. They just had pools of water, and you could just technically do it. But it was still cool. Orcs are re-aggressing here in towards mid. They've actually got a lot of control. Keto just fires off a couple of shots, and finds HS.
Yeah, beautiful little spam through the smoke there coming from the German. Gets the big fish as well.
SNX.
Sasha patiently waiting. Yeah, might be able to get him a kill on SNX as a result. Which way does this one go? Actually favors SNX. That's a really important kill to level out the numbers once again. And he wants more than just the one frag. Weapons don't look great for Orcs, so you can understand why they kind of feel compelled to make a play here or there.
Speaking of plays, they're going to go through this mid-smoke. 3 of them are going to push through. Keto is in the prime position to lock this one out. A completely open at the moment. OG about to find that in a couple of seconds. And now you look back at Keto and you think, okay, well, how many kills can you find? None. That's really worrying.
I mean, at least he's created space for his teammates to get into the same bomb site here for free. 3 versus 3. Bomb plant comes through. Fiku once more as he will boss control of Donut. Great multi-kill coming through from him. You'd imagine that's enough to win the round. It looks like Senex and Veggie want to consider having a crack. I mean, there's no kit, there's a smoke. Nothing being offered up. I think they're just going to accept their fate here. If they stay alive, maybe you could kind of justify some sort of a force in the next. I don't know. Not going to happen though for Senex. OG level up the scoreline.
The reason why that round develops back in OG's favor and is now under their control after losing Keto in middle is that they throw a well-timed Molotov just into the entrance of Donut. And the way it bounces, you can't actually go through the left-hand side. You can't wrap around and then suddenly attack OG from a different angle. It's very one-dimensional on the way in, all because of that molly. I didn't even see him there. That's just a pre-fire, surely.
Yeah. Good spam coming through. Orcs gonna have to eco. Good opportunity here for OG to get themselves the lead. 3 rounds in a row, pretty much for free. Or a third will be. Veggie has the hero rifle. Where does he go? It's always important to try and make a play when you've got that hero rifle on the CT side, right? You can't just sit back anchoring a bomb site and hope they run in your direction. I think you need to be like Jaguar or middle. You need to have somebody with you that you can bait, somebody in close proximity that can pick up the gun if you die. But I do like seeing initiative being taken when you've got that hero rifle on the CT side. Right now, he's not doing enough for my liking. As I say that though, he'll get a kill, right? No, okay, tapped away. Nearly Murphy's Law, but we're all good.
Yeah, where everything can go wrong, it does. Damn, I wonder whatever happened to Murphy for him to make that up.
Yeah, true. I feel like that's something we should know as casters, right? Like just general knowledge. Interesting tidbit. Probably some Irishman, right? Murphy had to be Irish.
We got time. Murphy's Law.
Some Irishman who just...
It didn't. It came after an American aerospace engineer, Edward A. Murphy Jr.
Okay, well, what's the backstory?
I'm trying to find out.
All right, we're figuring this one out yet. We're piecing the puzzle together. Olymp will find a kill, a second, not bad out of him with the 5-7. AK picked up, he's going to have another couple gunfights offered up to him here, but Regali just destroys him. 3-2 OG with the lead. Brandon, tell us about Murphy's Law.
I'm still reading, hang on.
Okay, alright, we're going deep here, guys. We want to make sure we're all clued up at the end of this lesson. Same as like the fat lady sings. Where does that one come from?
Probably a fat lady singing.
It's better to have a bean than a bagel.
So apparently he did trials on chimpanzees, and he's basically they were given emotional like neurons in the brain that were worried about worst case scenarios. That's where it comes from.
Okay, great. That's comforting.
Yeah.
Really.
Well,
all right. Not what I was expecting.
No. What is comforting for OG is they're up B, and I don't think that Orcs are going to be aware of this at the moment. Senex isn't. And that is a great find.
That answers your question.
Regardless, got to look left.
Continues to creep forward. Veggie's in the bomb sites as well. He's made his way into the cubby, but Fasher will still clear him out anyway. Smoke gonna isolate the site, and that's the job done. Round is over. Orcs have no option. Just gonna have to head for the hills. So there we go. Great work coming through from OG. Just found the gap and exploited it on the B bomb site. I've been saying it a while throughout this series that Ancient would be great for OG. Nexa calls a great T side on this map.
Oh no, I was wrong. I skim read it.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, we're saving, right? Yeah. Apparently, he was doing some tests on a chimpanzee, and the sensors were installed incorrectly, and that's where he got frustrated with his assistant and said, if that guy has any way of making a mistake, he will. And then that's when Murphy's Law came about.
Okay, alright.
So he basically was just trolling his assistant.
Yeah.
Alright, well the hunt's on. Regali has found another kill onto Olymp. Orp held over. That's the most important piece of the puzzle. But if OG can just stroll onto a bomb site like that, without any real resistance, and without Orcs really being aware, that is troublesome. And that is a worrying sign for the CT side moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, OG, they can continue to try and exploit that, right? They can condition the CT side. Maybe now they expect Orcs to overcompensate by padding up that defense with an extra player over towards B. Maybe now they try go A. Who knows? But next up, well, he'll certainly have a plan, the mastermind. Orcs with an eco. Actually, I mean, you've got Senex who's gone all in. Olymp's kind of dipped in his toes. Bit of a weird investment here from the CT side. Senex will make use of his SMG though. He's able to get a kill. That goes a long way.
It's cool.
Not only giving him a bit of money, but could also find a kill, an AK, and there we go.
Don't push through this again. It's not worth it. Regali just on the other end of the smoke. Gets out of dodge as well. Senex moves back in. And now for Orcs, they can just turtle up a little bit more. Regali's on a really good angle here if Senex overextends. Still a minute left to play on the clock. Mid control's also been established by OG. And with the bomb making its way through towards B, Regali, his role becomes even more important.
Does look like OG are going to lean back in towards that B side. A little bit of presence in towards mid from Keto. Still have a wealth of utility yet to piece together and execute. Regali's going to turn into the tip of the spear as he starts to carve his way into cave. Bait and switch setup works out perfectly. Regali was focused on Veggie. Senex goes completely uncleared. Now OG realize there's some pressure on them. They kind of have to go back to try and find these players in towards Cave. That's what Kito's tasked with. 20 seconds left now. Starts to make his way forward. He's going to catch the timing on the first. Senex will trade though. Huge second kill there for Senex. Actually, his third frag in the round, excuse me, will eventually be cut down though. Bomb plant secured. OG have a chance here in the 2v3, despite the fact Fiku's low. The one thing that Orcs have going for them right now is Olymp on this massive backstab.
Yep, but he's been found out now. But Fiku, as you mentioned, really low. Actually hits the headshot onto the AWP, but it's still not enough. Olymp can lock in this defuse and then go get the AWP by long. But that, again, is another showcase of how deadly these players on OG can be, because that never looked like a situation they should have been able to scavenge, and yet they manage it. Somehow, some way, force it into a 1 versus 1. 2 on 4.
Lots of damage done to Orcs. I mean, it was kind of like a half-buy / eco round across the board, so it was never really about winning the round itself. Walking away with the point is great here for the CT side. Bit of a slip-up for OG, but still a great attempt considering the position they found themselves in 2v4 down. Olymp, the difference maker. That needs to be a catalyst here for Orcs, though. That has to be the beginning of something.
HS hasn't had a kill since the end of the second round.
That ace, right?
Yeah. Nice shot out of Milky.
Yeah, that's great. A little bit of innovation goes a long way.
We have seen Olymp push the issue towards A main a number of times. This time he's playing really passively. He's boosted up, but Nexus got control of Donut. HS, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. There is a Molotov on Fiku. He can molly this position out, or he might just dry clear Olymp, but doesn't win out the fight.
Such a big kill. Really big frag coming through for Olymp there. 5 versus 3. OG have nothing to show for the fact that they've lost 2 players here in the round as well. Someone has to go back to recover the bomb, but nobody wants to be the player to have to do that. It's going to be on Fasher though. Other players hard committed. Nexus found some space, but HS is going back in that direction. Timing's going to be great here. Kevin gets the kill. Yeah, that's right. We're on first name basis. I'm cool like that.
You guys go way back, or?
Yeah, of course. HS and I, Kevin and I, sorry, Kevin and I, we go way back.
Yeah. As a challenge for you, every time HS gets a kill and you're casting, you have to call him Kevin.
Oh my god. That would be so cringe if you just tune in, you don't know that it's the challenge, you just think the caster's like, you know...
Cringe.
Trying to be hip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, wouldn't be the first time.
More on that later. 4 rounds each. Orcs, they're doing really well to battle back into this. Off the back of winning that MP9 AWP round, they then elevate the AWP and put it to really good success. Olymp gets an important kill, and HS with this timing. No way in for OG off the back of a slower play. With Regali back out on this big green, OG want 30 seconds to evaluate the situation.
Yeah.
So there's been just so much space being given out mid for them. Like it's incredible to me how much room they've got in Donut and in towards Red Room itself.
Yeah, but that's just because Orcs are choosing to instead prioritize A main and Jaguar for the most part, right? That's where they're committing their resources to contest and to make some sort of aggressive plays. They're happy to sort of defend the bomb sites themselves and then give themselves that safe passage of the rotation through CT, but not really too keen to contest middle. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be a theme throughout the rest of the half, as it's not going to be in this next round here. Immediately a couple players in towards mid for the CT side as they look to try and contest. OG going to be putting numbers of their own there. First fight breaks out. Olymp will draw first blood. Next to the next man up to the plate. Levels it back out. So important to have a player who's fearless, right? Not scared to push through smokes. Not scared to go for that re-peek or the trade. It's exactly what Nexa does.
Oh, Milky. Great timing on this readjustment in towards middle. And Olymp is now pushing even further. Catches off Fiku, and that is the bomb.
Man.
And that's the round. Done, dusted, secured. Although Fasher... lights out. Would need to go absolutely nuclear. 1 versus 4. Can throw a smoke down here. The objective is to maybe deal with Milky, but not anticipated him so close. Orcs is this aggression, now coming back in to bite OG.
Yeah, I'd love to see that they're making moves on their CT side right now, not afraid to get into the faces and ask these questions of OG. You don't normally see a team contesting A main as much as Orcs have here on their CT side. Clearly got their own flavor and their own style here on their CT side of of Ancient. OG, do they try and change up the pace? I mean, it is a half buy from them. They've got the hero AK on Keto, decent amount of utility as well. It's going to be a direct approach in towards the speed bomb site.
First time we've seen anything of this nature. Flashbangs over the top, and Xenex will find two. Asher, though, collects on his Deagle. Hand cannon echoes over the B bomb site. Now that AK can be scavenged. Olymp, with its possible task on his hands, trying to steady the ship, will manage it. And the bomb doesn't get planted because of the incendiary. Keto, 1 versus 3. He might know about Olymp's location, but certainly not about Milky's.
Thing is, he's got time. He assesses the situation. He's going to change up his avenue of approach. His avenue of entry now makes his way through cave. Olymp is the one holding this angle right now. Keto's crosshair placement looked decent, but Olymp was perfect. Quick on the trigger as well. Massive round for Orcs. Looked a little bit shaky there at one point. But it is going to be the poles round. As they're in pole position now. Up 6-4 coming into this next gun round.
But if it wasn't for limited weaponry, OG were able to breach that bomb site pretty easily. So that's got to be something to consider. Haven't really ended B too many of these rounds. A lot of focus towards A. Fantastic flash from Fiku. Sets up Keto. And now he can start to creep his way forward. Low HP. And now another important fight. Xenex, are you joking me?
I mean, this guy is just fearless, right? The way he plays in towards that part of the map, Jaguar. Constantly forcing the issue, pushing into his opponents, never allowing for them to settle or be comfortable. Man advantage for the CT side. OG have been able to get some control though as they make their way through A main into that bomb site. Plant going to come through. Big kill out of Regali. Creates a lot of space for these post-plant positions to be taken up. Milky with the AWP. Clears out the angles as he edges his way forward. Have a look at Nexa though. He's a man on a mission. He's going to be able to get himself a kill on Veggie for free. And that should be the frag that pretty much secures the round here for OG.
Yep. And if it wasn't that, it was this one. And a follow-up from Fiku. No response from the Orcs. And that all hinges on OG's timing out middle. Causing so much chaos. Keto, low HP, actually walks through this donut smoke to force reactions out of Olymp. And the last thing you expect then is OG to split and already be on the bomb site. They completely constrict that donut position. And from there, the rest is history. A good round back as we go back and forth.
I mean, we've had pretty dominant maps before this, right? 16-8 on Inferno, 16-9 on Nuke. Could this be the one map that goes the distance? The one map that we see coming down to a knife's edge. Milky, again, deep in A main, finds an opening frag. Orcs continue to contest that part of the map here on their CT side. Less focus towards middle, more focus towards the extremities of the map. And they haven't had a great time in mid in these past few rounds. Kind of feels like OG bosses that affair more often than not. A couple players in cave now are going to execute their way forward. Orcs have 3 players here of their own though.
This is
Everyone
so smart.
so unsettled with the util.
Really smart smoke being thrown down by HS. Because the way that molly landed, you know that they've probably got players in towards cave. And Xenex fights Regali. And he even deals with Keto. What a defense being put up by the Orcs. They don't lose a single player.
Phenomenal work coming through there from the CT side. Great defense of the B site. It was looking very uncomfortable. All the utility was kind of forcing players into awkward positions, but they still maintained their composure regardless. Xenex loves himself a gunfight, doesn't he, B-Dog?
He loves it.
Revels in the gunfights, does Mr. Xenex.
Round. He's your IGL. And this with Veggie having a little bit of a slower start here as well on Ancient.
A little bit. He's 1 for 6 right now. Tough draw from a player who was doing so well on Inferno. OG going to hedge their bets on the A bomb site. Olymp through the smoke has got himself a kill on one of the two mid players. Fresh smoke in towards A main keeps OG at bay. Might even force them to reconsider here. That's a huge kill out of Keto though. Veggie's tough times continue. And now space has been created for OG. It's going to force Orcs to sort of figure out what's going on here in A main. There's 5 players around the smoke right now. 4 of them will go down.
Hello, Keto. Nice shot. Oh, and he even follows up onto Milky. Really good work from OG as they bounce back in after being shut down and locked out of the round so many times. They keep on pushing the issue further. That's even with Olymp finding these smoke kills. But it's Keto to open up and it's Keto to close. Can't believe that. What a round.
Great recovery from OG. Look what that's done to the money here of Orcs. Oh, such a rough round for the CT side to lose. Looks like they're going to go all in here for the buy, but lose this, then it's almost a guaranteed 8-6 for OG going into the CT side. As close as it could possibly be at the end of the half. Orcs rolling the dice. Have to come up big here in this next round.
Loving what we're seeing out of both of these teams. We knew it was going to be a back and forth affair. Said it's going to be harder for OG if they started on the T side. And with 6 rounds and looking to build even further. Don't count them out of anything just yet. Flashbang through. Look at this aggression coming out of Orcs. And they even deal with Keto, but not before he deals with HS.
I mean, that's such an important kill, though, to cut down Keto. He's been one of the chief destroyers for OG here on their T side so far. Often the can opener for the team, and he's kind of done enough to open up as there's space afforded over towards B. Regali's going to clear that. Fasher pushes forward. Senix goes down, and this is OG's round for the taking. Olymp and Milky have no option but to head for the hills. They're just going to have to save their guns. Otherwise, it's pots and pans in the next round. Alright, well, it is going to be Fiku who's able to find pretty much the final frag. He's looking to try and deny Orcs from saving any of their guns, and single-handedly he'll get both of those kills. So that means Orcs have now next to nothing coming into the final round of the first half. OG surely done enough to lock in the 8-7 lead going into their CT side. These are really big kills out of Fiku, highly impactful, to put it lightly. And look at the investment now for Orcs, man. It's looking pretty brutal. Hand cannons, a 5.7, an MP9.
Yeah, this definitely feels like it's destined for OG to win out this first half. Especially with all these kills coming forward. HS just hoping anyone will walk into his crosshair, give him an opportunity at these close ranges. But we're getting a fight and we're getting a battle for our last map here.
It's exactly what we wanted as well.
Absolutely.
Blowouts in the 2 maps before this, we've been asking for a tight game, and it's exactly what Ancient is proving to be. Nothing tight about this round, though. OG looking solid. They've gotten better as this map's gone on. And Keto's the one who's impressed me the most. Keep in mind, it was, what, 6-7-5? So 3 rounds in a row up for OG to cap off the first half. Puts them in a good position. Momentum in their sails as well.
Yeah, Olymp just hoping for a nice little kill on the way out, but ultimately you can't win this round, so let's kind of just get it over with. There's no benefit to this.
No,
there we go.
Protecting the kill-death ratio maybe, but essentially just feeds another headshot to Keto. 14 kills for him in the half. Tie with Olymp for the most frags in that first half on Ancient. Keen to see OG on the CT side. Going to be interested to see their setup. Who's going to play Jaguar? I'm hoping it's going to be Fasher. Either Donuts or Jaguar. You want him to be a player who's going to be consistently in the mix. Someone who's going to be able to thrive amongst the gunfights. Keen to see where they're going to play Keto as well. You'd imagine Nex is probably going to play as one of the anchors. Orcs use their utility to get in towards middle. They got a P250 on Senex, and it's going to be a bit of a fake up donut right now. Bombs at the bottom of ramp outside the double doors. It's worked out perfectly. Oh my goodness, look at this Fasher. He's running in towards T-spawn. Olymp's decided to actually let him cross, so he's going to get into the B-bomb site for free. The problem is that Fiku's cutting off these rotations. Olymp eventually gets a kill. He'll know that Fasher could be coming through with this quick flank as well. He was the player who let Fasher cross. That could come back to haunt him. It's so rough for Olymp. Barely any room to maneuver. Fasher's gotten a kill, and it's only Olymp left remaining. What a wild ride.
Yeah, what a round. That's so crazy. So many moving pieces coming through this OG defense. And the fact that you're allowed to bypass each other like ships in the night, it's a little bit baffling. But OG make it work, more importantly. They survive through all of the pandemonium. Sure, there's a bomb plant available for Orcs. And that might incentivize a buy, but it shouldn't really. They didn't really kill anyone.
Alright, well, let's see what Orcs can do with said force buy. AK on Olymp. I mean, it was a really bold call for him to allow Fasher to cross. That was a free frag. Can't really blame him. Looks like Orcs are going to go for a direct approach into the B-bomb site. It's actually only Nex who's on the site itself right now, and he's just been blinded up, taking down people and force the issue. Flying through the smoke off the back of a flash. He's just jumping around all over the show. He'll get 2 kills as a result, and he brings it back into an even numbers game.
Good trade, though. HS onto Regali, another player here in Cave. And Fasher overwhelms, and he might even find more. Bomb not yet committed. That means there's time for Keto to rotate in. Senex on this flank. Fasher not ready for it, and now overwhelmed. You know that there's a player out towards long as well if you're Orcs, and they swing in tandem. Overwhelming. Making sure that they secure the round for themselves, and they don't let OG string consecutive ones together.
Yeah, perfect round coming through there from Orcs, even with the way they go about the 2v1 at the end there, just pinging off of one another, making it next to impossible for Fasher in the 1v2, or Keto, excuse me. Force buy goes the way of Orcs. They call for a pause immediately afterwards. OG going to force back in response, try and do to their opponents what was just done to them. Otherwise, scoreline leveled up, no money for OG at that point, and Orcs go up 10-9. It was a very simple approach for the T side as well, right? Just bursting their way in towards B, util over the top. A bit concerning for OG how easy that looked.
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a tough one to concede, but now we get the force buys back and forth, which makes this game even more exciting considering how close it is. Commitment in towards A. Only 2 defenders here. With an MP9 and that flashbang, it's so perfect, but they've overlooked the MP9. Doesn't find anything. HS and Veggie, they don't even need to trade each other out. They just find 2 kills apiece, and that is the round done, dusted. And the Orcs, they'll elevate themselves to be an equal scoreline with OG.
Yeah, the direct approach working wonderfully here for Orcs. Once in towards B, this time in towards A. Scoreline leveled up. OG gonna have to just save around these pistols, but still doesn't really concern Orcs all that much that there'll still be these 3 Ds going into the next round. Okay. Well, I wonder if that's going to be a sign of things to come for Orcs here on their T side. It's a good option on Ancient. You have to be brave as the CT side of Ancient as well. You have to be brave to sometimes leave that A side open, or sometimes to stack it up at the start of the round. Maybe make a play in A main. CT side of Ancient has to be dynamic.
Yeah, it really does need to be. And also, you got to remember, some of these rounds that Orcs were winning was when they were getting aggressive, where they were being dynamic on their CT side. Who are the players that we're going to look to in this OG rank to really dictate the flow of this? My eyes look at Keto, and my eyes look at Regali.
I think that's fair. Especially on the CT side, Regali, I would say, is the one name I'd look to the most. Going to be a big execution towards the A-bomb side coming through right now. Not a huge amount of resistance from the side of OG. Sure, Keto is fighting in the corner right now, but he only has a USP, and unfortunately for him, Veggie going to clear him from behind. HS should have a couple clean kills coming his way. Players pushing through from T-spawn. He has no issue in racking up those frags. And Orcs are going to get themselves the lead here on Ancient. They had the lead briefly in the first half. And see if they can build their lead. Gun round coming through here.
Yeah, I mean, look, this one was always an expected outcome. We're looking ahead to the next one. This is where it all counts. And Orcs, they're going to rinse and repeat. Keto put on high alert in Donut, screaming to his players, rotate over, guys. They're just straight in. Brilliant flashbang, isolates a kill on towards HS, and in steps Vasher. But maybe more than just one. It's a double up. And now your attack has been cut in half. Olymp taking space, but the reload would have been heard. And creeping through this smoke is another player from OG. Regali ready to step in and receive.
Olymp gets himself a kill, but he's got so much more to do. He's going to have to be the ace of him. Another kill locked in. He's taking damage, though, in the process. And OG will eventually finish off the job as they go and level up the scoreline. 10 all, double digits for OG. Such an important round that they win as well. Backs against the wall, kind of Counter-Strike. They would have been feeling the pressure coming into this round to make it work. Take a little bit more damage than what they would have liked, but they do get across the line, keeping 2 players alive. More than enough money for Orcs to buy up again. And they can still actually shatter that CT side economy if they win this next round here. So pressure's still on OG.
Really is, but double donut. Oh, that's your answer potentially. Keto lets one run by. Says to his teammate in Regali, hey, you need to deal with Senex. And he hasn't. Biku also caught off guard. OG overplaying their hand a little bit. And now Senex is in spawn.
Yeah, cuts the map down the center. He's going to be catching Fasher completely off guard as a result. Now the whole world rests on Nexa with that MP9. Able to get a kill, a second as well. Great work coming through from Nexa. He's left Keto in a very winnable position. And Keto wants to force the issue because he knows that there was a player top middle. He wants to try and get the kill on Milky, but great awareness coming through from Milky there. As he will lock in the kill, and with that the rounds being traded back and forth right now. 11-10, no money for OG. Orcs take a big step closer.
We're back and forth. Nice shot out of Keto though.
That's all it is though, right? Shouldn't amount to much more than just a nice shot. A little bit of economic damage. Orcs with a bit of a read. Couple players at the bottom of ramp outside the double doors. You've got HS and A main. OG, they're on a mission though. Keto. Oh man, he's left the pack. Veered off in his own direction. And the bomb's going to head in towards A from here. Or is it? Never mind. Even I'm getting bamboozled. So difficult to keep keep an eye or keep track of what's going on here in this round.
Look, this still should be an Orcs round. Well, they shouldn't have to worry about this one too much. Even though they've got Fiku rotating over here for OG, it's only a USP. Nice shot. Now you got to clear Nexa, Senex. You can see he's aware of all these angles. Hasn't cleared the close one, but that's Veggie's responsibility. Thank you very much. A much tidier round to end things off for Orcs in round 22. 12-10, they have the slight buffer coming into this.
Yeah, it's a comfortable buffer, I would say, for Orcs, especially if they can keep all 4 of their players alive here. Fasha's footsteps heard. HS is going to be hunting him down here. Could even go for the knife. Doesn't want to, though. Just secures the kill. 4 more rounds. That's all Orcs need on their T side here. Then they get themselves into the 2-0 bracket of the Swiss stage. OG drop 1-1. This next gun round is vital for OG's cause.
Yeah, they're kind of running out of time here. I don't think Regali's got enough money for an AWP. No, he doesn't. So it's just pure rifles. Milky's got his one uncontested. Fighting towards middle. About to be paramount here for these two teams. The Cynex takes a lot of damage, but has at least got the control.
All right, OG, show us what you got on the defense. That B-bomb site looking a little bit frail. I mean, Nexa will take a slightly more forward position, wants to peek off the back of the flash. There's a few players on the other side. Gets the kill on the first. Veggie's trading, though. At least on point. Fiku pushes forward. Bit of an off angle being taken up by him right now. 53 seconds left on the clock here in the round. Orcs don't have any obvious options available. I mean, I'm sure they're going to end up over towards B, but that's quite predictable. I think Senex with the skirmish in middle is playing a really big role right now. And in fact, you know what? It looks like he's heard the rotations. I think he might have heard 2 players both going back towards B. He's going to get the kill on the first. Damage done to Keto as well. The smoke in Donut gives the information to Orcs that there's at least still 1 player on that side of the map. 25 seconds for Orcs. Are they going to wrap around through CT?
They could, but they need to accelerate. Instead, it's going to be A. And Fasha buries himself further in towards Donut. Cannot fall here, but he's been spotted by Milky on the timing. Bomb planted. And now a decision needs to be made. You've got no money if you're OG, and they are not going for this retake. 13-10. And Orcs are 3 rounds away from going 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
Huge work coming through from Orcs in this round. This is one of the more difficult rounds they've had to play so far because of the fact that they didn't have any obvious options. No free frags coming through to them. They had to earn their kills. Senex has done so much work in Red Room, right? How good has he been in towards that part of the map throughout this T side? Constantly finding space, if not creating it. Huge work out of him. Great call as well with 20 seconds left on the clock. They read the situation perfectly. Milky peering into Donut gets that kill. Everything falls into place immediately afterwards. Trouble town for OG. That's where they found themselves. 13-10. Decision time for OG. And, I mean, really not much of a decision to be made. They're going to have to just eco around these guns they've saved.
It's interesting the Orcs are the ones calling the pause here. They're actually taking 30 seconds because they know how important rounds like this are to convert. There's so many potential tripwires in these rounds. You've got 2 rifles that can be delegated anywhere. There's going to be weaponry in terms of your Kevlar and upgraded pistols with utility available here for OG. and Orcs are just decided where best to go because they don't want to slip on the banana peel. Looks like B.
They're not just going to go all out, though, surely. I mean, they'll know that they're going to be playing against a bit of an eco, so they want to proceed with caution, right? Right, Brandon? No, wrong. They just charge straight up ramp right now. Bit of a boost for Regali with the P250. That's a 3 kill for him, tapping away. Second frag locked in. OG doing great work. Orcs might start to regret their decision to go all in. At least a kill back. HS is just trying to get back to safety with the bomb on his back. And Orcs are going to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief that they've actually been able to get out of that position and keep 3 of their 5 players alive.
Olymp is low HP, and he's staying here as well. Potentially trying to catch off a player that's going to rotate through middle. That player could be Keto. But instead, he's just spamming. He's trying to keep all the attention here. Still no one on A. And Olymp is going to fall. That should be the accelerator button for the Orcs. They can't dilly-dally too much around here.
Yeah, I think once you lose that player on the opposite side of the map, you're just forced to immediately push through. Thankfully for Orcs, they have been afforded quite a lot of space on the side of the map. They don't have any smoke grenades, though. That's why they're so uncomfortable right now.
Milky
Milky with the Zorp is going to be instrumental. Once again, CT walks into his scope. Nice little snapshot coming through from the Polish sniper. That's going to create enough space for the bomb plant. OG, I mean, it was essentially an eco round for them, but they did a great job with those kills initially over towards B. 4v2 turned 3v2, no kit. This one's difficult.
Good flashbang. There is a kit in Donut as well, so if they go through here, there's still time. And the AWP's just been smoked off, which means he has to peek from the right. Regali just walked straight into him. Nexa finds HS. Bomb's starting to be stuck, and
Nexa.
I think there's more than enough time to get this one over the line. OG have done it. They survive, and Orcs, they take the timeout, and they still fall victim to the low buy.
That is a massive round coming through there from OG. I thought that Orcs had done enough to recover the round, but evidently not. Thought for a second we were going to come to the cameras there. Got my game face on.
No, we're good.
13-11. OG keeping themselves in the hunt. Couple players still bare bone in terms of their economy. Few players do have some cash in the bank. As for Orcs, enough to bolster up a full buy. Milky sitting comfortable with 10k to his name. This is going to be a test for the recently formed OG roster, finding themselves down 13-11 on a decider. Alright, let's see what this 25th round has in store. Previous 2 maps, somewhat blowouts. Single round scoreline for the teams who lost. Both teams up to double digits here already, 24 rounds deep. Let's see how Orcs go about their business. What does Senex call here in this all-important round? Fairly passive from the CT side. Regali with the Zorp is in towards Jaguar right now, so he does take up a bit of a forward position. Might have players heading in his direction as well. Orcs leaning in towards B. They've got a big burst coming in towards that defense. Do OG.
Safiku. Oh, no way. Just gets decimated, and the molly forces Nexa forward. Regali needs to do everything, but he's being held by Milky. All of the good work in the previous undone by a single B execute. And now OG are scrambling, running for the hills. They need to hold on to this weaponry. Fortunately enough, there's not really enough money for Orcs to go hunting.
It's a perfect execute there, though, from Orcs. Utility usage on point. Opening kills phenomenal from Olymp. Milky just holds the perfect angle. Regali's forced to peek into that, right? He has to try and make a play to try and get some kills there to keep his team in the round. Just doesn't work out for him. 14-11, the imminent scoreline, at least for OG, with both of these remaining players staying alive. They will have a full buy in the next round. But the CT side starting to look brutal now for OG. It's code red.
At least that's an AK. This entire second half, where we've kind of framed it in the fact that we need Keto more involved, which he has been, and Regali more involved. I've seen input out of Keto. Now we just need Regali just to take some more proactive peeks, in my opinion. I think that's where he thrives on the AWP as well. Maybe even being boosted up, similar to Milky did in the first half. Try and look down deep in towards B doors. Fiku under a little bit of pressure here in towards Cave. Gets out of dodge. And he's only got a fan mass. Crossfire established for Orcs. They're in the bomb site. Nexa, though, will find the first. Flashbangs over in support, but HS opens up the account.
Yeah, throws the smoke through Milky's legs. Doesn't matter how it gets there. 4 versus 4. Going to have to be a retake for OG once again. That B bomb site under siege. Regali, the tip of the spear here on the retake, edging his way forward. Looking to try and open up the bomb site, but he's just been smoked off. Olim's coming through with the flank out of middle. Not a clean spray, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill, and that's a huge frag. That's going to force the hand now of OG, trying to emerge out of cave, but the kills continue to come through. Big miss shot there from Milky. Will cost him his life. Keto wants to double down, trying to hunt Senex, who has successfully fallen back, but will still lose his life. And now Olymp is left alone, spraying away. He's not able to find that kill cleanly enough. It will be found by Fasher. He's got the kit, so he has the defuse as well.
What a retake. What a retake from OG from a position that didn't really feel possible at all. You've even got that flank coming on over from Olymp to lock out the AWP of Regali, but it's Keto doing everything in his power to battle back and keep OG in it. And they stay alive. And just by having that extra rifle, it means drops can come over the buy. It's looking a little bit better now.
That's a breath of fresh air for OG. If they can win this next round, they pretty much guarantee a 14-all scoreline. Having said that, though, if they lose this round, that will put them in such a tumultuous position, being down 15-12 with not much in the bank. So they're still under the pump right now. This recently formed team still feeling the pressure.
So much space.
Just with the passive default. Yeah.
Like, look at it. You've got Veggie in cave. Olimp's got DP main. You've actually got all of shelf. OG have got mid. That's their luxury. And that's what they need to hold on to as this round develops. Because Keto is isolated and alone. Fasher and Regali need to deal with these players if they try and split back based on Olimp's position.
Nice kill from Regali. Gets himself in on the action. Not able to get out, though, so he's going to have to fight his way out. Creates a bit of space with a smoke grenade. Olymp tries to get space over towards Abe, but it's going to be Keto in a fiendish position there to make sure he cuts Olymp down. 5v3. Orcs have nothing to show for it. They're still scurrying back to get the bomb. They're going to try to go B from here, I'm sure. Veggie's going to have to hold on to that control, but they're so strapped for time. OG get a good idea of what's going on. Senex, though, he's in the top of middle. He's heard Regali. That's going to be a frag. The flash comes up through over the top, but now those players towards long, they're going to feel the pressure of that flank out of Senex, who has the AWP on the angle, but doesn't have the shot.
Yeah, but they can rush this bomb down. Flashbang over the top. Double long setup. 1-for-1 trade, but Veggie is going to die at the hands of Fasher, who stepped in from middle. Again, really good round out of OG. Whilst they start to feel a little bit panicked, Orcs, they leave it way too late. You were completely correct. 26 seconds and the bomb is in T-spawn. It's poor planning, especially after losing this opener in towards mid and A. There's opportunities here with Senex. But you just leave it way too late.
Yeah, just leaning too heavily into the default there for Orcs. Eventually their hand is forced, but they don't have what it takes. 14 all, almost locked in here. OG grinding their way to victory right now. Keto's 25 at 16. Great performance coming through from him. There's a storm to be weathered over on that A bomb site here for the CT side. Regali's there with the AWP right now. He has some support from Keto and Donut. Smoke's going to come through. Regali, he doesn't want to play from behind those smokes, and those flashes are going to be making life very difficult for him. He's got support there from Keto with good reason, but 2 quick kills come back for the T side, and that completely opens up the round.
How are they doing this? Just all-out aggression towards A. Fasher now needs to be the player to do it. Full blind, we'll find Olin. Milky, though, steps in, but misses the AWP shot. And there he is. 2 kills for Fasher, and now the rest of the OG can just swarm this attack. And they recover it beautifully. From a 3 versus 5, OG only lose 1 more player, and the Orcs can't hold on to what they hold.
I mean, that all unravels off the back of Milky missing that shot, because if he hits that shot there on the player in Temple, then that post plant looks so much better for Orcs. That's the shot I'm referring to. Then he can focus his attention on towards Donut, cover his teammates a bit better. 14 all. Orcs call for a pause. At least they get a bomb plant, so they're going to have everything they need in this next round here. Winner of this round gets 1 shot to conclude the series. They'll have 1 map and series point. I have a feeling, though, that there's still life left in this one. I don't think regulation's going to be enough to split these 2 teams.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're destined for OT. I feel like Orcs are going to go for a fast play at some stage, and they'll break OG. They'll be able to manage it. They'll be able to overwhelm. But I have been so impressed with the resolve that this defense keeps mounting up for OG. Just when it looks like they're in the deficit, when it looks like they can't stand the test of time, they're able to pull these rounds back from the brink. Fast play again, but this time Fasher finds HS.
Man, they try to force the issue. They try to brute force their way in towards mid, but it's OG who come out on top of that skirmish. Olim's going to go back to the scene of the crime, and with good reason. Gets a kill. Levels it back into an even numbers game. That's a huge individual play coming through from Olymp. So much responsibility on his shoulders there. He doesn't get intimidated either. And they're going to go back in towards Regali. He hasn't had a great game here on Ancients. He's just got 15 kills to his name. 28 rounds played. That can all make up for it, though, if he can just lock it down here in this round. They're heading in his direction. Keto's on a big backstab right now, flanking through A main, but Veggie cuts his head off. Oh my god. Does that change up the approach now for Orcs?
Yeah, because you assume that with Keto gutting out all this control, there's going to be rotates over towards A. So you're going to drop your utility and you're going to scamper back. Regali should lock this in the next few seconds. He'll go around the corner and go, guys, there is no one here. Go back towards B. Go back towards the second letter of the alphabet. But they don't. Orcs planting this bomb here without congestion. It actually makes you question whether they're going to actually go for this round, OG.
Oh, huge call. What a huge read out of Orcs. I don't even know if OG want to go for this. Like you say, looking at their money, they can't afford to. They can't afford to go for the gamble. That's going to be 15 for Orcs. Great work coming through from the Polish team. What a way for them to get 15 on the board. They lost the opening pick when HS goes in towards mid. Olymp gets the delayed trade. Veggie catches Keto on the flank. And the round's completely unraveled from there for OG. They've lost any control they had.
Yeah, what a round. Senex goes, do you know what? Let's risk it. He assumes the rotations are already on the way. And they were on the way, but it was as Orcs moved back in towards B. A really well-timed call. And we're staring down the barrel at either an overtime or Orcs upsetting OG in this series. And Orcs want 30 more seconds to make sure they're all on the same page.
Yeah, fair enough as well. Just means they don't have any pauses in overtime if we do get there. OG need to win this round to force it into overtime. Otherwise, the upset will be realized. I mean, it was a great performance from Orcs on Inferno. It feels like a lifetime ago. Nuke afterwards won by OG, both teams trading each other's map picks. And now we need all 30 rounds on Ancients. You and I did say a number of times we expected this map to be the most evenly contested in the pool. It's exactly what's happened here. Sometimes the casters do know what they're talking about. Not often.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
I'm so keen to see where this one goes. I actually really hope we get OT, because this has just been a unbelievable map to end this series. I've really enjoyed this series as well.
Deserves OT.
And they're running it back A. Yeah.
Oh, they're going straight in. There's a molly though to try and disrupt them. There's no smoke to extinguish it. They're barely taking any damage transitioning straight through it. And it is going to be Fasher on the scene first. Able to find a kill. In the meantime, HS has got a frag as well. Bomb Plonk going to come through here for Senex. If he can avoid any spam through the smoke, Keto can't deny. OG have to retake.
Oh, Milky's boosting him up as well. Worried about the flank. That's not coming in. 2 from CT, 2 from Donut. There are kits available. There's a smoke. In fact, plenty of smokes that can be thrown on this bomb to create confusion. But these crossfires look really good right now for the Orcs. In come the defense. Here comes the counter utility. But BQ finds one. Nice adjustment from Milky. And SNX hasn't had to get involved the entire time. But hang on a second. The bomb was being defused, at least for a moment. Orcs have managed to do it. It takes 30 rounds of gameplay, but they beat OG 2-1 here at Pinnacle.
Oh man, and what a final call coming through from them as well. The brute force approach into the A bomb site to finish off the job. They only had one crack at match point in regulation, and they get the job done. Upset comes through for Orcs. I mean, they justify that great performance on Inferno by finishing off the job on Ancient, and they go into the 2-0 bracket here in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, they do, and very much deserved. Really impressed with how they've been performing. I saw them qualify through to Pro League, and I was thinking, I had some question marks about how they would really play, what would they bring to the table. I've been thoroughly impressed watching them. I feel like they are a very dynamic team. They're able to move things on the fly. And sure, they kind of got rolled a little bit on Nuke, but on Ancient, when the pressure really mounted the most, when it was needed the most, they really took the fight towards OG, who put up one hell of an effort to rebound back in that series. Did a really good to try and get that reverse sweep, but it was just too much today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a difficult loss, I think, for OG to stomach, considering how well they did on Nuke. They started well on Ancient. Could never really get momentum on Ancient, though. It felt like whenever we saw OG start to get the ball rolling, then Orcs would just win around back, and then, you know, OG would go ice cold. So great performance from Orcs. And yeah, I'm a believer, man. I'm excited for the future of this team. I don't know if we have the Swiss standings right now at the end of today's games, which we kind of haven't really had many matches, B-Dog. Not as many as we expected, right? Because we have some more information about that next game that's supposed to come through. Ents Academy versus Eyeballers.
Yeah, let's bring up the schedule and let's take a look at what's going on. Because as you see, we've had 2 forfeit wins today.
Yes.
Ents Academy have to forfeit against Eyeballers. They decided to not play this one. And so got a scheduling clash. So the Eyeballers, they will go 1-1. Ents Academy will drop down to 0-2 in our Swiss stage. And that's surprisingly a little bit of a shorter day here after the long matches, the 4 best-of-3s we've had all week long. But that actually does conclude the broadcast for today. 2 games, both 3 mappers, both very exciting. Ecstatic taking down 9 Pandas 2 maps to 1. And we've just seen the Orcs beat out OG. How will the rest of this all shape up? Well, we're going to have to stay tuned on the Pinnacle broadcast to find out. Make sure you are following, obviously, the channel. There's plenty more games. Keep up to date on the socials. Keep up to date on HLTV. But for now and for tonight, have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you real soon.
Oh, eSport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing
I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the work. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it.